The man stood directly in front of the appraiser, with the little boy standing beside him, and insisted that he tell him the result immediately. He eagerly inquired as to the exact talent that Noah had. Noah, a 5-year-old boy and the eldest son in the family, looked at the appraiser in surprise as the latter, clearly embarrassed, slurred some words. In the next second, the appraiser pulled himself together and declared that Noah's talent lay solely in deciphering, and that the boy had no other abilities. The Aldheim family was considered one of the oldest and most respected magical aristocratic families, and their lineage had always produced outstanding mages and sorceresses who had earned fame for their unique abilities. Everyone had eagerly expected Noah, as the eldest son, to display a grand talent that should have raised the family's honor to a new level. However, that was not how things turned out at all. Aldheim Hildegand, the head of the family, was completely baffled and couldn't understand why his son didn't have the slightest connection to attack magic or the ability to control the elements, which was a must for every member of their family. The boy looked at his father with astonishment, as if not realizing what was going on. Suddenly, his father, unable to stand it, called his name sharply. The next second he slapped him hard on the cheek and shouted with rage that Noah had become a disgrace to their entire family. The boy flew back from the blow and fell to the floor. The father, without stopping shouting, asked how his son could so dishonor their clan, which was respected and honored in the magical society. The boy tried to say something in response, but his father interrupted him, ordering him to be silent, and declared that Noah was no longer his son. Then Hildegand, paying no attention to his son's silence, turned around and headed for the exit, and the appraiser tried to stop him. But the latter, not wanting to listen to anything, continued on his way. Noah, crying, tried to apologize, but all he heard in reply was silence. There was an oppressive silence in the house, as if everything around him had frozen, not knowing what to do. One day, as Noah was walking down the hallway of the house, a maid walked in front of him. He tried to address her, but when she saw him, she quickly turned and hurried away, as if trying to avoid talking to him. From that moment on, everyone around him began to avoid him, and Noah became convinced that it was his father who had ordered the servants to ignore him, even though they clearly did not want to do so. However, Noah continued to try to behave himself and gave no cause for further displeasure, hoping that at least the servants would be favorable to him. But despite this, no one spoke to him anymore. Soon Noah began to spend a lot of time in the library, immersing himself in books, because they gave him a chance to distract himself from troubling thoughts and at least forget a little. One day, sitting on the floor of the library and devouring another book, Noah was so surprised that his eyes widened with realization. He wondered how he was able to read such a complex book, and if it was possible that it had something to do with his talent for deciphering. The next day, he stood at the bookcase with the books and tried to choose which one to take. However, he soon realized that he had already read absolutely all the books in that room that were there. So he went out into the courtyard and sat down on a stone slab, thinking, when his gaze happened to stop on a strange rock in front of him. As he got closer, he realized that it was a stone slab with mysterious symbols engraved on it. A short while later, Noah sat at a table and wrote the symbols on paper with a pen. He pondered, trying to understand the meaning of the symbols, but they were terribly complicated. Later, he sat next to the stove again, and all he could make out pointed to some kind of vault or book. Finally, he noticed that there were also symbols on the back of the stove that he needed to decipher. After a month, sitting in his room surrounded by many sheets of notes, Noah finally finished deciphering all the symbols that were on the slab. He hurried to the library and, following the directions, arranged the books exactly as his notes said. At that moment, a hidden passage in the closet suddenly opened. Noah, astonished to see it, came closer, not believing his eyes. He descended the secret staircase, and when he saw the glowing stones on the walls, he realized that this was the exact magical light source mentioned in the ancient books. He approached the strange door and noticed that it was engraved with the same symbols he had seen on the slab. As he read the inscription, he realized that behind the door was a library full of ancient books. When the door opened, he saw a huge room with shelves filled with ancient folios. Even though the place was underground, it was brightly lit by magical light sources that created an unusually bright atmosphere. Noah hadn't read any of these books, and they looked quite old. One of the books on the center table caught his attention. It was about ancient magic, and Noah realized as he picked it up that it seemed unusually complex. He sat down at the table and opened it. The book was written in a language that was difficult for him, and he knew that it would take him a long time to comprehend its contents. But he had plenty of time. Then he remembered his father's words that Noah was no longer his son, and tears flowed down his cheeks. Noah reflected on his talent for deciphering. It was a talent his father had simply dismissed. He realized that his ability to read and understand symbols was actually almost useless in traditional magic. But deciphering was capable of changing the entire structure of the world, transforming it. All of this was happening for one simple reason. Everything was conditioned by the very symbols that essentially defined his life. At that moment, however, Noah did not yet know, and frankly, did not quite understand it. His father had repeatedly told him that at the age of 15, Noah would leave their mansion. Noah was well aware of this. His father had explained to him that even though Noah was the eldest son in the Aldheim family, he did not possess magical talent, and without that talent, he would not be able to become the head of their family. This was an obvious fact to Noah. That afternoon, he sat again at the desk in his secluded library, surrounded by stacks of old books and notes. Soon he stood up, realizing that this was his last day in this mansion. The eldest son of the Aldheim family was already 15 years old, and he was no longer allowed to stay here. Noah entered the mansion and, gathering all his will in his fist, thanked all the servants for everything they had done for him. However, the servants silently walked past him without saying a word. In the years that Noah had lived in this house, he had gotten used to this kind of ignoring and didn't even expect more. He bowed to each of them anyway, for even in this silent estrangement, he never forgot to thank them, no matter how strange it seemed. Come to think of it, this was not because of any duty, but simply because Noah wanted to. The servants, despite his father's best efforts, were still kind to him, socializing with him and helping him. Noah was just a man, and it was natural for him to need that companionship. And it was probably because of this that something important happened to him. It served as the spark that ignited his desire to treat people the way they treated him. He walked down the hallway of the mansion, thinking that everything would be all right. As he stepped out into the courtyard, a familiar voice called out to him. It was Glenn. Glenn noted with a chuckle that he had heard Noah had finally been kicked out of the house. The second son of the Aldheim family, who was 2 years younger than Noah. He smiled and boldly declared that the post of the next head would certainly be his. Then, with a wave of his hands, he pointed at Noah and said that unlike him, he was capable of using attack magic and even possessed a fire element. Noah only smiled and calmly replied that he already knew that. He knew that Glenn was right. All living beings were endowed with magical abilities. Even so, magic cannot be used without special talent. Modern magic is only available to those with the right abilities. Noah knew that despite everything, things would not change for him no matter how hard he tried. He calmly stated that even though they had different mothers, they were still brothers and he would miss him. Glenn grinned, not hiding his mockery. He replied that he would not miss Noah, for he was a disgrace to the Aldheim family, and he, Glenn, was glad Noah was leaving. Noah again remembered his father's words about him being a disgrace to their family. Smiling, he quietly asked Glenn why he was so glad. Glenn replied that he thought exactly the same as their father. He then added that Noah was so stupid it was infuriating, and he couldn't even use magic. He raised his hand up and began summoning flames, preparing to summon a magical fireball. A few seconds later, a fireball appeared in his hand, a level 1 flame. He swung and threw it straight towards Noah. Noah was pretty sure that Glenn had amazing magic, but he just couldn't let that strike touch him. In the next second, Noah used his wind magic and blew the fireball away. Glenn, who stopped in bewilderment, didn't realize where his magic had disappeared to. Noah had read all the ancient grimoires found in the hidden library. Thanks to his talent for deciphering, he was able to unravel many ancient symbols. These symbols were very different from modern symbols. One single symbol could carry a whole palette of meanings and be associated with powerful magic. Mastering ancient magic proved to be a real challenge for Noah, but he did not give up. He continued to decipher the ancient texts day after day, and after 10 years, the symbols became part of his consciousness. Noah could now use magic without having to say the spells out loud. He was able to master ancient magic thanks to the grimoires left in their mansion, and this discovery gave him the ability to manipulate even modern magic. Glenn, still at a loss, continued to scream, not realizing where his magic had disappeared to. He thought his magic was perfect, and certainly couldn't accept what had happened. Noah, smiling, remarked that perhaps fire magic was simply too dangerous for this place. Glenn, unwilling to calm down, ordered Noah to shut up and then started yelling at him again, saying that he couldn't do magic at all and should get out of the house never to be seen again. After saying this, Glenn turned and ran away, leaving Noah standing alone. Noah, not having had time to bond with Glenn, felt sad that he had to leave the mansion like this. As he approached the gate, however, he realized that this moment was inevitable. All his life he had done nothing but read books, and now it was time to see the world for himself as it was described in those books. He realized that the first thing he needed to do was to earn money to go on a trip. He decided that he would be adventurous because it was the only way for him. He activated his celestial walking magic, and when he felt his feet lift off the ground, he found himself in the air. He didn't know how far he would be able to travel with this magic, but first he needed to leave the lands of Aldeheim and head to the nearest adventurers guild. He looked back at his home mansion and mentally thanked his father for all he had done for him. Then he turned away and ran at a fast pace. At that moment, Glenn burst into his father's office. Without taking his eyes off his book, he asked what was wrong. Glenn shouted happily that Noah had finally left the mansion. His father nodded silently. He added that there was actually a more important event. Her Highness Princess Claudia, the second princess of the Raste Kingdom, would be visiting them the other day. He ordered Glenn to prepare to meet her and to behave as graciously as possible to the princess. Glenn, smiling, promised that everything would be done. He then hurriedly ran out of the office. The man got up from his desk and walked to the window. He turned around and, turning to Noah, said quietly to Noah to just not hate him. He then whispered that there was absolutely no need for people like Noah for the Aldeheim family. He felt relieved that the shame of their family was finally gone. Meanwhile, Noah continued on his way, knowing that more trials lay ahead of him. Noah walked on air. He moved for a long time, taking his time, savoring the feeling of freedom. Soon, as he approached the shopping district, he decided to stop for a while and take one last look at the place. He descended to the ground and found himself amongst a multitude of people talking amongst themselves, exchanging news and laughing. He walked through them, watching the life boiling around him. His father had only taken him once, and that was to a banquet at the castle, so Noah almost never went outside their mansion. Suddenly, one of the vendors beckoned him over and offered him a taste of a specialty sandwich that was a popular delicacy of the neighborhood. Noah approached and asked for one sandwich. The merchant smiled and said it would cost 1 silver coin. Noah handed the man the coin, but the peddler, seeing the gold coin, first apologized for his indelicacy and asked if he was from a wealthy family. Noah calmly replied that he was not, and that it was all he had. The man, a little surprised, handed him a pouch with his change of 99 silver coins and the very same sandwich. Noah thanked him. The merchant looked at him and said that he thought at first he was one of Aldeheim's sons who had run away from home. Noah nodded silently, feeling how hard it was for him to remain in the shadow of his family. Noah stepped back, realizing it was best not to show his face in Aldeheim's lands. He tasted the sandwich, and it tasted so amazing that Noah couldn't help but wonder how much he was enjoying this moment. Soon Noah came to a wagon that was parked by the roadside. He asked the coachman where they were going. The man, without taking his mind off his business, replied that they were going to Level Up, and asked if Noah wanted to go with them. Noah hesitated a bit, for Level Up was Wadesty territory, located to the east. He held out some coins and the coachman accepted them. Noah began to board the wagon, which always seemed to him to be something interesting and unusual. Inside sat several men who looked at him in surprise. Noah said hello to them and apologized for disturbing them, but they only nodded in response and didn't say another word. The wagon moved on. Soon one of the men asked Noah why he was going to Level Up. Noah replied that he intended to go to the Adventurers Guild, for he needed to make some money. The man remarked that things were going pretty well in Level Up right now. Noah looked at him silently. Then he added that the town used to be poor, and people used to start by fertilizing the dry land. The man looked at Noah in surprise. He noticed that he was well aware of the town's past, which seemed to have been forgotten by many. Noah explained that he had read about it in one of the books. The man introduced himself as Edgar and remarked that few people knew the city's history. He added that all the passengers in this carriage were merchants. The other man added that if Noah was interested, he could tell him about his teenage years. Noah gladly agreed to listen. The man began to tell his story and Noah listened. He felt the value of first-hand experience. It was much more helpful than reading books. To understand the essence of things, one had to experience them personally. Noah thought that it was a good thing he was in this carriage, for otherwise he would not have heard such stories. Suddenly the carriage stopped, and the coachman began to stare intently into the distance. Soon the horses began to panic. Edgar exclaimed, not realizing what had happened. Everyone ran out of the wagon and saw another wagon standing in front of them. A huge monster stood beside it, roaring so loudly that the ground shook. Edgar, not hiding his fear, stated that it was a demon attacking the other wagon. Another man added that it was a wind tiger, an A-class monster, which was highly unusual since these places usually had lower-class creatures. Noah realized that this was an abnormal situation. Edgar noticed that other people were already fighting the monster, and they decided not to interfere so as not to cause more deaths. They got back into their wagon and started to leave. Edgar apologized to the other men for not helping, saying that if they joined the fight, the body count would only increase. Suddenly, Noah, despite their pleas, stated emphatically that he would go to their aid. Everyone looked at him in surprise and asked him how he was going to help them, since in their opinion he would just throw his life away. Noah thanked them for their concern, but declared that he couldn't do otherwise and jumped out of the wagon. No one had ever helped Noah, and it was so hard on him that words cannot express. But now he understood these people, who were in the same dangerous situation as he once was. Using his landing skill, he gently jumped to the ground. When he got to his feet, he ordered the people in the wagon to move on and thanked them for their interesting stories. The wagon drove off and the monster continued to growl more and more. Noah felt the powerful gusts of wind from his adversary begin to roll in as he approached. He knew that the wind tiger fought perfectly in the air, and right now he was just as much in the air, preparing to attack. Noah moved even closer, noticing several people fighting the tiger. The books advised keeping the monster on the ground to limit its maneuverability. But now the tiger was in the air, preparing to attack. Noah used his wind magic and took to the air. Once near the tiger, he began to beckon it to him. The guards, seeing this, looked at him in surprise. Noah knew he needed to turn the tiger's attention to himself. The wind tiger always accepts the invitation to fight in aerial combat, and now he had already turned his attention to Noah. Thanks to Noah, the people below were temporarily safe. When the tiger jumped straight at him, Noah had time to dodge and try to find a way to defeat the monster. Noah had never used ancient attack magic in battle, but he still had no other choice. At this moment, the guard from below threw his sword to him. Noah was unable to catch it, and the sword began to fall. With a sinking heart, Noah clutched his eyes, preparing to use his magic. The next second, as the tiger was distracted, Noah extended his arm forward. Purple flames burst from his palm, surrounding the monster. Huge runes began to appear in the air, and fire continued to pour out of his hand. The monster began to burn, screaming furiously, and the ashes slowly settled to the ground. The girl standing below, who had been hiding behind the guard in her hood the whole time, was amazed. She watched Noah use this magic and was surprised at how unusual this purple fire was. After the fire consumed the tiger, Noah descended to the ground, tired but satisfied. When he was near the girl and the guard, she thanked him for his help and protection. Noah apologized for being late and, quickly turning away, said he had to go. However, the girl called out to him and asked him to wait. When Noah turned around, she offered to thank him for saving her. She explained that they were on their way to Aldheim Manor and asked if he would like to go with them. Noah realized that these people were on their way to his ancestral home, and without hesitation, he said he was in a hurry, and the best thanks he could get was their safety. The girl, a little confused, asked at least for his name. Noah, looking around, introduced himself. The girl hesitated, and the guard behind her stated that the horse was fine and could move on. She nodded to him. At that moment, Noah, while she was turning away, used his magic and disappeared into thin air. He left the girl puzzled. She looked around but couldn't find him. The girl realized that a prominent wizard was most likely standing in front of her. However, his appearance seemed familiar to her. At this time, Noah was already on the cliff, having climbed down. The transition had taken a lot of energy, but he realized that this was the first time someone had thanked him, and it was something new to him. Remembering his uselessness and how he had improved his deciphering talent, Noah smiled. He decided to take a break and continue his journey to level up. Meanwhile, other events were taking place in Aldheim Manor. Aldheim Hildegand, bowing respectfully, thanked the girl for making such a long and difficult journey to his residence. He bowed to Claudia in gratitude, and she, in turn, thanked him with dignity for his warm and cordial invitation. This girl was the second princess of the Raste Kingdom, Claudia. Glenn, who was standing next to his father, could not hide his embarrassment, for the princess was so incredibly beautiful. Glenn had never seen such exquisite grace and charm in his life. After a moment of reflection, he smiled, realizing that this woman would undoubtedly belong to him. Hildegand, on the other hand, realizing the importance of this moment, with thoughts of the family's future, realized that if his son Glenn successfully married Claudia, their family's position would become even more stable and profitable. He hoped that his son would not fail. Hildegand then turned to Claudia, smiling demurely, and said that he was glad to know that they had reached his house without incident. Claudia, sighing slightly, admitted that it wasn't quite so, and to be honest, there had been some trouble on their way. They had been attacked by a wind tiger. Hildegand was stunned by this news and exclaimed in amazement that the wind tiger was a class A monster. He immediately asked how they managed to survive in such a dangerous situation. The guard standing beside him wanted to say that if the princess hadn't wanted to leave the castle, all of this could have been avoided. But Claudia interrupted him, saying that she was actually just bored in the castle and decided to go out for a walk. Admitting her guilt, she apologized and then explained that they had been helped by a passing wizard who had killed the wind tiger with a single attack of purple flame. Hildegard was amazed to hear such a story. He knew that nothing like this existed in modern magic. He stated that he had never heard of such magic, despite the fact that most great wizards should be familiar with each other. Claudia smiled without embarrassment and added that that wizard was very polite, with nice dark hair and a tenacious gaze. Then she looked at Hildegard and added that that wizard's name was Noah. Hildegard hesitated upon hearing that name. The dark hair, the name Noah, it all matched. But he couldn't believe that it could have been his own son. For Noah was so goofy that he wouldn't have been able to use magic, if only because he had failed to learn even the simplest of spells. Hildegard scratched his head and said he had no idea who he was. Then Claudia asked where Aldheim Noah, the eldest son of their family, was. Hildegard did not answer, only hesitated. Claudia continued that it was only now, having arrived here, that she remembered something. This Mr. Noah had been at the reception at Raste Castle, along with Hildegard. Hildegard, upon reflection, said that there was no Noah in their family, and the eldest son was Glenn. Glenn, with a slight smile, added that, incidentally, he too was a fire wizard. He looked proudly at Claudia, and she barely glanced at him and nodded as if not acknowledging his words. Then she curtsied and said that talk of a marriage of convenience should be postponed until she returned to the kingdom and studied the Aldheim family's affairs in more detail. She turned and began to walk away. The guard, with a surprised look at her, followed her, and Hildegard silently escorted her with a glance. He was well aware that this situation was unfavorable. If the rumors of the eldest son being banished from the clan spread, Aldheim's name would be forever tarnished. The guard apologized to Hildegard for the princess' rudeness. The man only waved his hand, claiming it was nothing. He already knew that now he had to find and bring Noah back before Claudia could draw her conclusions. When Claudia and her guard left, Hildegard stayed in the hall with his son and told him that he would be leaving the house for a while, and Glenn would have to take care of himself. He started out of the gate, and as soon as the door closed behind him, Glenn, exclaiming, asked what would happen to his marriage of convenience and future beautiful wife. At this time Noah was standing on the Wagesty grounds, in front of a huge building. He finally saw with his own eyes the Adventurers Guild he had long dreamed of. Noah scrutinized the Adventurers Guild while in front of its entrance. Then, banging on the door and apologizing for the disturbance, he stepped inside. There he immediately heard voices discussing that the first thing to do was to register. Noah looked around the room curiously, noticing the adventurers discussing important matters. There was a girl standing in the center of the room, shouting, asking if someone could go to Lebalupa volcano immediately. She looked excited. Noah continued to look around the room when the girl announced that an S-class monster, Fafnir, had just been discovered at the Lebalupa volcano, and now Lady Siren was there, who she believed was trying to subdue the fire dragon. Several adventurers stood before her, dumbfounded to realize that this particular monster was the cause of the threat to the entire Raste kingdom. One of the adventurers suggested that they immediately rush to Lady Serena's aid, but another, trying to calm the panic, said that it was useless to rush, for if they went, they would not be of any real help. One of them remarked that Serena was the strongest member of the guild, but he was countered that that was no reason to leave her alone. The girl who had previously asked if someone could go to the volcano cried, assuring him that it was her fault, since she had issued the assignment herself. Noah, watching what was happening, realized that they seemed to be in big trouble. He wondered if he should go to the volcano himself and help Lady Siren. After a short thought, he announced that he would go to Lebalupa volcano and get Lady Siren. Everyone in the room turned around in surprise at him. A girl, not believing her ears, asked what rank of adventurer he was. Noah, a little miffed, admitted that he had not yet registered with the guild. Silence hung in the room. Then people shouted at him, asking him where he was going to go. Someone even suggested contacting the Kingdom of Raste and asking them to send a court mage. Noah hesitated, realizing that as long as he was not an adventurer, their distrust of his words was not surprising. He turned away slightly and began to back away. He could feel them continuing to argue. Noah realized that everyone in the room was desperate for Lady Siren, that she was really important to them. He realized that if something happened to her, everyone would grieve. Moreover, if she faced the S-class monster Fafnir, she might have to confront him alone. Realizing this, Noah made a decision. He must go and make it in time to help. He looked thoughtfully at the volcano in the distance. Remembering how he had managed to defeat the A-class monster, the Wind Tiger, he was sure that the ancient magic could handle Fafnir as well. He sighed, deciding that he would head to the volcano. At this time, Lady Siren was already standing right in front of Fafnir on the hot volcano of Lebalupa, holding her sword in front of her. She didn't understand how Fafnir had gotten here. The huge dragon stood in front of her, breathing fire. In the next second, it roared loudly at her. Fire flew in all directions. Serena felt that she wouldn't be able to handle an opponent of this level. Suddenly, Noah was right next to her. Without looking back, he asked if Lady Serena was her. Serena's eyes rounded with surprise. She looked at him bewildered, not realizing who he was. At that moment, Noah released a huge rune right in front of them, creating a shield. The dragon immediately let out a loud roar and released a stream of fire in their direction. The shield contained the flames and it couldn't reach them. When the fire subsided, only thick smoke remained around. Noah said that it was now clear why Fafnir was an S-class monster. It could withstand even absolute flames. Feeling great magical power, Noah strengthened his spell, but the power of fire was still not enough for a complete victory. Serena, looking at Noah, asked what it was. Suddenly realizing she didn't know who he was, she shouted, asking who he was and how he got here. Noah introduced himself and stated that he wanted to be an adventurer. Serena was dumbfounded. Noah, wasting no time, stated that he would deal with Fafnir first. He stepped forward, straight towards the huge dragon. Serena, screaming, tried to stop him, warning him that the adventurer could not handle such a monster. But Noah didn't bother to stop. In the next second, he released a stream of magic again, aiming it straight at the dragon. The magic pushed Fafnir away, and it flew backward, growling in amazement. Noah stopped, realizing that his attack wasn't as effective as it had been on the Wind Tiger. He heard a voice, demanding, asking who he was and if he was a monster. Noah looked around and stated that he was offended that Serena was calling him a monster. Serena looked at him in surprise, asking if she had said that. Noah was surprised, and the next moment he heard the voice again, calling him a human being and asking what magic he had. It was Fafnir. He pronounced that first it was Siren, and now here he was. He added that he had just awakened from an ancient seal. Noah, in amazement, watched this monster. An unexpected puzzle slowly formed in his mind. It was him he had been talking to all this time. The dragon laughingly admitted that he didn't expect anyone to be able to talk to him. Noah stared at the dragon in surprise. He, in turn, whispered that he was just as surprised. Noah apologized for his sudden attack, explaining that they were not hostile against him. Fafnir, however, did not believe him. He suspected that the humans had come to put a new seal on him. Noah explained that this was not the case, and that the girl who had fought the dragon before him had come to destroy the fire dragon, and he had already followed her. He assured Fafnir that he would not harm him. Fafnir asked if Noah was telling the truth. At that moment, Serena, who had heard the conversation, shouted, asking if Noah was really talking to Fafnir. She added that she didn't understand their speech, as it was clearly the language of monsters. Noah realized that he had involuntarily switched to the Fafnir language and, smiling softly, explained to Serena that they were speaking an ancient language. He remembered from his books that many species of dragons could communicate, but only in this mysterious language. Fafnir, taking a deep breath, explained that at one time he had been too rambunctious, and for that he had been sealed away for a long time. And as it turned out, Noah was right. Noah stroked the dragon warmly and said quietly that, fortunately, it was a dragon with a good heart and the ability to speak. Fafnir, in turn, added with a slight chuckle that he was a herbivore. Noah turned to Serena, his gaze assuring her that everything was fine and that Fafnir was not a dangerous monster. Serena was still in a state of shock. She slowly approached and asked if it was true that Fafnir was not a threat. Then she thought about it, and after realizing what was happening, she said that even if he had no hostile intentions, the Rasti kingdom would hardly leave such a monster alone. Noah, deeply realizing her rightness, hesitated. He turned to Fafnir and offered to make a minion contract with him, adding that if he stayed here, people would definitely come here to seal him. Fafnir arched his eyebrows in surprise and asked if that meant the contract would be between him and the man. He studied Noah carefully and realized that Noah could give him protection, and with a slight sigh, he asked for a contract with him. Noah nodded, confirming his words. However, Fafnir, unexpectedly, informed him that in order for Noah to become his lord, he would need to use advanced rune magic. Noah, without embarrassment, confidently stated that it wouldn't be a problem. In the next second, he used his magic, and right below Fafnir, huge runes began to blur, glittering with bright light. The wind intensified, surrounding them and growing stronger and stronger. Siren, dazedly shrieking, asked what was going on when the wind became completely unbearable. Then, squeezing her eyes shut slightly, she tried to see what was happening as the wind finally subsided a bit. She finally realized that Noah had made a minion contract with Fafnir. Noah looked at her with a smile and pronounced that she would now be able to communicate with him as well. Serena was shocked, unable to believe that what was happening was actually possible. Fafnir whispered that what had just happened was unbelievable. They were no longer facing a huge monster, but a small dragon 10 times smaller than before. Fafnir, with slight surprise, admitted that the contract had come much easier than he had thought. And despite everything, Noah had turned out to be a real monster. Serena was amazed at Fafnir's diminished size. Noah, with a smile, explained that the minion contract seemed to have reduced his size. Then Noah and Serena began to introduce themselves to Fafnir, and Serena could finally speak to him. The little dragon, who now sat quietly on Noah's shoulder, looked like he would no longer be recognizable in the city. Fafnir smiled, realizing that now maybe people would finally stop sealing him up. And Serena still couldn't believe what was happening, that a dragon could actually talk. Noah, smiling, said that now he had friends. Fafnir, laughing, remarked that he was now not only Noah's minion, but also Noah's friend. He added that Noah was a funny guy, and probably had many more interesting adventures ahead of him. Serena, still unable to believe that everything had been resolved so quickly and easily, wondered how that was possible. A little while later, Siren was standing in the guild house, and the adventurers surrounded her on all sides upon hearing of the completion of the task. They were grateful and genuinely worried about her. One of the girls approached and said that she was so glad that Siren was safe. She apologized to her, explaining that she thought everything that had happened was her fault. However, Serena, with a warm smile on her face, reassured her, saying that everything had ended well and that she shouldn't worry. Noah, who was standing a little behind and watching, couldn't help but smile, seeing how much his help was appreciated. Then, with a slight sigh, he headed towards the exit and left the guild. As Noah walked out, Serena walked up to him. She took one look at him and, a little slurred, stated that, well, she had reported to the guild that she hadn't met any Fafnir. Noah, slightly surprised, nodded and said that was good, and thanked her for her help. Serena then, after a little hesitation, asked where he planned to spend the night. Noah admitted that he hadn't decided yet, as he didn't have much money and would probably have to spend the night in the open. Fafnir, sitting next to Noah, casually stated that he didn't care where they would be sleeping. Serena thought for a moment, and then looked at Noah and asked if he didn't mind if he could go with her. Noah looked at her in surprise, not quite sure what she was talking about. Serena rushed to explain herself, shouting loudly that she didn't mean anything by it and just wanted to thank him for his help. She added that she had a spare room at her house and would be happy for him to spend the night at her place. Noah incredulously but respectfully asked if she was sure of her decision. Serena confirmed that she was, and even added that she had delicious food that she would be happy to treat Noah to, as she was a good cook. In the evening, they ended up at her house. The table was lavishly set with various dishes filled with flavors that immediately attracted attention. Noah happily began to gorge himself on the food, and then exclaimed with delight that it was incredibly delicious. Fafnir, sitting next to him and also enjoying his meal, added with a smile that he completely agreed with Noah. Serena, with the look of a satisfied hostess, happily watched as they enjoyed their meal. She stood at the stove and, so they wouldn't be shy, invited them to eat to their heart's content, adding that she had more to add. Noah thanked her gratefully, never tiring of praising her culinary talents. Serena, with a slight laugh, admitted that she was still surprised by Noah, because he had appeared out of nowhere and then easily handled such a powerful creature as Fafnir. Noah, blushing slightly, explained that he was the one who had used ancient magic. Serena, chuckling, remarked that she understood absolutely nothing about that magic. At this point, Fafnir looked at Noah with a disgruntled look and stated that he was hurt when Noah attacked him. Noah, apologizing, admitted that he didn't mean to hurt him, and shook his head regretfully and apologized for it. Serena looked over at Noah and asked him if he wanted to be an adventurer. She suggested he go to the guild the next morning to register, and as the eldest, she would explain everything to him herself. Noah, with a grateful smile, thanked her, calling her Lady Serena as a sign of respect. However, Serena immediately objected, saying that he didn't need to be addressed that way, and that she would be happy if he would just call her by her first name. Noah, a little puzzled, nodded, agreeing to her suggestion. Serena, with a smile, added that he might not say her name at all, if that would be easier for him. The next day soon came. In the morning, Noah and Serena arrived at the guild. The girl behind the counter handed Noah a paper and asked him to fill in all the required fields on the form. Noah nodded and, after studying it carefully, began to fill out the form. After a while, he handed the piece of paper back. The girl looked it over and asked if Fafnir was his assistant. Noah nodded and, pointing to the dragon sitting on his shoulder, confirmed her words. Noah then handed Fafnir a collar with the minion contract symbol, which he thought would allow Fafnir to avoid being mistaken for a wild monster in the city. Fafnir, with a slight grin, thanked Noah. Serena looked at the dragon and noticed that the collar fit him perfectly. Noah leaned over to Fafnir and whispered that he had carved a rune of tensile strength into the collar so that it would not break when Fafnir returned to his original form. After a while, the girl returned to them, apologizing for the delay. She asked them to follow her. The girl led them to the door and asked Noah to go to the talent evaluation room. Noah, looking at the door thoughtfully, couldn't get rid of the unpleasant memories of the previous evaluations. As he began to walk down the hall, Fafnir, sensing his uneasiness, asked what was wrong, for he could feel Noah's magical power come into disarray. Noah explained that he had bad memories of the talent assessment, but there was nothing he could do about it now, and he grabbed the doorknob. When he entered the room, he was greeted by a man with glasses. He introduced himself as Carl and informed him that he was an appraiser. Noah also introduced himself and they sat down at the table, preparing to begin the appraisal. Carl had a magic ball in front of him and Noah watched curiously. After a few seconds, Carl exclaimed that Noah had a talent for deciphering. Noah, slightly surprised, ducked his face into the table. However, to his surprise, Carl added that he was amazed as Noah had a very rare talent indeed. Noah froze with surprise. He didn't expect his ability to be perceived so highly. Carl, noticing his shock, added that in his 10 years in the guild, this was the first time he had encountered someone with such a deciphering talent. Carl suggested that Noah find another job, for his deciphering talent, while unique, was not as useful for a professional adventurer. Noah thanked him, but stated that he didn't need another job. Carl sighed, explaining that the adventurer's profession was full of dangers, and he asked Noah to be careful. He assured him that he looked forward to his successes and future accomplishments. Walking out of the office, Noah breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little relieved to know that his talent had not been rendered useless. He thought with a smile that Carl had turned out to be a good man. Fafnir, with a smile, remarked that Noah could be quite proud of his talent, for such an ability should not be underestimated. Serena met them, and they approached the task board. She explained that since Noah had a rank of F, he should start with simple gathering requests. Noah nodded and accepted one of the quests to be done in the Eastern Forest, which was to gather 10 medicinal herbs for 4 silver coins. Fafnir, turning to Noah, asked how much food he could buy with this reward. Noah, with a smile, replied that it would be enough for 4 sandwiches. Serena added that that's where everyone starts. Noah agreed to take the assignment, and they immediately headed into the East Forest. Serena wished him luck, reminding him to be careful. Soon Noah and Fafnir found themselves in the forest, and Fafnir remarked that finding the right herbs in such a vast forest would not be easy. Noah, however, replied confidently that it would not be a big problem for him. He smiled and reached to his right and used a material detection spell. It allowed him to find the materials he needed instantly. Fafnir, puzzled, noticed that Noah was doing something unthinkable again. Noah, leaning against a tree, spotted another weed and explained that actually going beyond the unthinkable was a credit to the creator of this ancient magic, not him. Fafnir respectfully acknowledged that Noah was indeed an unusual man since he was able to use such powerful magic. Soon, when they returned to the guild, Serena and the girl behind the counter were stunned. Right in front of them on the table was a huge basket filled with herbs. Noah explained that in addition to medicinal herbs, he had collected other herbs that he found useful. Serena, hearing this, was not surprised. Carl, peering through his magnifying glass, looked at the herbs he had collected with amazement. He couldn't believe Noah had gathered so many and so quickly. He reported that even the rare magic herbs and panacea were in perfect condition. Carl approached Noah and praised him, saying that his first quest had been completed with flying colors. Noah thanked him for his praise. Carl, with obvious surprise and even a bit of delight, stated that he had never imagined such an amazing result from a man with a talent for deciphering. His words sounded sincere, and he added that even his experienced appraiser's eyes would have been blind before such a success. Noah, slightly embarrassed, modestly replied that he was still quite a novice and had much to learn. However, Carl, not hiding his surprise, noted that often novice adventurers spent half a day just to find herbs, and Noah had managed to collect such a large amount in such a short time. Carl inquired as to what tasks Noah planned to take next. Noah, shaking his head, replied that he hadn't made up his mind yet. Carl, sighing slightly, suggested to Noah one assignment he would like to take him on. Noah, curiously, agreed and accepted the task. Carl then handed Noah a piece of paper with a serious expression on his face. He stated that Noah could be of great help to them if he took on this search quest. Noah, a little surprised at such a request, accepted the paper and began to read. The piece of paper that Carl handed to Noah said that in order to complete the quest, they needed to go to the eastern forest and gather one rare magic flower. The recommended rank for this quest was B, and the reward for successful completion was 5 platinum coins, which was a very significant amount. Carl, noticing Noah's interest, added that magic flowers were the most important ingredients for creating the elixir of life, a rare and powerful elixir that could cure the most serious diseases. Noah, after a moment's hesitation, asked if this was the elixir that was rumored to be able to cure all diseases, without exception. Carl nodded in response, confirming his guess. Suddenly, Noah noticed that the quest sheet stated that this quest was for B-rank adventurers. He felt a slight unease as he himself was still in the beginning stages, with a rank status of E, which was one step lower than what was required for this quest. Noah thoughtfully informed Carl that, as far as he knew, he could only accept rank E quests, so he wasn't sure if he could complete a quest of this level. Carl, undaunted, replied that if a guild member gave a recommendation, it was perfectly acceptable, and Noah could take it easy. He assured him that even if Noah failed in the quest, all compensation for the failure would be taken personally. Noah, a little confused, asked Carl why he should take the risk of accepting such a difficult quest if the consequences could be unpredictable anyway. In response, Carl suddenly revealed that his daughter was suffering from an unknown ailment that continued to plague her despite all the doctor's attempts to help her. Noah listened in silence, looking at Carl, trying to comprehend what was happening. Carl, lowering his head and sighing heavily, continued his story. He explained that he had approached all the best healers in Level Up, but alas, no one had been able to find a way to cure his daughter. The only option left to cure her was the elixir of life, which could only be created using a magical flower, which explained his persistence. Carl added that he had already gathered the necessary ingredients for the elixir, panacea, holy water, and mermaid tears. He couldn't find the magic flower itself, as it was an extremely rare plant, usually found no more than a few pieces a year. In the last couple years, unfortunately, no one had been able to find even one. He turned to Noah, as he had shown amazing results in his search, and perhaps he would be the one to find such a rare plant. Looking at Noah with hope in his eyes, Carl added that he himself was the customer of this quest, and that for him it was a matter of life and death. He sincerely hoped that Noah wouldn't refuse to help him and his daughter. Noah, taking a deep breath, realized the importance of this quest, and despite the danger and difficulty, he decided to accept the challenge. As if relieved, Carl began to thank Noah, saying that he could not express all his gratitude for his agreement. Fafnir, who had been listening intently to their conversation, looked at Noah and asked with interest if it would not be easier to cure his daughter's ailment with ancient magic, using simpler and safer methods. Noah, smiling slightly, explained that, unfortunately, such ailments were most often in the realm of medicine rather than magic, though magic could deal with some illnesses. Noah also said that before embarking on his search for the flower, he would like to personally check on Carl's daughter's condition to make sure that she really needed this rare elixir. Carl, with relief on his face, suggested that they could go to his house as soon as he finished his work for the day, and Noah could examine his daughter. At this point, as they were starting to get ready, the door to the room suddenly opened and a man came running in, clearly agitated. He shouted loudly, asking if Carl was here. His face was anxious, and his words carried a sense of urgency. The man, walking over to Carl, exclaimed that there was trouble with Lady Carla. Everyone in the room, including Noah and Fafnir, turned their attention to him, not understanding what had happened. With a desperate expression on his face, Carl raced toward his house, almost oblivious to the obstacles in his way, and swung the door open with a loud bang, nearly knocking it off its hinges. Noah followed, keeping pace with him. As soon as Carl ran inside, his eyes immediately fell on his wife, Sarah. She stood, clearly alarmed, and looked at him anxiously. Without a word, Carl walked over to her, and after calming down a bit, asked her what had happened to Carla. Sarah, noticing his concern, led him to her daughter and they headed to her room. When they entered, Carl saw his daughter lying in bed, with the doctor standing over her, looking at her condition with weariness. Sarah, with concern in her voice, explained that Carla had suddenly lost consciousness and had not regained consciousness since. The doctor, despite his best efforts, could not understand what was wrong, for physically her body was fine. Noah, listening intently to the conversation, suddenly realized something. He stepped forward and apologized, wondering if he could speak up. The doctor leaned in sharply, looking at him in disbelief, and shouted with loud indignation that they were in an emergency situation and ordered Noah not to distract him. Noah, without embarrassment, calmly explained that this girl had a hardening syndrome of the magical meridians. He added that in this disease there is a disruption in the capacity of the channels through which magical energy circulates. Everyone present looked at Noah in surprise, not quite understanding what exactly he meant. Noah continued that magical energy is constantly circulating through the bodies of living beings, regardless of whether or not they can use it. He walked over to Carla, gently reached out his hands to her body and concentrated, feeling her internal energy, feeling her magical state. Noah explained that there was only a small amount of energy flowing through the girl's body at the moment. He added that the condition had more to do with magic than medicine, and so it was not surprising that its nature remained unknown. Carl turned to Noah with a strained look and, with hope in his voice, asked if he could help her, if there was a way to cure her. Noah, with a slight sigh, replied that he was currently infusing his magic to temporarily lessen the symptoms of the disease. However, full healing would still require the power of the elixir of life. At this moment, Carla seemed to sigh quietly in her sleep, her breathing becoming even and calm. Noah, looking at her face, announced that he must go immediately into the forest to search for the magic flower. Serena, standing nearby, was quick to point out that it would soon be dark and it would not be safe to travel alone. She confidently declared that she would go with him. Carl, looking worriedly at Noah, pointed out that he had no magical tools to search, and that would be a major obstacle. Noah, surprised to ask what he meant, heard Siren explain, for quests of high difficulty, adventurers can use magical search tools that make it easier to find rare objects. However, she added that it was unknown how long it would take to get them from the superintendent. Noah replied firmly that the situation could not tolerate any delay, and he could do without any tools. He said that they would certainly find the magic flower regardless. Carl thanked Noah and Serena profusely, and Sarah in turn asked them to be careful. When they went outside, Noah instantly used the spatial transition skill and moved into the forest without wasting time. He quickly turned around to Serena and asked her to hold on to him tightly. A few seconds later, they found themselves in the very center of the forest. Noah, not wasting any time, announced that they would now have to run through the forest with the material detection activated to find the magic flower. He looked back at Serena and asked if she minded running around a bit. Serena, smiling, replied that she didn't mind. Noah then activated his acceleration and his feet lifted off the ground. The two of them began to move swiftly through the forest. They knew that the magic flower had to grow in some special place saturated with magical energy. Fafnir, perched on Noah's shoulder, made a loud noise, attracting attention. He stated that this area had been the home of fairies for several hundred years. However, it was strange now, as he didn't see any fairies nearby. Serena, a bit puzzled, asked if maybe they had moved elsewhere. Fafnir, shaking his head, replied that he doubted that the fairies, accustomed to a secluded lifestyle, had left this forest. He explained that considering that flowers were usually grown by fairies, and that they were no longer found as of late, it meant that the fairies had either been taken away by someone, or worse, they had disappeared for some other reason. Suddenly, Serena stopped and grabbed the sword hanging on her back. She tensely stated that she felt something approaching. Fafnir noted her excellent sensitivity. At that moment, someone was approaching them from the forest. It was a huge monster with a trident in its hands. Siren instantly drew her sword, preparing to fight. In the next instant, she rushed forward and sliced the monster in half with one powerful strike. Immediately afterward, she summoned Fafnir. He immediately flew out and shouted that he would now deal with the remaining threats. He unleashed a fiery flame towards the monster, consuming it whole. Noah, standing back, was dumbfounded at how quickly and efficiently the fight had gone. He marveled at their coordination and said that it was just perfect teamwork. He himself hadn't even noticed that the monster had crept so close. Serena, looking at Fafnir with a smile, remarked that apparently Noah was really new to adventurism. In turn, Fafnir said that there was a huge difference between skills and actual combat experience, and that Noah still had a lot to learn. Soon it began to grow dark, and the forest was filled with evening silence. Serena, concerned that they still hadn't found the magic flower, turned to Noah to ask what new he was feeling. Noah, listening intently to his senses, finally stated that he could feel the faint response of the magic flower. He nodded towards the forest and indicated that his skill was directing them there. They began to move in the direction his internal compass was pointing. After a while, they found themselves near the lake. Serena looked at the clear surface of the lake and frowned, not understanding why the flower should grow here in such an unusual place. Noah, without wasting time, continued his search with his detection skill, and after a while, turning to Siren, stated that the response of the magic flower was coming from the bottom of this lake. Serena, puzzled, interrogated why the flower could grow in such a place. Noah hesitated and replied that magic flowers are indeed not aquatic plants. Regardless, however, his senses were certain it was from the bottom of the lake that the energy emanated, and the magical power was centered there. Shaking her head slightly, Serena remarked that they had no choice either way, they needed to explore the place. Noah thought for a moment, then agreed that they had no other options. Serena, a little nervously, added that she wasn't much of a swimmer, but there was nothing to be done. Their task was more important than anything else. At this point, Noah, wasting no time, stepped forward, determined to act. Serena yelled at him to wait, but Noah stated with a smile that he just wanted to look around, and without waiting for her reaction, stepped onto the surface of the water. In the next second, he activated air cover magic, and a protective shell appeared around him. Without wasting any time, he began to descend underwater with Fafnir. Serena, standing on the shore, watched them, thinking that Noah was again acting in his usual style, impulsive and decisive. Underwater, Noah used his detection skill again and continued his search. Soon he reached the bottom of the lake and noticed a strange black substance that caught his attention. Fafnir, noticing it, curiously asked what this strange object was. Noah, taking a closer look, replied that it was a spatial rift, a manifestation of ancient magic. Fafnir asked in surprise what it meant. Noah explained that, simply put, it was magic that allowed one to move freely between places by connecting them across the gap, and those who knew how to use it could travel to other worlds or spaces. Noah, without taking his eyes off the rift, walked closer to it, trying to understand its nature. He was puzzled. It wasn't clear to him who had created this spatial rift, or for what purpose. Fafnir, thoughtfully watching Noah's actions, sensed something strange and, bowing his head, said he felt a faint, barely perceptible hint of fairy magic. Noah, listening to his words, added that the response of the magic flower they were looking for was also coming from that very gap. Fafnir, a little surprised but more confident in his senses, explained that only fairies were capable of such magic, and it was too specific not to notice. He thought for a moment, and then added that it was likely that the fairies had left this forest out of choice. Noah walked closer to the rift, but he couldn't touch it. He felt that there was a barrier around it that prevented him from getting closer. Fafnir, seeing this, suggested that he could destroy the barrier with his fire breath. He gathered his strength, inhaled, and released a powerful stream of flame towards the barrier. However, when the flame met the water, it lost its power and nothing happened. Noah, wasting no time, asked Fafnir to give him some time to try to handle the barrier himself. He concentrated his magic in his hands, feeling that the barrier was strong, but he would still manage to break it down. After a few moments, Noah confidently declared that the barrier was broken. At this point, Fafnir suddenly turned to Noah, and the latter looked around in surprise, not expecting such a turn. Fafnir, noticing that Noah was concentrating on studying the situation, told him that he now had a chance to gain combat experience. He suggested that Noah try to determine where the monster he felt was approaching was located. Noah hesitated, listening carefully to the sounds around him and feeling the magical tension. Suddenly his eyes rounded, and with a loud exclamation he shrieked that he realized where the monster was. He quickly turned around and shouted that the one behind him. Right behind them, from the dark waters, a huge sea serpent with fiercely gritted teeth emerged. Its gigantic body coiled around them with incredible speed, as if it was ready to devour them. Noah and Fafnir froze, scrutinizing the monster's movements. The serpent had an intimidating appearance, its gaze was full of aggression, and its body, like a giant snake, coiled around them, creating a deadly threat. Noah stood surrounded by the tail of a huge sea serpent. He could not understand what he was doing here, in a freshwater lake, where his natural habitat was clearly not intended. This monster, slightly alarmed, roared, displaying obvious displeasure at what was happening. He complained that he had been sleeping peacefully, and here suddenly a man had forgotten something underwater, and it all happened at night. Noah realized that the serpent spoke the language of monsters, like many other monsters he had already encountered. It was strange, but it was worth it to him to realize that another monster had such a unique ability. The serpent continued its complaints, claiming that if this invasion could not be dealt with, the spirit of darkness would probably be displeased. Noah, realizing the complexity of the situation, inquired as to who this spirit of darkness was. The serpent replied that he himself did not know who he was, but explained that this spirit had appeared unexpectedly and pulled him out of the depths of the sea. Noah hesitated, but thanked the serpent for this information. At that moment the serpent, noticing how calmly Noah perceived what was happening, exclaimed, indignantly asking how it was possible to communicate with him in such a way. Noah, without any embarrassment, explained that his ability was due to his talent for deciphering, which allowed him to understand other languages, including the language of monsters. He raised his hands and tried to explain that he always preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict, and asked the serpent to let them pass so they could continue on their way. The serpent, hearing this, laughed and mockingly stated that it would be much easier to just eat him here. To this, Fafnir, who was watching from the side, remarked that the serpent appeared to have a bloodthirsty temperament, not unlike his own. Soon, the serpent began to wrap its tail around Noah again, but Noah did not hesitate to activate his heaven-walking skill. He leapt into the air, breaking free from the serpent's grip. Fafnir, shouting, ordered Noah not to waste time and run away, adding that he himself would deal with the creature. Noah wanted to reply something, but Fafnir noticed his concern for the girl. He urged that if he was going to help her, he should hurry. Her condition was deteriorating, and her body wouldn't be able to take much longer. Noah, nodding gratefully, laid a hand on Fafnir's shoulder. The next moment, with a smile, said that now Fafnir too was under the protection of the air cover. With these words, Noah rushed upwards, ready for a new challenge. However, the moment Noah took off, something swiftly passed close to his face. It was the jaws of a sea serpent, which swiftly opened, intending to grab him. The serpent exclaimed that Noah could not get in, and rushed at him with a swing. Fafnir, wasting no time, let out a fierce scream and directed his fiery breath straight towards the monster. The serpent coughed from the heat and retreated, and Fafnir, shouting gloatingly, warned him not to interfere any further. Noah, realizing that Fafnir could handle the monster himself, decided to waste no time and headed towards the spatial rift, knowing that the magic flower must be behind him. Noah didn't know where exactly this spatial rift led to, but he was sure that the magic flower was his goal. After a moment, he found himself on the ground, losing his balance. Trees grew all around him, and the bright sun illuminated this strange world. Noah could not understand where daylight came from, for he had been transported to a very different place. It seemed to him that he had somehow fallen into a different time zone. But then he realized that the space around him had been created by magic. Suddenly, strange, barely audible sounds came from behind the trees. It was someone's quiet crying, and a voice whispering that they had all been caught. Noah turned around and saw a girl sitting on the ground. She looked scared and helpless, whispering to herself that she didn't know what to do. Noah walked over to her and noticed that she was hurt. Carefully, he used his healing skill, and soon the girl's eyes rounded in surprise. Apologizing for scaring her, Noah explained that he was just using healing magic. The girl turned around and thanked him. Noah introduced himself, saying he was a budding adventurer. He walked closer to a little fairy sitting on a stump. Noah asked her if she was a fairy. She nodded, and Noah in turn replied that he was a human. Noah reintroduced himself and explained that his talent was deciphering. The fairy, nodding, admitted that she now understood why Noah could speak to her despite being human. Noah too believed that it was his talent that was the reason. The girl said that they, the fairies, originally lived in the forest of Labalupa, but one day an evil spirit of darkness appeared, which caught them and imprisoned them in this space. She was the only one left free. All the other fairies were imprisoned in the prison she pointed out, next to a huge tree. Noah wondered, not understanding why the spirit of darkness wanted fairies and what he was going to do with them. The girl said she didn't know that herself, but somehow felt that it might be more than just imprisonment. The girl looked at Noah and asked what he was doing here. Noah replied that he was looking for a magic flower to cure a certain girl. The fairy smiled and explained that magic flowers do grow in this place. Sitting on Noah's shoulder, she motioned for him to walk with her. They came to a huge tree, on which hung a cage. Inside sat the little fairies, exhausted and trapped. Noah, seeing this, exclaimed, realizing the horror that had taken place here. He stepped forward, but a fairy stopped him, warning him that if he went any further, he would be attacked immediately. Ahead of them they saw a huge shadow. It was the golem that guarded the place. The girl explained that it was a guardian golem and it protected this forest during the absence of the spirit of darkness. Noah realized that to save the fairies and gather the magic flowers, he would have to defeat him. Noah confidently told the girl not to be afraid, assuring her that he would surely free her friends. He then, realizing the danger, ordered her to hide in a safe place, and the girl obediently nodded. She thanked Noah for his bravery and asked him to be careful. Noah nodded in response and, determined to act, took a step forward. He wondered how he could defeat this giant golem that stood before him, with its powerful body and menacing movements. Noah noticed the ancient symbols embossed on the golem's chest. He knew that these symbols needed to be rewritten, but to do so he would first need to damage and immobilize it. Noah made his decision and approached the golem from behind, expecting to exploit its inattention. But at that moment the golem, as if sensing his approach, turned sharply and immediately moved towards him, giving no chance for stealth. The next moment the golem stepped on one of the magic flowers, which cracked in half. Noah, seeing this, was horrified, realizing that time was running out for action. The golem, sensing resistance, grabbed it and with a powerful motion, threw it upwards like a cannonball. The girl, seeing Noah flying through the air, screamed in terror. Noah, landing, thought about how timely he had drawn the protective ancient symbols on his robe. The force of the golem's attack was devastating, and Noah knew that a repeat of such a blow could prove fatal. As Noah flew through the air, he managed to activate the trajectory change skill. Using it, he immediately deflected from a direct hit, landing smoothly on the ground. Wasting no time, he jumped into the air again, winding circles around the golem. He knew he couldn't let this monster continue to trample the flowers, destroying them. In the next moment, Noah activated his absolute flame skill, and a powerful wave of fire rained down on the golem. However, to his surprise, the flames had no proper effect. He stopped, unable to believe his eyes, and saw how the fire only burned the surface of the golem, but did not penetrate its defense. Noah immediately realized that this golem was much stronger than he could have expected. Then, without wasting time, he switched to another skill, Magic Shot. The fairy who was watching what was happening cried out in horror, her voice full of fear for Noah. She couldn't believe that he would take such a risk. At that moment, the golem abruptly began to lower its fist straight at Noah. Noah realized that the blow would be fatal. The golem gave its terrible blow, and Noah flew aside. When he hit the ground, he realized that this golem was made of mithril. It is an incredibly strong material, resistant to magic. He leaned against the nearest mountain, trying to gather his thoughts. Noah realized that mithril was an incredibly strong material, resistant to magic, and that even the strongest spells could not pierce it. However, if the ancient magic that normally effectively destroyed magical barriers failed, then he was facing a mithril of the highest quality. This realization stunned him, for he now realized that magic would not be able to pierce through this golem. Noah suddenly realized that this golem was almost invulnerable to his skills, and it was impossible to defeat it with magic. Noah stood tensely looking at the golem that was preparing to strike again. He realized that this giant was not just a serious enemy, but a nearly impenetrable barrier made of mithril, a magically resistant material. That was what made it the main opponent Noah didn't know how to deal with. At that moment, the golem raised its massive arm, preparing to strike. Noah stopped, watching its actions intently. He realized that there was little time to think. The golem's hand was already closing in on Noah. He was about to use spatial transference to avoid being hit, but he didn't have time. The golem's hand suddenly came down on the rock next to him, blasting the rocks and causing Noah to bounce back. The golem left him no time to react and in the next second struck him with a powerful blow, sending Noah to the ground. Everything around him froze as the fairy screamed in horror as she saw Noah fall, nearly losing consciousness. Lying on the ground, Noah felt his strength leave him and his body refused to move. Lying on the ground, Noah watched as the golem raised his arm again, preparing for another strike. He didn't know how to defeat this giant monster, and he couldn't figure out how to proceed. He saw the symbols embossed on the golem's chest and realized that he had to somehow erase them to win. But the barrier around him was too strong. He couldn't just run away. Defeating this golem was imperative in order to fulfill his mission. Noah pulled himself up and stared at the ground, realizing that he couldn't save the fairies and couldn't complete his mission unless he defeated the golem. He felt himself at a dead end. His mind was racing with thoughts that if his talent was combat, he would know exactly how to fight this creature. But his power was in deciphering, and it couldn't help him in battle. Noah tried to stand up, but his strength was leaving him. The ancient magic he had at his disposal was ineffective against this creature. Still, Noah knew he could not give up. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and activated Absolute Flame. Magic burst from his hands, creating a rune that flashed through the air. He increased its power, trying to break through the golem's defenses. His fire attack bombarded the giant, but he seemed to only shake his head, unable to feel the damage from the flames. Noah, realizing that without changing the magic formula itself, he would not be able to break through the defenses, he began to delve deeper into his knowledge of the ancient symbols. He focused on changing the magical symbols in the air, putting all of his power into them. Noah still held his hand outstretched towards the golem, as if trying to penetrate the very essence of the creature through magic. to break its defenses. He decided that he could not fail here and now. After all, if he did not defeat this monster, he would not fulfill his mission. He would not return to Carl with the magic flower, and his efforts would be in vain. But suddenly, when Noah was trying to concentrate all his powers on the ancient magic, he felt something strange, as if his magic, instead of getting stronger, started to fade away. It felt as if the very magic flowing in his hands began to surrender, as if an invisible force was pulling it from his body. Noah realized that his supply of magic was running low. The next moment, he suddenly began to fall to the ground, losing his strength. The golem, screaming furiously with a loud scream, increased in size and stood right above him. The golem roared, looming over Noah, its enormous figure threateningly overshadowing everything around it, ready to destroy everything in its path. Noah stared exhaustedly at his huge figure, while the fairy screamed in terror. Noah felt himself losing consciousness. His eyes began to close. At that moment, as his eyes closed, he heard the rustling of pages. The turning of the pages of a book appeared before his eyes. Noah was looking at a book filled with various hieroglyphics. He looked around, but instead of the ground beneath him, he was in the air, not realizing where he was and where the golem guardian was. Noah then began to look at a book that was very ancient and complex. He was reading about the composite material mithril. Noah continued reading and came across information about the many formulas of magical defenses that were pushed to the limit, and the caster, the spirit of darkness. Noah couldn't understand why this book was here, why it contained information about the golem, but he kept reading. There was an incredible magical power emanating from the book, as if it was the ancient magic itself. Noah slowly raised his fingers to the sky, feeling his mind striving to absorb this strange and inexplicable power that the book provided him. He deeply realized that this was his only chance, if, indeed, this book could actually help. He placed his fingers on the lines about the natural properties of mithril, a magical material that proved invulnerable to most magical influences. Those lines described how mithril absorbed magic, neutralizing its effects. Noah felt the tension in his hands, and a determination to change these formulas arose in his mind. He began to replace the anti-magic properties of mithril with ones that allowed magic to pass freely through its structure. A few moments passed. Noah felt the magic come into motion, as if releasing something ancient and powerful. And lo and behold, the book closed. Noah looked at its cover and read the title, The Book of Peace. Suddenly his ears caught a familiar sound, and he opened his eyes. There was a fairy circling right above him, her small wings barely touching the air as she tried to lift him up by his collar. She tugged hard, calling him to life, but his body was too exhausted. He struggled to lift himself up and, not realizing what was happening to him, asked her if he was passing out. Before the fairy could answer, everything around him suddenly changed. The golem, growling furiously, moved towards him again, preparing its gigantic fist for a follow-up punch. It was unbearably fast, and Noah had not expected it. But the fairy, for all her frailty, managed to pull him aside in time, saving him from the imminent threat. She shouted that now the golem wouldn't get them. Noah came to his senses a little as he gazed up at the fairy and realized that she had saved him while he was unconscious. He thanked her and tried to assure her that everything was all right now. But the fairy, not believing his words, shook her head negatively and screamed again. She pointed to the approaching golem, who, despite their attempts to avoid his fury, was still walking towards them, ready to fight. The golem, ignoring their attempts, increased its threat with each step. Noah felt his magic dwindling, and despite his attempts to use absolute flame, his attack had no effect on the golem's steel flesh. The fairy, trying to pull him away, said in despair that they couldn't defeat the golem and should flee. Noah did not take his eyes off the giant menace that continued to approach. His thoughts went back to the Book of Peace and what he had experienced in his vision. He remembered its pages turning before his eyes as he read about mithril and defense spells. Not knowing what had really happened, he wondered if it had been a dream or reality. Noah had never read or heard of such a book. He, doubting that this magic would work, suddenly remembered that he could change the formulas he had written on the pages of the book. Noah decided to give it a try. Taking the fairy by the shoulders, he used air cover magic. A glowing bubble appeared around her, allowing her to fly away to safety. Noah closed his eyes, feeling a vague but strong confidence arise within him. He realized that it was impossible to simply change the laws of the world and reality, that manipulating such fundamentals required immense power and knowledge. However, there was only one opportunity before him to try, despite all the limitations. He slowly reached out his hand towards the golem, feeling his heart beat faster. The golem had already opened its maw, preparing to attack. Noah couldn't back down. He had no time to think. A faint spark of hope lit up in his eyes, and that hope was the only thing left to him at this moment. Noah prayed to himself, pondering every word, hoping that his magic would weaken the golem's incredible power just a little. In the next moment, with everything around him ready to strike, Noah released a stream of flame aimed straight at the golem's chest. He didn't want to destroy the steel monster entirely. It was enough to scratch the ancient symbols on its chest that supported its magical defenses. But what happened next stunned Noah. The golem, without having time to strike a single blow, broke apart as if it were an ordinary toy, defenseless against Noah's magic. Everything around it froze in surprise. Noah stood in a complete stupor, his mind unable to process what was happening. He stared at the huge hole in the golem's body, feeling the force of his blow literally melting the defense and shattering the giant foe. Noah couldn't believe his eyes. The fairy, who had been watching the whole time, looked at the destruction with admiration and wonder. She exclaimed that it was incredible, as if everything that was happening was beyond reality. Noah, standing in the shadow of the destroyed monster, still couldn't believe that his actions had led to such a result. He stood there, dumbfounded, with eyes full of bewilderment. He couldn't explain to himself what had happened, how the magic he had just activated with the Book of Peace had been able to alter reality so drastically. Now Noah didn't know what to think, what to do next, for he had an incredible source of power in his hands that he barely realized. Noah stood before the shattered remains of the guardian golem, its massive parts scattered on the ground. The battle with this mighty creature had been long and grueling, but now, at last, its threat had been neutralized. Again, thoughts of the Book of Peace took over his mind. He did not understand wherein it this power came from that literally rewrote reality. Noah realized that this trophy would have to be dealt with later, and moved the remains of the golem into his inventory. Questions were tearing through his mind, but Noah decided that now was not the time to ponder. Noah approached the fairy cage, its bars coldly obliterated by the marks of time. By sheer force of will, he unbent the bars and opened the door. As soon as it swung open, the fairies flew in, and our fairy flew up to Noah first, shrieking how happy she was that they were all alive and well. Her voice was filled with genuine gratitude. Noah smiled back, feeling the warmth of her words. One of the fairies, noticing that Noah was human, came closer and asked with wariness in her voice if he was human, but our fairy intervened again, reassuring her. She assured her that Noah was very nice and not to be feared. Noah looked around and noticed that a spatial rift had opened up again at the base of a large tree. This was his chance to leave this place. However, before he could leave, he needed to find the magic flowers. Noah got down on his knees and started fumbling around in the grass. He could feel the sweat starting to trickle down his forehead, and the fairies watched him from afar. Noah, immersed in his search for the magic flowers, grew more and more frustrated with each new step. He threw away the broken flowers, his hands covered with sweat. He searched for them among the grasses, cursing himself for delaying the battle with the golem that had taken so much of his time. Noah could feel the despair building up inside. All he was finding was nothing but broken flowers. Without these flowers, there would be no way to create the elixir, and without the elixir, Carla could not be saved. He shouted into the void, wondering why he even came here if he couldn't accomplish his task. At that moment, there was a sound behind him, and he felt someone softly fly up to him. It was a fairy, one of the ones he had saved. He couldn't help but notice how her face expressed sadness. All the other fairies looked at him with sadness as well, realizing that time was being lost and the chance of success was melting away. The dark sky began to absorb the light, and night was inexorably approaching. At this time, a giant sea serpent's head was thrown ashore. Siren, who was standing beside the lake, kept her eyes on the monster, her face expressing anxiety and wariness. Fafnir, standing nearby, commented that this serpent was clearly no ordinary serpent. It was stronger than it appeared at first glance. Serena herself speculated that it might have been enhanced by the darkness spirit's magic, but she continued to hope that Noah would be alright. Fafnir, on the other hand, as much as he tried to keep track of what was going on, informed her that when Noah had passed through the spatial rift in the lake, he had immediately disappeared, and now they wouldn't even be able to follow him. Finding himself alone with such a powerful being, he felt that he might have been wrong to let Noah go alone. Questions began to plague him, and he wondered if he was a good familiar for the man he had entrusted his life to. But his pondering didn't have time to continue. Suddenly, as if to answer his doubts, Noah was right behind him. With a slight smile, he explained that he was running a little late. His appearance startled Serena, and she instantly turned around. Her eyes read alarm, and she immediately began to ask if he was okay. Noah calmly replied that there had been a bit of a scrape, but that he was fine now. Fafnir, feeling relieved, mentally affirmed that despite all the difficulties, he had always believed in Noah and knew he would come back alive. Noah pointed to a spatial rift nearby and explained that he had come out through it. Serena, slightly relaxed, nodded and asked with obvious concern what was wrong with the magic flowers. Noah regretfully reported that he couldn't find them. Hearing this, Serena was horrified, but Noah reassured her. He assured her that all was not yet lost. Then Noah turned to Fafnir. With apology in his voice, he asked if he could get them to level up. Fafnir answered without hesitation that it would be no problem. Noah thanked him and noted that, unfortunately, there was no more power left for spatial crossing magic. They all sat on Fafnir's back, and he soared into the sky without wasting any time, heading straight for level up. During the flight, Fafnir, concerned that Noah still hadn't found the magic flowers, asked him if everything was really alright. However, Noah assured him that there was no problem. Soon, as they were flying, Noah suddenly shouted to someone, urging that person to get out. Noah urged them not to be afraid of Fafnir, for the latter, despite his appearance, was a kind dragon. Then, after a bit of thought, Noah asked the invisible being for help, unable to handle the situation alone. Fafnir, looking at Noah in surprise, asked who he was talking to, for he could hear no one but Noah himself. Noah could not explain who was around, but felt he had to act before it was too late. At this time Carl, his wife, and the doctor were at the bedside of their daughter, whose symptoms were still persisting. The father, holding back tears, continued to whisper softly to his daughter to hold on, promising that Noah would return with the magic flower and save her. Suddenly, the daughter opened her eyes and called out to her father as she noticed something in the air. With difficulty focusing her eyes, she pointed to a fairy hovering above their bed. Carl was puzzled, not understanding what was going on. He asked what she was saying, for he thought it was just her imagination. Carla's mother also looked in that direction and was shocked to see the fairy. Both parents, unable to believe their eyes, watched in amazement as the fairy slowly descended down. The fairy glided lightly through the air and approached Carla. As she flew up, she gently greeted the girl, addressing her with surprising warmth. Carla, stunned, could hardly contain her surprise, but nodded in response. The fairy sat on her shoulder, and her light, almost weightless figure graced the space like something utterly ethereal. She had told Carla that it was time for miracles, and so the miracle from which she must thank Mr. Noah came true. Then the fairy turned to the girl's parents. They stood there, unable to take their eyes off this strange but beautiful sight. The fairy, noticing their confused eyes, said confidently that everything would be all right now. Carl didn't know who he was dealing with now, didn't understand how this was possible, and wasn't sure if he was dreaming. He looked out the window and his gaze froze. Above the city that the fairies had just entered, bright dots were hovering in the sky. They were other fairies, hundreds of them, thousands of echoes of magic, sparkling and dancing in the air like fireflies in the night. Carl couldn't believe his eyes. Fairies, creatures of legend, had appeared in his hometown. Noah, Siren, and Fafnir were also standing side by side, with fairies hovering above them. It was unimaginable. Fafnir, who was sitting on Noah's shoulder, couldn't believe what was happening either. He knew that magic flowers grew where fairies lived, but what was happening now, even his mighty dragon imagination could not fathom. And so, the magic flowers began to bloom on the earth, the very plants that had been a mystery to everyone for so long. Noah, who had rescued the fairies from imprisonment, was now seeing them return the favor. Fafnir was beginning to realize that Noah had some amazing ability, something more than just deciphering, something that could unite worlds. Fafnir could not hide his slight surprise, but he still said that he had not expected anything else from the man to whom he was bound by such a special alliance, a minion contract. Noah, watching the dragon mutter something to himself, asked him what he was whispering. Without waiting for an answer, Noah, gathering his will in a fist, said that it was time to finish what he had started and prepare the elixir. Long hours of work, gathering rare ingredients and extreme concentration were not in vain. Finally, the elixir was ready. Soon, Noah watched as Carla, who was suffering from the dreaded magic meridian hardening syndrome, was finally healed, his heart filled with relief. She lifted her head and embraced her parents, barely holding back tears of joy. Noah and Serena watched this touching moment with a smile. Carl, still stunned by what had happened, slowly approached Noah. He was overwhelmed with emotion, not knowing how to express his gratitude for what Noah had done for his daughter. He whispered a big human thank you and, unable to contain his feelings, tilted his head in respect and appreciation. Noah, slightly embarrassed by this gesture, gently asked him not to bow his head, for he had not done it for the reward. All he wanted was to help, and now that Carla was healed, he felt nothing but satisfaction at the task accomplished. Meanwhile, the father called out to his daughter, Her mother, with a gentle smile, explained to Carla that Noah had healed her of her ailment. The little girl, confused at first, hesitated. After a moment of silence, she thanked Noah. Her words were full of sincerity and gratitude. Noah, smiling embarrassedly, looked at Carla, her parents, and the family he had saved. His eyes reflected a moment that had been unavailable to him in his own childhood. His mother had died barely out of the world, and his father had never shown him any affection. Seeing this harmony, this warm embrace, Noah felt some strange envy and regret. He realized that such moments were probably beyond his reach, but even so, he could not allow himself to disturb this happiness. Noah knew that there must be time for him to leave, and, turning to Carl, said he must go. Carl, not expecting this turn of events, looked at him in surprise. With slight annoyance, but with genuine interest, Carl suggested that Noah stay for dinner. Noah looked away, a little embarrassed, but replied that Carla needed to recover from her illness, and while he would be happy to join, he didn't want to be an extra. But Carla, on hearing this, joyfully declared that she no longer felt the slightest discomfort and even felt better than she had before her illness. She added enthusiastically that a hamburger would be a great choice for dinner, to which her father nodded with a smile. Carl, with a smile on his face, looked at Serena and the others and invited them to join them for dinner. Serena, smiling demurely, remarked that if they insisted, she would gladly join them. Fafnir, standing nearby and listening attentively to the conversation, finally couldn't stand it any longer and, slightly mockingly, said that despite his intimidating appearance, he was still an herbivore, and therefore would gladly refrain from meat treats. This statement caused a slight laugh from all present, and Carl, not confused, asked with a smile if Fafnir liked white apples. And as soon as this question was asked, Fafnir, with evident delight, exclaimed that he simply adored them. At this time the fairy, who was still hovering above Noah, smelled the food and exclaimed with interest that she, too, would be curious to taste the food of the people. Fafnir, a little surprised at her presence, looked at her. Noah, standing among these people, felt his heart fill with warmth. He looked at everyone around him, the humans, the fairy, and his faithful friend, the dragon Fafnir. He saw Serena, with her apron around her waist, standing next to Sarah and Carla, helping to prepare dinner, and this picture was something completely new to him, but very dear. Noah couldn't keep from crying. He realized that he had finally found what he had been looking for all his life, a real family. Not one that was given to him by blood, but one that he had been able to find despite all the hardships of his journey. Soon they were all gathered around the table. Carla was happily participating in the common feast. Her happiness was evident, and her joy was infecting everyone around her. At that moment, Noah felt that he wasn't the only one who had completed the quest. They had all completed it together. Noah stood in the forest, having completed the barrier. He explained to the fairies who had been circling around him all this time that the entire forest was now surrounded by a magical barrier, and no spirit of darkness would be able to enter. One of the fairies, noticing his efforts, smiled gratefully and thanked him for his work. She emphasized that Noah had become almost a deity incarnate to all the fairies. His face flushed red with embarrassment, and the fairies gathered in a circle and folded their hands before him in a gesture of gratitude reminiscent of a prayer. Noah, though he felt awkward, couldn't help but feel a warm wave of gratitude from these creatures. As he and Fafnir were about to leave, the fairies asked him to come back to their forest, and Noah happily promised that he would be sure to visit them when he had the chance. Later, Noah was at the guild, where Carl expressed his appreciation for the successful completion of the mission. He said that Noah was being promoted. His rank was now E, and Carl congratulated him on this achievement. Noah thanked Carl for his trust and support. Carl then handed him a chest with his reward, 5 platinum coins as promised. Noah, upon seeing the amount, immediately felt uneasy. He thought it was too much of a reward and suggested that Carl use the money for Carla's needs so that it would help her in the future. However, Carl stated that that was exactly how the money had been used. He asked Noah not to refuse. Carl explained that Noah deserved the reward. In the guild, meanwhile, a whole crowd of adventurers had gathered at the guild, waiting for new quests. Noah approached Serena and noticed that there were a lot more people today than usual. Serena explained that this was due to the arrival of a famous archaeologist from Ludolf, the capital of the kingdom. She explained that he was looking for skilled adventurers to explore the ancient ruins to the east. Noah was dumbfounded by this news. Serena, noticing his interest, added that Noah was just the right person for such an assignment, as his talent in deciphering ancient languages was ideal for such research. The girl standing nearby exclaimed that she was desperate. With enthusiasm, she began to recount her search for the right person. She explained that she had come from Ludolf and was frustrated that she could not find a suitable candidate among the local adventurers. Her mission needed someone with unusual talent, not just another newcomer who happened to get in the way. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly suggested Noah's candidacy. He was pointed out and stated that he had an exceptional talent for deciphering. He was a newcomer, but very promising, and despite his rank, had already demonstrated his abilities. The girl thought for a moment, then asked about Noah's rank and what kind of dragon sitting on his shoulder. Noah, a little embarrassed, explained that he had just received his E rank and the dragon was his familiar with whom he had a minion contract. The girl, not hiding her disappointment, turned away and declared that such an adventurer was not suitable for her. She began to backtrack and added that her assignment required a group of at least C rank, or better yet, B rank. Carl intervened, clarifying that Mr. Noah had experience with B rank assignments despite his rank. The girl didn't seem inclined to change her opinion. She pointed out that it was probably just a coincidence that Noah was so successful in completing a few quests. Noah looked at Carl, but only shrugged, saying that it wasn't necessary to change the girl's mind. He wasn't actually offended, and it wasn't worth it to talk her down. Carl was sorry, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it. At this point, Serena, who had been observing what was going on, firmly asked everyone to listen. She brought up the question of whether it was possible that Noah, despite his low rank, still had a chance. She reminded everyone that Noah was a rookie and his rank was not a true indicator of his abilities. This statement surprised the girl and she ran up to Serena and asked with bright interest if it was really her, Serena, the A-rank adventurer. Serena was somewhat surprised and clarified if she knew her. The girl explained that Siren is celebrated as Orang's youngest adventurer and a magnificent swordsman. In Ludolf, she said, there is a whole group of Siren's admirers. Noah, listening to this, couldn't help but notice how impressive Siren's name sounded. Serena, in turn, laughed, dismissing it all as nothing. The girl, as if it had hit her, exclaimed that she would very much like to take Serena as an escort for an exploratory expedition. She offered her services immediately. Serena, apologizing, declined, explaining that she had no plans to leave Level Up and that she had no interest in runes. Instead, she noticed that Noah, unlike her, was interested in ancient runes and magic. Surprised, the girl ran up to Siren and noticed that now it all made sense. This guy is her chosen one. That's where the sympathy comes from. She grinned and stated that Noah was quite cute if you looked closely. Serena reacted instantly, objecting that he wasn't, and that her attitude toward Noah had nothing to do with romantic preferences. Serena added that Noah was truly incredible despite his low rank, and that she, as an A-rank holder, could vouch for his abilities. Approaching Noah, she inquired about his wounds and how his magic power was recovering. Noah replied that he had already fully recovered and that there were no problems. Then Siren, full of determination, suggested that Noah fight. The Siren drew her sword and declared with a serious expression that there was no quicker way to prove Noah's strength. Noah tried to object, but the archaeologist interrupted him, noting that a battle between an E-rang and an A-rang was ridiculous as the gap in their strengths was too great. Several adventurers had gathered around, and they watched dumbfounded. Serena, not wanting to waste time, shouted at Noah again, demanding him not to hesitate, and hoped that he wouldn't fight at full strength. Noah, realizing that their powers were different, promised to suppress his firepower to the level of sparring, but warned that the ancient magic could seriously harm a human if hit. Siren immediately pounced on him, shouting with a smile for Noah to try to hit her first. She swung her sword, and with the sharp sound of the blade, it struck the air sharply. A moment later, the blow was delivered, and Siren was relieved to announce that the blow wasn't too hard, as she had attacked placidly. But the pain was still palpable. Noah grabbed his head and groaned briefly. Serena jumped back, motioning for him to continue. At that moment, she prepared to strike again, but Noah was no longer there. He instantly flew off to the side. Serena, noticing his excellent reaction, smiled and remarked that she envied his ability to float in the air. Noah, wasting no time, shouted that it was now his turn. Serena, with a smile on her face, agreed. Noah reached forward and flames began to gather in his palm. Serena instantly realized that it wasn't a simple spell, but his absolute flame. She decided that she shouldn't set herself up, as she had already sensed that this fire could easily hurt her. Noah concentrated, and the next moment a powerful stream of fire erupted from his hand. Serena didn't slow down as the flames surged around Noah. She jumped to the side, hoping that the flames wouldn't rush towards her. But despite her confidence, the fire did not seek her. It was as if it was frozen in the air, surrounding Noah like an invisible but powerful wall. Suddenly her eyes widened as she realized what Noah was about to do. He took advantage of the moment and fled. Serena felt herself realizing more and more with each passing moment that Noah could actually use his spatial transition skill. He could come up behind her, and she couldn't let that happen. Determined to waste no time, she instantly turned around and swung her sword quickly. But the air remained empty. She felt her efforts were futile when she realized that Noah was already behind her. Serena couldn't hide her smile, realizing that Noah had read her lunge and used the transition again. Noah, in turn, smiled back and pronounced that it was not easy to outplay her. Serena acknowledged that she had lost, and she did so with respect and excitement. The onlookers, who could not believe their eyes, could not hide their surprise. The girl standing in the background of their battle fought with an unimaginable inner struggle. Soon, she couldn't contain her elation, exclaiming that she couldn't believe that Yurang had defeated Orang. Moreover, the fight was of such a high level that it seemed impossible to most. Serena felt slightly embarrassed, for she was forgetting that everything that was happening was under the attention of the adventurers. Noticing this, Noah was also slightly confused, realizing that the battle was not unobserved. The girl who had been watching what was going on couldn't contain her surprise. She apologized for her earlier rudeness and offered Noah as an assistant to investigate the ancient ruins that were her mission. Serena, still smiling, nodded to Noah, supporting her offer. Noah, in turn, recognized that the offer was exactly what he wanted. A short time later, Noah, Serena, Fafnir, Carl, and the other friends were standing on the bridge, ready to say goodbye. Serena, noticing how quickly time was passing, regretted that goodbyes were always difficult. Serena looked at Noah with a smile and said that their time together had been short, but incredibly precious. It had been like a little trip into a fairy tale, full of unexpected discoveries and encounters. Noah, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied that he himself, in turn, knew almost nothing about the life of an adventurer, but that he had learned a lot during that time. Serena, with a smile, remarked that the next time they met, Noah could very well have an S rank or even become a hero of the kingdom of Raste. Noah, laughing, replied that she was exaggerating, but deep down, he realized that it wasn't such an impossible prospect. Serena stroked Fafnir as if to say goodbye, and turning to him, asked him to be careful. Fafnir nodded, sincerely wishing her to also not get sick or succumb to any dangers that might be encountered on the road. Noah walked over to little Carla, who was standing with her mother, and said goodbye to her. He thanked everyone for their support and help and felt like he was part of something real and important. When all the goodbyes were said, Serena held out her hand to him. Then, Noah was approached by the archaeologist and explained that there was a magical transport parked at the edge of the city, which they would use to travel to the ancient ruins. Noah nodded, realizing that now that he had completed his mission, he had a new journey ahead of him, full of mystery and discovery. Noah waved to everyone again, thanking them for their hospitality. All his friends, standing on the bridge, answered him with the same gesture. Serena, standing off to the side, with quiet tears in her eyes, whispered good luck to him, knowing how important this moment was to her friend. As Noah walked through the forest with the girl, they moved quietly towards the place where transportation was waiting for them. The girl suddenly noticed that she never introduced herself to him. With slight embarrassment, she informed him that her name was Yun, and that she worked as an archaeologist and engineer of magical tools in Ludolf, the capital of the kingdom. Noah, smiling, introduced himself and, not without pride, also showed her his familiar Fafnir. Fafnir, blushing slightly, mumbled that he was glad to meet her. Yun looked at the little talking dragon with curiosity, noting that such creatures were extremely rare, and with such a formidable name. Noah laughed as he saw Yun scrutinizing him. After walking for a bit, they came to a vehicle that was parked at the edge of the forest. The transport turned out to be an elegantly designed motorcycle that Yun was clearly proud to ride. She explained that it was her pride and joy, a magical motorcycle. Noah, surprised, admitted that he had never seen such a means of transportation. Yun, putting on her helmet, asked him with a smile if he was ready to hit the road. Noah nodded, feeling the excitement of the journey ahead begin to build. The motorcycle started up and smoke from the rear pipes began to rise into the air, filling the surrounding area with a distinctive sound. Noah noticed that, although they could get there in seconds with the spacewalk, he had always dreamed of traveling the world. The motorcycle, surprisingly powerful, began to move forward quickly. They rode through picturesque mountains, wide fields, and dense forests, enjoying every minute of the journey. Along the way, they made stops to rest, lighting fires, spending time talking, and sharing their impressions of what was to come. After several days of traveling, they finally arrived at the ancient ruins east of Ludolf, which amazed him with its grandeur. The walls, overgrown with moss and vines, stood in silent observation of time. The entrance to the ruins was dark and mysterious, and Noah immediately sensed that this place held many secrets. Yun suggested they start exploring right away. Both of them, determined to unravel the mysteries of these ancient walls, stepped into the dark entrance where an uncharted and promising future awaited them. Noah and Yun continued their journey through the ancient ruins. Yun, prompting Noah that he must now learn archaeological research, promised to be his mentor. She was experienced and confident, and Noah gratefully agreed. Yun explained that the treasures hidden in these ruins were protected by the most elaborate and dangerous traps. This warning made Noah focus and be extra attentive. But when Yun suddenly stepped on a hidden trap in the next moment, everything around her was immediately filled with alarming sounds. Metal arrows started flying out of the walls. At this moment, Noah activated the magic barrier without a second thought. Like a bubble, it surrounded them, and all the arrows flying towards them bounced off the transparent shield. Noah realized that Yun was quite right, there were indeed traps waiting here. Yun, dumbfounded by what had happened, was confused at first, but soon quickly pulled herself together. She explained that it wasn't an accident, but a specially organized test of his reaction. They walked on, but suddenly, this time, ropes came crashing down from the ceiling, which began to constrict Yun, wrapping around her body as if trying to trap her. It was sudden, and Yun found herself in a panic, not knowing how to get out of this situation. Noah, not wasting any time, immediately ran up to her. Using magic, he tore the ropes, and without hesitation, he picked her up. Noah carefully examined the ropes that had still enveloped Yun a short while ago, and realized that this was no accident. Every detail indicated that this was an ancient means of captivity. Yun, still catching her breath, thanked him for saving her. She stated that she had certainly been caught twice, but she was definitely ready for anything now. Noah continued to hold Yun on his back, helping her move through the ruins as they reached another room. Stopping, Yun declared that she wasn't going to leave Noah again and would follow him all the way. Noah wondered if the journey would be hard with such a burden on him, but Yun kept up as always, taking on a new challenge. Fafnir, noticing that they had a long way to go, dutifully decided to walk ahead so they could move safely behind him. Making their way through yet another corridor, they finally found the room in which they were to take another important step in their search for the ancient mysteries. As they entered its darkness, Yun's first question was what they would do next. Noah, peering into the dark corners and studying everything around him, confidently stated that everything was fine and there were no hidden traps here. His words reassured Yun a little, but she still continued to watch him warily. Noah, for his part, was scrutinizing one of the walls, on which mysterious symbols were carved. He couldn't just ignore them, his gaze was even more interested in them. Yun, noticing his concentration, asked in surprise if he could read them. Noah nodded and immersed himself in deciphering the symbols. He told Yun that the text mentioned how the father was worried about his daughter, considering her behavior inappropriate for her age, which worried him about her future. Yun was puzzled and didn't quite understand how it could be related to the ruins, but Noah explained that it was an ancient diary. He continued reading further, and among the entries he found a surprising description. It mentioned the 20th year of the runic calendar, the time of water, a sunny day perfect for teaching his daughter magic. Yun, upon hearing this, admitted that this was the first time she had encountered mention of the runic calendar. Noah explained that the current year, according to this calendar, is the 779th year, which means that more than 700 years have passed since this civilization existed. He added that this clearly indicates that the ruins were left behind by an ancient people. Reading further, Noah came across an even more puzzling entry. His father wrote in his diary that his humdrum life would be perfect if he didn't have to face reality. The man complained about the need to go and fight the dream turtle, despite the gravity of the task. Noah wondered what this dream turtle could mean. He turned to Yun again, and she, still sitting on his back, suggested that he continue his search for the great treasure hidden in these ruins. Immersed in discussion, they continued to explore the corridors. Soon they found themselves at a dead end. Fafnir, looking around, reported that they had already explored every possible path in these ruins. Yun, sighing heavily, admitted that despite the path they had traveled, they still hadn't found anything worthwhile. She climbed down off his back and said that he would now get a lesson from the elder. Exploring ruins, she added, usually didn't yield significant results. She then suggested that they at least read some more ancient records if they couldn't find the treasure. But at that moment Noah stopped and looked at the dead-end wall, and noticed that there was another, hidden mark on it. He read that it was an indication to find the book. Yun, perplexed, asked what book it could be referring to. Then, wasting no time, Yun pulled out her notebook, explaining that it was her personal secret notebook, containing all the records of her research as well as some girly notes. However, despite her attempts, nothing was happening. Noah stood there, immersed in thought. His thoughts centered on the mysterious book that was supposed to help unlock the secrets of these ruins. He had tried several times to find it, but it did not appear. His gaze was fixed on space, and for a moment he felt he had to try again. He thought that if this was the place where she should manifest, it would be here. When Noah opened his eyes, everything around him had changed. Instead of emptiness, an open book lay before him. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally been able to find it. There were many notes on the pages of the book. He studied them carefully, and gradually began to read about the ruin itself. The book described the number of traps, their locations, and most importantly, how to neutralize them. There was even a picture of a map detailing where the dangers were and where it was safe to pass through. On one of the maps, Noah noticed a ladder that led down behind a wall. Noah touched the book, focusing on its contents. He realized that he needed to change the space around him, and decided to do so. He carefully removed the wall from the map, replacing it with a door that now led to a new path. When he opened his eyes to return to reality, the wall in front of them was gone, and in its place was a passage. It was astonishing. Yun was dumbfounded. She exclaimed, asking how Noah had been able to do that. He answered her that it was hard to explain and suggested that they continue their exploration. Instead of stopping and wasting time, they should move on. Yun, despite her surprise, caught up with him and asked him to wait. The path continued and they soon found themselves in yet another room filled with light. Torches began to light up on the walls, illuminating their path. Yun, dumbfounded by what was happening, touched the walls, trying to figure out what the magic was. Noah explained to her that it was an ancient magic known as a torchlight, used for illumination and protection. The walls were made of a special metal, which couldn't help but surprise Yun. She noted that such construction was completely different from what they had seen in the upper levels of the ruins. The material used to build the walls was much more durable and technologically advanced. On top of that, this metal was of a much higher quality than any of its modern counterparts. She exclaimed that this was the real discovery of the century. Noah, for his part, was also shocked. As they continued walking, they seemed to go further and further into these mysterious ruins. Yun, still full of enthusiasm, ran after Noi, asking if he had found anything else that could add to their knowledge of the past of this place. Suddenly, all three of them stopped, stunned. Ahead of them was a completely unusual landscape, a mountain of crystals emitting a soft light, and right above them a girl floating in the air. Everything happening looked like a fantasy. Yun, hesitatingly, exclaimed that perhaps it was a doll. However, Noah, sensing the magic, declared that it wasn't a doll, but a person. He could feel the magical energy emanating from it. Yun was shocked. Noah, on the other hand, noticed that there was something completely unique in front of them. It was a magical mechanism, something he couldn't even imagine in his wildest speculation. He thought that perhaps this mechanism had the ability to freeze time, and it had something to do with the fact that the girl floating in the air was not moving. A few seconds passed and a notification appeared in front of them that access was allowed. Yun didn't understand how or why the mechanism had turned on and couldn't make out what was happening. At that moment, vapor began to emit from the device the girl was in, which showered them. As this vapor dissipated, the girl, who seemed frozen, began to fall. Noah was the first to notice her fall and reacted instantly. He rushed to her and managed to pick her up before she touched the ground. Noah could feel her slowly coming to her senses. His eyes followed her movements unerringly as the girl began to slowly rise, bringing consciousness back into her body. He jumped up, frowning, and shouted, asking if she was all right. The answer came barely above a whisper. The girl mumbled something inaudible. The girl looked at Noah with suspicion, and her words sounded like an accusation. She said that he spoke in a language that was unknown to her, and if that was so, then he was a devil. These words were spoken with such certainty that Noah barely had time to react before she twisted out of his grasp and kicked him in the blink of an eye, deftly flipping through the air. Yun and Fafnir stood a few feet away from them, watching with bated breath. The girl, after landing smoothly, adopted a fighting stance once again. The fire of determination burned in her eyes, and she was ready to attack again. Noah stood still, scrutinizing her movements, trying to figure out what was really going on. He couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't just an ordinary living entity, but something far more complex and ancient than he had realized. Suddenly, the girl began to sing. A quiet, but at the same time penetrating and enchanting sound filled the space around them. Noah felt the song penetrating into his consciousness, as if each chord of it affected not only his hearing, but also the depths of his soul. The realization came with agonizing clarity. He shouted to Fafnir to protect Yun, knowing that this magic could be dangerous to them all. As the dragon prepared to attack, Noah felt a power gathering inside his body. He raised his hand, activating his magic potential, and then, in an instant, the space around them was filled with fire. Bright flames erupted, engulfing the air between them. This powerful impact was the result of two magics colliding. The battle between Noah and the strange girl continued with terrific intensity. Noah was dumbfounded that there were still people in this world who could harness the power of absolute flame, so destructive and powerful. The girl was blasting him with fire, and Noah, unwilling to give in, was also releasing jets of fire. At some point, however, his emotions got the better of him and he struck too hard, and the girl lost her balance and fell to the ground. It was a moment of realization for Noah. The suddenness of the situation made him forget his restraint. He remembered her words about the language he spoke and realized that she had just used a language that was ancient and long forgotten. Furthermore, her ability to manipulate fire also spoke of her origins. It wasn't just a coincidence. He realized that in front of him was a member of an ancient race, a survivor from a time when magic and ancient languages were an everyday reality. Noah, after the girl fell, decided to approach her and try to clarify that he was not her enemy, that their encounter was just a misunderstanding. However, as soon as he approached, the girl suddenly jumped up, grabbing him with her legs and locking him in a ring of grappling. Noah couldn't even utter a word. All his strength was focused on trying to free himself. At that moment, Fafnir, without wasting any time, took his huge form and, with his mighty body, threw the girl aside. Despite this, the girl, as if nothing had happened, jumped back and got to her feet. Noah, breaking through the dust, tried to make sense of the situation and saw her standing nearby again. He couldn't help but thank Fafnir for his help, for with his intervention the battle had taken a different, less dangerous turn. Yun, who was watching everything that was happening, was dumbfounded. She could not believe that it was the real Fafnir, and she realized the seriousness of what was happening. Noah turned to the stranger again, yelling for her to stop. He tried to explain that they were no threat to her. The girl was stunned to hear the familiar language of the runes. This language was so ancient that its sounds made frost run down her skin, and the very thought of its existence in these times seemed impossible. She had already watched Noah wield the destructive power of the absolute flames he had unleashed upon them. Out of surprise, she approached Noah and asked if he belonged to the tribe of Run. His answer was short and frank, no. But that was what only heightened her surprise and curiosity. Noah sensed her surprise, his gaze darting to Yun. He asked for some time to explain everything he needed to explain. Yun, as always, supported him with a silent nod. Noah stepped closer to the girl. The girl immediately noticed that Noah was talking about things that went beyond a simple explanation. He mentioned that she was sealed in some kind of instrument that stops time, and that with his gift of deciphering and the magic of runes he was able to understand her language. The girl, upon hearing this, brushed away her tears. Remembering the terrible war when humans and devils fought for control of this world, she quietly confessed that her father had sent her here to preserve the last remnants of their culture and magic. Noah nodded, realizing that her existence was connected to an era he had only heard about in legends. Then she asked him a question that tore Noah from his musings. How long had she been sealed? Noah's answer was simple, but terrifying, so long that it was hard to believe. The languages of rune magic she had used were now ancient and almost forgotten. The girl fell silent, heavy with the realization of how many years had passed since the world had been as she remembered it. She was alone in this new world where everything had changed. Then, seeking solace and regaining lost connections, she asked Noah for help. She wanted to see the Tower of Heaven. Noah, who had heard of many myths and legends, did not immediately understand what she was talking about. He asked the girl again, not hiding his confusion. She, seeing his confusion, explained that the tower in question was the Celestial Tower, a watchtower standing nearby, and told him that its structure was built with runes that gave it an unprecedented level of strength, so that it could withstand through the ages. The girl, clenching her fists with excitement, declared that she had to see the modern world with her own eyes. She stood silently, watching Noah and Yun exchange a glance. He, remembering the importance of this request, asked Yun if it would be possible to take the girl to the Celestial Tower. Yun looked at the surrounding scenery carefully and thought for a moment, and seeing her excitement, she nodded. She remembered how they had passed by this tower on their way here, and despite her doubts, she was willing to help. Soon they were heading towards the Sky Tower, which seemed to reach for the sky itself, disappearing into the clouds. On their journey, they used Noah's abilities to instantly transport themselves to the top using spatial transition. And once they were at the very top, Alexia was amazed that Noah was able to use such a powerful skill as spatial transition. Standing on the edge of the tower, Alexia looked down. The vast realm of runes, Kirkshisha, spread out before her. Mentally, she traveled back in time, to a time when there were only ruins here, destroyed by wars and long conflicts. Back then, she had seen only stones and ash. Everything that had disappeared into the ashes of time, leaving only scraps of memories and ruined cities. She noticed that now the world around her had come to life, unfurled into a green and gold fabric, with new wonders standing firmly on it. Everything had changed, but there was still an emptiness in her heart. When she recognized the truth of Noah's words, her gaze faded. She felt the longing sharpen in her chest and immediately apologized to Noah for her doubts, realizing that she had been wrong. Noah, despite the girl's silence, still couldn't help but ask about what the kingdom of Kirkshish had been like in the days when it had prospered. Alexia thought for a moment, and then with a quiet smile began to tell how many years ago her home kingdom was not only beautiful and rich, but also populous. The people of that time lived in harmony with nature, not striving for luxury, and lived modestly, but with greatness of soul. She pointed down at a huge stone hand, and added that in the old days a representative of the race was the creator of true hand magic. Noah noticed this ginormous hand buried in the greenery and moss, and the girl, catching his eye, nodded silently in affirmation. The girl added that it was not just a sculpture, but the hand of a giant golem once created with ancient runes, the embodiment of her people's magical skill. The rune people of Kirkshish, she said, were so powerful that they were able to resist even the most horrific demonic creatures that invaded from the otherworldly dimension. She then asked a question, inquiring of Noah how many people now lived in the world. Noah replied with a slight pause that he didn't know the exact number, but he was sure that there were a lot of them. The girl nodded slightly, as if agreeing with herself. Noah added that perhaps it was through the efforts of the people of the runes that modern humanity was able to survive and prosper, as he had said earlier. The girl was silent, as if the words had dried up. Tears suddenly sprang to her eyes and rolled silently down her cheeks. Noah realized at once how hard it was for her to accept the truth, for only a few moments had passed. But in reality, whole epochs had passed, and she was alone in this new world. Her situation was truly difficult, almost unbearable. He softly told her not to worry, that things would get better. With a warm smile, he assured her that as one of the few people alive today who could control rune magic, he would be there to protect her. Behind her stood Yun, and looking at the scene, she too couldn't hold back her tears, sobbing quietly, adding that ancient people, it turns out, are so touching and sweet. Noah was a little surprised to hear her say that, and asked how she could have realized it. Yun explained that she had asked Fafnir to translate their conversation beforehand, and so she had heard everything. Yun then moved closer to the girl and gently, with concern in her voice, tried to reassure her. She assured her that she would not be left without help, promising to provide everything she needed: food, warm clothes, and safe shelter. Then she looked at Noah and offered to keep the incident a secret for the time being, for technically she was obliged to report it to His Majesty. But now she prioritized the girl's health, both physical and mental. Noah thanked her for her understanding. He then introduced Yun to the girl and told her that she was an archaeologist, a person with a good heart and pure intentions, so she should not be afraid of her. Yun, in turn, approached the girl herself, said her name once more, and tried to see if her interlocutor understood. Then, to make it easier to understand, she spelled her name, and the girl, catching the familiar sounds, began to nod. Next, Noah introduced himself, mentioned Fafnir as well, and then politely asked her what her name was. The girl answered, giving her name as Alexia. Noah noted that her name sounded truly beautiful, like an ancient song. The girl informed him that she was the princess of Kirkshish, and that it was a pleasure to meet them both. Noah was a little surprised at this revelation, but Alexia added with a touch of sadness that formal titles were no longer important to her. Yun, interested, asked Noah to translate what the girl had said, and he explained to her that what stood before them was Princess Kirkshisha, the last heir to the kingdom of the Rune people. Yun couldn't hide her surprise. Alexia continued by saying that despite all the centuries that had passed, the weight and privileges of being a royal still felt the same to her as before. Noah, slightly embarrassed, smiled faintly. When they were all down from the tower, Yun suggested going to her mansion located in the city of Ludolphia for a while, and Noah readily agreed. Yun added that she'd love to ride her motorcycle, but it was only big enough for 2 people. Noah, after thinking about it, said he could put her means of transportation in the inventory if he wanted, if it was convenient. At this time, Alexia, who was standing next to Fafnir, was watching their conversation closely. She, frowning slightly, called Fafnir a lizard and asked him what Noah and Yun were talking about, asking him to relay the meaning of the conversation to her. Fafnir was clearly stunned to hear himself addressed in such a manner. Alexia then moved closer and calmly added that she didn't mind walking, since the spatial crossing required too much mana. Noah wondered if she was sure of her decision, since it would be a long walk. Alexia said with a firm confidence in her voice that she trusted her legs completely. Noah grinned, noting that he knew from experience what he was saying. The girl gave him a sidelong glance, and he hastened to add that he was only joking. He then informed Yoon that they had made the decision to travel on foot. Yoon hadn't expected such a choice and looked slightly stunned. Alexia closed her eyes, remembering. Her father's image reappeared in front of her. He stood with his back to her and said goodbye to her, his precious daughter. It was at that moment that her father had handed her the fate of the people of Rune, handed her the future of their world. Now, standing next to Yoon and Noah, she felt that she was truly lucky. Had it not been for those two, for their intervention, she would have remained forever sealed and buried beneath the strata of time. She remembered her parents again, all her people, and gratitude blossomed in her heart for all they had given her. Noah and Yoon, hearing her slow her step, turned and called out to her to keep up. Alexia nodded silently and hurried to catch up with them. So they continued on their way, walking leisurely through the forest, exchanging words with smiles, soaking up the warmth of the living world. At the same time, in a completely different place, a mysterious creature, full of discontent, was lamenting the fact that Noah had delayed his carefully laid plan. It had intended to sacrifice the fairies with a huge reserve of magical energy, but could not even imagine that after the disappearance of the people of Rune, someone who owned the Book of Peace would appear in the world. Despite this, the creature saw the outcome as inevitable. It knew that Noah had the power to change the very fabric of reality, but even he would be unable to stop what had already begun. The creature was certain that they should not rush into it. It was at peace, for it was close to the dream turtle. Noah, Yoon and Alexia arrived in Ludolf, the majestic capital of the kingdom, where the architecture combined both ancient traditions and modern trends. Noah, looking around the city with admiration, noted that the royal capital was striking in its scope and splendor. Alexia, however, with a note of nostalgia in her voice, remarked that Kirkshisha was even more striking in its beauty and grandeur. As they approached the massive city gates, they noticed that the streets were bustling with people, each hurrying about their business, creating an atmosphere of endless movement. Alexia, unaccustomed to such hustle and bustle, felt a tremor in her hands and lowered her gaze, trying to hide her excitement. She explained to Noah that the abundance of people, shops, and goods around her made her feel anxious and confused. Noah, noticing her state of mind, asked if Kirkshish was less crowded and bustling. Alexia nodded, apologized for her reaction, and, seeking support, gently took his hand, admitting that she felt uncomfortable in this environment. Suddenly they were called out by someone's voice from the crowd. Passers-by looked at Alexia with curiosity and admiration, noting her extraordinary beauty and comparing her to an exquisite porcelain doll. Some marveled at her unfamiliar clothing, suggesting that she might be a foreign princess. Yoon, noticing these comments, noted to herself with a slight smirk that Alexia's origins were obvious to those around her. Noah, realizing that her outfit stood out too much from the local fashion, he removed his hooded cloak and slipped it over Alexia's shoulders, apologizing for the need for such a disguise. Alexia accepted his gesture gratefully. She noted that she felt much calmer in the cloak. Noah suggested that it might be due to the runes engraved on the fabric, which might have protective properties. Soon, they came to an imposing mansion that belonged to Yoon. Once inside, Yoon loudly announced her return. One of the maids came up to her, and Yoon handed her her cloak. She asked how the examination went this time, and Yoon replied that it was quite satisfactory. Then, pointing to Noah and Alexia, she introduced them as her companions who would be staying in the house for a while. She added that Alexia was a foreigner, and asked the maid to be particularly attentive and courteous to her. The maid nodded respectfully and approached Noah and Alexia, offering to take their outer garments. Noah gently asked Alexia to remove her robe, after which they handed their belongings to the maid. Alexia, feeling slightly dizzy from the emotions she had experienced and the long journey, admitted to feeling hungry. Yoon, noticing with a smile that she understood her words even without translation, suggested that they have lunch first. They went into the living room, where there was an exquisite table surrounded by comfortable chairs. One of the maids pulled out a chair for Noah, inviting him to sit down, which caused him slight embarrassment. She then asked if he had any special requests for food, to which Noah replied in the negative. Noah and Alexia sat down at the table, and Noah asked Alexia if she had any food preferences. Alexia shook her head slightly and signaled that she was willing to try anything that was offered. The maid nodded and asked them to wait for a while. Noah noted to himself how long it had been since the servants had treated him with such respect and care. Soon a variety of dishes appeared on the table, exuding appetizing aromas. Yun pointed to one of them, saying that it was the chef's signature creation. Everyone wished each other a pleasant appetite and began to eat. Noah noticed that Alexia was in no hurry to start the meal and gently reminded her that she could begin. Alexia picked up her fork and decided to taste what was offered. With some uncertainty, she stuck it into a piece of meat. Noah and Yoon watched her in amazement. In the next second, Alexia was eating the meat with obvious appetite, savoring every bite. Taking another bite, she blissfully closed her eyes, immersing herself in the flavor sensation. Yun, watching her, chuckled softly, noting that there was something primitive yet charming about Alexia's manner of eating. Alexia stopped suddenly, realizing that her behavior might seem inappropriate. She carefully placed her fork on the table and apologized for her manners. Noah, with a friendly smile, assured her that there was nothing to worry about and that there was no point in holding back when the food was so delicious. Alexia noted with slight sadness that her father was often angry with her for such behavior. Noah, understanding the strictness of royal customs, offered to teach her more refined table manners if she wished. Alexia nodded gratefully. Noah began by explaining how to hold a knife and fork properly, demonstrating by example. Alexia watched carefully and then tried to repeat. Carefully cutting off a piece of meat, she placed it in her mouth. Noah praised her, noting that she was doing a great job. As she chewed, Alexia remarked that the flavor really did come through more fully that way. Noah agreed with a smile. Then he asked the maid to pass him the loaf. When the bread was in his hands, he carefully cut it in half, as if performing a ritual, and showed her that meat and chopped vegetables could be placed inside. After he put it all together, the sandwich was complete, simple but appetizing. He showed Alexia that when everything comes together in one bite, eating becomes much easier and more convenient. Alexia, interested, also decided to try this uncomplicated but practical culinary idea. With slight uncertainty, but with genuine interest, she assembled the same sandwich for herself. Yun, watching this, remarked with a smile that it did look delicious, and enthusiastically declared that she would make one for herself as well. As the meal came to an end, Yun reminded her that now it was time to clean up and wash up. Fafnir, noticing the confusion on Alexia's face, informed her that she could now go and take a bath, and Noah, with warmth in his voice, thanked Yun for her concern. Yun nodded and gestured for Alexia to follow her. She took the girl's hand gently, as if to support her, and led her towards the bathroom, taking her time with a soft smile. Noah wished them luck with good-natured irony. At this point, Fafnir, with a slight sneer, asked him if he was so worried, why didn't he go with them? Noah only laughed in response, not taking it seriously. Meanwhile, the girls had already made it to the spacious, brightly lit bathroom and began to undress in preparation for bathing. Yun was eager to explain to Alexia what to do, but she could hardly understand what was going on. She didn't understand what Yun was saying, for Noah had always translated her words, and now, in his absence, the language barrier had become palpable again. Yoon seemed to be speaking with a joking seriousness, calling Alexia an ancient woman and warning her not to get too caught up in what was happening. But it was just a fantasy in Alexia's head. She was well aware that Yun couldn't have said anything offensive, but there was still something a little unsettling in her gaze. Although, it was probably just because Yun couldn't see clearly without her glasses. Alexia forced herself to calm down, reminding herself that they were only taking a bath, and there was no need to discuss anything. Yun, meanwhile, was pointing to the numerous bottles neatly arranged on the shelves. Alexia, embarrassed, didn't know if Yun expected her to start using them. She remembered that there was simple and quick purification magic in Kirkshish. She watched as Yun began to soap her head. Alexia wondered why she was covered in foam, and what those bubbles were that pulsed so vividly on her skin. Her thoughts drifted to the suggestion that it might be a form of modern magic, though the smell was surprisingly pleasant. Then, Yun pointed to one of the shampoo bottles again and squeezed some onto her palm. Alexia finally realized that it was a cleanser made from recycled plants. Trying to keep up, she too began to lather up, repeating Yun's actions. As Yoon watched her, she noticed how smooth and well-groomed Alexia's skin was, and how flawlessly clean it was. Everything about her appearance spoke of her origins. She was indeed a princess of the ancient kingdom. Alexia spoke a few words at one point, but Yun didn't understand anything, for without Noah, who usually served as a bridge between their speeches, the meaning of her words remained a mystery to her. She even thought Alexia had called her an arrogant woman and mentioned that she was actually a princess of an ancient family. However, Yun immediately realized that Alexia was unlikely to have said something like that. There might have been some coldness in her face, but Yun decided that it was probably just a natural feature of her appearance. Yun mentally told herself to ignore such thoughts, because they were just taking a bath, and it was no cause for alarm. They sat down together in the warm water, feeling the warmth envelope their bodies and relax their tense muscles. Alexia felt herself growing tired, for her lack of knowledge of the language made it hard for her to keep herself tense all the time. Suddenly, both girls sighed and looked at each other at the same time. There was something more in that silent gesture, an understanding, a unity, a mutual acceptance. They silently continued to enjoy the warm bath, allowing themselves to rest in silence. After a while they came out and, wrapped in soft towels, stopped in front of the mirror. Yun showed Alexia a hair dryer and with a smile called it a magical device designed to dry hair. Alexia stared in amazement at this strange device that reminded her of an artifact. Then, using her magic, she created streams of warm air that began to gently blow around her. Yun watched with genuine amazement as this magic enlivened the space around her, and noted to herself that an ancient civilization could indeed surprise. Alexia directed the air currents at Yun to dry her hair as well. Slowly, evening was descending on the city, the sky was getting darker, and the girls had already stepped out into the corridor where Noah met them. He asked how the bathing process had gone. Yun, with a slight chuckle, said it had been eventful, but they had managed. Alexia echoed her words in agreement. Noah was relieved that he was glad to hear that. He really did feel like they had bonded, grown closer to each other. When he approached Alexia, he remarked that she would be extremely uncomfortable living in a world where she could not communicate freely, and suggested that they study modern languages together. Alexia agreed, promising to try her best. Yun then turned to Noah and asked if she could learn ancient speech herself. Noah, smiling, replied that with her intelligence and erudition, she could definitely do it. He added that ancient and modern, despite the centuries between them, could still get along if people were sincere. Fafnir expressed the same thought in agreement. Yun and Alexia looked at each other and exchanged slight smiles of understanding. Then, as if wanting to lighten the atmosphere, Yun suggested Noah to go to the bath with them next time. Alexia unexpectedly supported the idea. Noah couldn't hold back his laughter and said with a slight irony that it was definitely not going to happen. Noah stood clutching an ancient book tightly in his hands, its pages covered with ancient symbols, as if imprinted by time. He pointed it out to his father, asking him to look at it, for it was his innate talent for deciphering that had enabled him to read such a complex text. Carefully, with an almost reverent caution, he opened the book before his father. Noah explained that this gift was not limited to deciphering, but allowed him to comprehend many forgotten languages, and therefore, despite the skepticism of those around him, this skill should not be underestimated. However, his father, instead of support or praise, sighed heavily with a cold expression on his face. He asked with unconcealed disappointment what good it would do at all. The next second he raised his hand, a familiar motion that had made Noah shudder as a child. The boy, then still small but now a young man, realized that his father was going to strike again. Terrified, he began to beg, shouting in desperation that he would be obedient, that he would do whatever he ordered, just to avoid pain, just to earn some recognition. And in that instant Noah woke up. His heart was beating fast, unevenly, and he was lying on the soft bed with a damp forehead. Next to him, deep in sleep, lay Fafnir. The realization came quickly. It was only a dream, one of those nightmares that leave a shadow across the bottom. Yet he didn't understand why the past, long forgotten, had resurfaced in his dreams again, plucked from the depths of memory. Soon he was sitting at the dining table across from Alexia. Neatly arranged plates of morning food were in front of them. Alexia looked at the contents of her plate with interest and, after a little thought, said that she was going to eat first the bread and then the white apple lying nearby. She carefully took a piece of bread in her hands, brought it to her lips and took a bite. Noah, paying attention to the way she spoke, was surprised to note that her command of the modern language had become much more confident. He said it softly, with a smile, and Alexia looked at him, smiled as well, and explained that the reason was simple. He turned out to be a good teacher. Noah was embarrassed. The embarrassment flared up in him quickly, like a light fire. He was quick to point out that it was not his fault at all, but the result of her own efforts. At that moment Alexia lowered her head, as if she were thinking about something important. Noah cautiously asked if everything was all right, and Alexia asked him quietly to stroke her head. He reached out and gently touched her hair, feeling its silky smoothness. Then, he began to stroke her slowly, with care, as if confirming that she really deserved it, that she was doing well despite everything she had been through. Suddenly Alexia cried out with unexpected enthusiasm, promising that she would try even harder. Noah, touched by this scene, wondered if her father had ever stroked her the same way, with such warmth and kindness. And at that moment the image of his own father came back to his heart. Alexia noticed the change in his expression and looked at him with concern. She asked if he was all right. Noah hurriedly replied that everything was fine. Alexia, without giving up trying to understand, wondered if he wasn't feeling well or if something was wrong. Noah assured her that everything was fine and asked her not to worry about it. She asked if he was sure of what he was saying, and then Noah, to distract himself from his thoughts, started thinking out loud that it would be a good idea to go to the guild and register Alexia as an adventurer. Alexia leaned closer and asked who the adventurers were. Noah explained that they were sort of all-purpose workers, taking on any task from gathering herbs to fighting monsters. Alexia, after listening to him, nodded, expressing understanding. He added that such a life would allow her to learn a lot about the modern world, and also to earn money on her own. Alexia didn't hesitate to say that she was ready as long as she was there for him. Noah turned around with a smile and turned to Yoon, asking if she had any plans for today. Yoon sat on the floor, completely focused on the strange device glowing with faint magical symbols. Fafnir, who was watching her, noticed that her concentration while working with the technique was amazing. Alexia, looking on curiously, asked what exactly Yoon was doing. Noah explained that Yoon was creating a new magical device and, from what he understood, was trying to redirect the power of the rune symbols to power the mechanism. This impressed Alexia, as such technology was something completely new and surprising to her. Realizing that Yoon was completely absorbed in her work, Noah decided that he and Alexia would go to the guild alone. He announced this, and after saying goodbye, the two of them left the house, leaving Yoon in silence and in her magical technical world. Soon, Noah and Alexia arrived at the Adventurers Guild located in the heart of Ludolf. Alexia, a bit confused, registered, receiving her first D rank. Although the procedure was surprisingly simple, she still felt that she had acted somewhat clumsily, speaking perhaps a bit underwhelmingly. Noah, noticing this, explained that Lady Yoon had written a letter of recommendation beforehand, which made the process go so smoothly, and Alexia had gotten her D rank right away. Alexia was grateful for Yoon's help, and she smiled and remarked that she was certainly a wonderful person. Noah confirmed that his rank was also upgraded to D. Fafnir, who had been watching closely, explained that for Noah, with his skills, being at that level was not the limit, and he could easily be promoted to S rank. Noah explained that rank could only be improved one rank at a time, and that all in good time. Alexia, sensing how busy the city was, looked around at the crowds of people and stated that she was getting a little heavy and tired of the noise and crowdedness. Noah agreed with her, noting that there had been enough for the day, and suggested they return home. They left the guild, and as they walked down the stairs, Alexia suddenly declared that she wanted to eat. Noah suggested she go to the market, and she nodded eagerly, running ahead. He, a little surprised at her eagerness, followed her. Footsteps they hadn't heard earlier became more apparent. Alexia, engrossed in her search for food, noticed that she planned to take a bath after dinner, and even suggested that Noah join her. Noah, embarrassed by the offer, abruptly declined, stating that he was not going to take a bath. Fafnir, watching this, asked with a chuckle if Noah wanted to keep them company. Noah only shook his head in response, and their conversation continued. Alexia, after a bit of thought, asked Noah what Fafnir's gender really was. Noah laughed, not expecting such a question. At that time, another presence, unnoticed until then, suddenly appeared behind them. Right behind them, in a dark cloak, was a man whose silhouette left no doubt. Noah stopped instantly, and his eyes widened in surprise. Standing before him was his father, Aldheim Hildegand. Alexia, dumbfounded by what was happening, could not hide her surprise as she realized that the very man who stood before them was Noah's father. Hildegand calmly looked at Noah and said that all explanations could be left for later, and now Noah should return to his mansion. Noah, not understanding what was going on, objected that he had been banished from this house. However, Hildegand, without another word, grabbed his arm with a force that left him no choice. He told his son to shut up and just follow him. Noah, desperate to break free, screamed that he wasn't going back. His life was different, and now he had his own business to attend to. His father calmly let go of his hand. In the next second, a blob of fire magic appeared out of nowhere in the air, raising the heat around him. Hildegand declared that if Noah did not return willingly, he would bring him back by force. Noah reacted quickly, placing his hand in front of Alexia and Fafnir, ordering them to be careful. He explained who stood before them, his father, Aldheim Hildegand. The moment Noah expected his father to retreat, the situation changed dramatically. Balls of fire began to descend from all sides, as if from dark corners. This barrage of fire was one of the calling cards of Aldheim Hildegand, the strongest fire mage in their lineage. In his hands was magic that could destroy, crush, and subdue. Noah was dumbfounded to see so many fireballs at once, but sensing a new source of power within himself, he instinctively raised his hand. At that moment, a stream of bright flame erupted from his palm. The magic that Noah was just beginning to realize and control was ancient, violet, misty, and intimidating. Noah's father, Hildegand, was stunned. He could not believe his eyes. Before him stood the son whose magic was so powerful and ancient. The purple fire that burst from Noah's hands was not just fire. It was ancient magic, which meant Princess Claudia's words were true. He inquired if Noah had found that ancient grimoire. Noah, with only a nod, confirmed that yes, he had found it. That was excellent. Hildegand knew that hidden in their ancestral estate was the library of Aldheim Din, the first head of their great family. Hildegand realized that Noah, his son, with whom he had been at odds for so long, had now revealed to him the full power of his failing talent. He realized that Noah, through deciphering ancient texts and magic, was able to master such magical powers. With each passing moment, the fight between them gained momentum, and Hildegand, unable to contain his anger, shouted that Noah finally deserved to accept the position of head of the family. But Noah, with no change in his facial expression, only calmly replied that he refused everything his father had offered him. Hildegand, stunned by this refusal, stood in silence, but his silence was only transient. Noah realized that Hildegand only saw him as a tool for his own purposes, not a person with his own desires. Hildegand soon began shouting again that talent was what was truly valued in their family, that they were Aldheims, that they had an obligation not only to be strong, but to stay strong without giving away their power. To him, talent wasn't just a blessing, it was destiny, and Noah had to follow it. Noah, with his head down, realized that what mattered to his father was not his freedom, but his strength. Hildegand, as if trying to justify himself, said that he did not want to organize a pogrom in the capital, that he did not want to resort to such extreme measures. However, in light of the current situation, his patience seemed to have run out. In the blink of an eye, Hildegand, unwilling to delay, unleashed a flurry of magic. But before the fire could reach its target, Alexia, who was standing behind Noah, also released her magic, fighting not only for herself but also for his safety. Noah, feeling the space around him fill with magic, turned around and looked at Alexia in surprise, asking why she had decided to act as well. Alexia, without embarrassment or fear of his father's gaze, calmly replied that if Hildegand continued to attack, his injury was inevitable. She urged Noah not to hold back and to fight as hard as he could, regardless of who stood before them. Hildegand, clenching his teeth in anger, saw that his attempts to attack had failed. His magic met a powerful wall of resistance, and his fireballs began to fade, dissipating into the air. His gaze was filled with anger. He hated this girl more and more. Noah, sensing the power he had always sought to wield, stood directly in front of Alexia, taking some of her danger, as if protecting her from further blows. At that moment, the entire ground beneath their feet shook, and the air trembled as if the magic itself wanted to break free of their control. The ground began to crack, the walls of the building seemed about to collapse, and the first violent tremor caused the people hiding in the houses to peer out into the street and look around fearfully, wondering what was happening. Hildegand, clenching his teeth until they were bloody, took one last look at Noah and said that he would surely bring him back, no matter how much effort it took. He added that Noah shouldn't try to run away, for he wouldn't be able to. With these words, he turned abruptly and began to walk away, without giving Noah a chance to say a word in response. His footsteps fell silent, and soon his figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a light trail of magic. Noah stared unmoving in the direction where his father had disappeared before turning to Alexia and thanking her for her help, apologizing for his behavior. She was silent, her gaze thoughtful, as if she was trying to comprehend everything that was happening. At this point, when everything seemed to have quieted down, Fafnir, who was standing nearby, broke the silence. He inquired if Noah had sensed what was happening next, as if he intuitively knew that something more was to follow. Noah, nodding, explained that he felt a source of magical power coming from far away. But what it was, he didn't know exactly. It was something so powerful that every moment felt like a foreshadowing of something terrible, and he couldn't stay calm. Suddenly, as if from the shadows, Alexia whispered that it was the dream turtle. Noah froze. His face remained still. He didn't know what exactly she meant. Alexia couldn't believe that the dream turtle still existed in the modern world, but the inner premonition wouldn't let her go. Suddenly, an unimaginable creature appeared in the east, a monster of monstrous proportions slowly approaching the city. Ancient records found in the ruins foretold its appearance and called this creature the dream turtle. These words, spoken by Yun right in front of the king's throne, made everyone present in the hall freeze in horror. The king's daughter, Claudia, was frightened and screamed, but her scream was overshadowed by the king's determination. He instantly ordered the gathering of all the might of the kingdom to prevent destruction. Immediately, orders were given for the Order of Knights to gather units of mages and send adventurers of all ranks, starting with D for help. Soon, an alarm was sounded throughout the kingdom. Announcements were made, and most importantly, the entire mage army, including the nearest adventurer guilds, were to move urgently to the capital city of Ludolf. Carl and Serena, one by one, read this order. Yun, shifting her gaze from the king's paperwork to Noah and Alexia, began to explain to them that they had raised every possible force in the kingdom, and she even found it hard to believe that it was all happening so quickly. Yun exhaled in relief and said that thank goodness Noah and Alexia had sensed the presence of the dream turtle right away. She continued that the dream turtle was moving at a tremendous speed, and given its advancement, the capital would be reached in 3 days. This meant that they should begin the task of pacification in 2 days at the eastern border. Yun added that she would likely be at the castle planning a strategy based on the information Alexia shared with her, and Noah and Alexia could use the mansion at their discretion to rest and prepare. Noah thanked her for her support. Alexia, not without concern, asked Yun to rest more so as not to wear herself out too soon. Yun waved them off, heading off to her business. Noah and Alexia soon found themselves in an empty mansion, where they were soon greeted by maids who apologetically informed them that they too had been ordered to evacuate due to the impending threat. Smiling, Noah and Alexia were left alone. As soon as the door closed, Alexia noticed the strange silence that filled the city. The only people left in the capital were the soldiers and adventurers who would take part in the pacification of the dream turtle. This sense of calm before the storm was unsettling. Noah suggested they rest, saying they should save their strength for the decisive battle, and Alexia nodded, agreeing with him. At the last moment they wished each other good night, and each seemed to sink into their own thoughts. But soon Alexia, still feeling anxious, stopped suddenly, looking at Noah with sadness in her eyes. In that moment, she decided that she needed to be near him. She offered to let him sleep together to ease her fear at least a little. Noah, noticing the way she looked, couldn't refuse and agreed. They got into the same bed, and soon Alexia was breathing peacefully as she drifted into sleep. But for Noah there were still too many thoughts that kept him awake. After a while he felt a strange pressure on his clothes. Alexia, holding him tightly by the sleeve, apologized. She confessed that after the appearance of the dream turtle, memories of the past were continuously arising in her mind. She was afraid the nightmares would return again, and so she couldn't sleep. Noah sighed, realizing he couldn't help her with words, but his sympathy was deeper than mere understanding. Fafnir was snoring quietly somewhere nearby, his presence providing some comfort. After a while, Alexia called out to Noah again, asking the unexpected question of whether he had a bad relationship with his father. Noah answered quietly that yes, he did. He told her of his origins, that he was from the Aldeheim family, a famous and respected family of mages, but had been rejected for not living up to expectations, deeming his talent useless. Alexia remained silent, her heart squeezed with sympathy for Noah, and she hoped that someday he would be able to patch things up with his family. But Noah replied softly that it wasn't that easy. Many things in life were more complicated than could be put into words. The minutes dragged on, and soon Alexia asked Noah to promise that he wouldn't die. She pressed herself a little closer to him, fearful of the coming battle. Her words were full of concern, for the dream turtle was no ordinary foe, and not even in Kirksheesh was his equal. Noah firmly promised that he would not let himself be killed. He would do anything to defeat this monster. Alexia nodded, and, sensing his confidence, drifted into sleep, snuggling against him. Noah smilingly continued to stroke her head. He said goodnight to her, and then noticed that Alexia was snuggled up to him on one side and Fafnir on the other. It all made for a cozy but tense atmosphere. Noah pondered the upcoming battle and in particular the dream turtle. He knew that he would be facing one of the toughest opponents of his life. He also thought of his father, who would probably take part in this battle, but he sincerely hoped that their paths would never cross again. With these thoughts, Noah finally fell asleep. In the morning, Fafnir sat next to the bed and shouted loudly for Noah and Alexia to wake up. Noah, still half asleep, jumped up and asked what had happened, if the movement of the dream turtle had changed. However, Fafnir stated with certainty that everything was unchanged. He added that the time was past noon. Noah, dumbfounded, quickly jumped up. Quickly packing, he noticed that they needed to be at the garrison or they would be late. He shouted to Alexia to get changed as well. Alexia, still yawning, lifted herself off the bed and started to undress, but Noah quickly grabbed Fafnir and sprinted out of the room. When they arrived at the garrison, Noah turned to Alexia again, wondering how she could have slept so soundly before the decisive battle. Alexia, however, noted with a chuckle that Noah himself snored like a pig. Fafnir, with a smile on his face, stated that the important thing was that they had made it. The garrison to the east of Ludolf was already full of adventurers preparing for the upcoming battle with the Turtle of Dreams. Alexia turned her attention to the people who had come from the nearby cities. Among them were many mages, archers, and fighters in huge armor. Noah noticed that they were S-rank adventurers, the elite fighters of the Rasti Kingdom, of which there were 12 in all. Fafnir suddenly turned to Noah and raised an important point. He explained that in battle, he would be extremely uncomfortable fighting in his usual guise of a small dragon. He could not assume his true form while in the midst of so many people. Noah nodded, agreeing with Fafnir's reasoning, realizing that his concerns were well-founded. A short time later, Fafnir flew into the nearest tent. Noah and Alexia stood waiting, humbly watching, not knowing what to expect. When Fafnir returned, he was completely changed. Standing before them was a beautiful little girl with horns, with a distinctly inhuman look, yet very cute appearance. He explained that now, as a human, he would be free to turn around to his full height without attracting too much attention. Noah, stunned, asked why Fafnir had decided to turn into a human. Finding himself confused, he noticed that the creature now had a female form. Fafnir simply replied that he had no concept of gender, and if he had to disguise himself, it was best to look cute so as not to arouse suspicion. It was at this point in their conversation that the girl behind Noah approached them. She stated that all adventurers were given an emergency quest strategy guide. Noah took a sheet of paper and began to read it, and Alexia, noticing his absorption, asked what it said. Fafnir, however, looked closely at the document and replied that he was unable to make sense of the contents. Noah continued reading and finally reported that the forces involved in the battle were divided into 3 main groups. The first group was the Knights of the Rasti Army and the Mage Division. They would be at the forefront, fighting directly against the Dream Turtle. The second group is the adventurers, including him and Alexia, as well as fighters from neighboring cities. The third group was a defense squad consisting of court mages and S-rank adventurers. Alexia, who seemed a little concerned, asked why they couldn't go on the attack right away. Noah explained that it was better to entrust the command to the army, for they were more experienced and organized in this kind of battle. Among the commanders of the last squad was his father, which reassured Noah a bit, as he were in different groups, and probably meeting him during the battle was unlikely. However, Noah went on to explain that there would be various magical mechanisms in the path of the Dream Turtle designed to slow it down. However, they weren't sure how long they would be able to hold the monstrous creature. After all, the mechanisms would only slow down the turtle's progress, but they were unlikely to be able to stop it completely. Alexia, as she watched the magical mechanisms, couldn't believe that she would have to fight this horrible creature again. She mentally turned to the memory of her father and the other fallen heroes. They were all gone, leaving this world behind, but she was determined that this time she would defeat the Dream Turtle. Noah, noticing her pondering, offered to carry her belongings to their lodging place. Tonight they were to sleep in a tent, for there was a decisive battle ahead. Alexia nodded in agreement, and despite the strain of waiting, they made their way to their tent. Meanwhile, Princess Claudia was approaching Hildegand. She expressed her gratitude for his participation in preparing for this assignment and apologized for the day that had been filled with difficult moments. Hildegand, holding back his emotions, replied that it was fine, for it was not easy for Princess Claudia to fulfill such duties despite her young age. She was no longer just the king's daughter, but actually his replacement. Claudia, on the other hand, admitted that she was very afraid for her father and didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Hildegand was silent, sullenly absorbed in his own thoughts. He realized that Noah was also involved in an emergency assignment, and his success might have caught the attention of Claudia, who could perhaps see him in a different light. Suddenly, Hildegand spoke up. He stated that he honestly wished he could fight in the front lines so that he could personally take part in the battle with the Dream Turtle. Claudia, however, replied that given his abilities and experience, it would be far more useful for him to lead the command and coordinate from the field. The next day, Noah, Fafnir, and Alexia stood in front of the tent, ready for action. The warriors took up their positions first, ready to meet the threat. Their shields were raised, and knights from Rasti's army lined up in full battle readiness in front of them. This was an emergency mission called the Battle with the Dream Turtle, and so it began. The projectiles meant to hit the turtle flew straight towards it, meeting the monstrous creature that was wreaking havoc. And finally, the battle for survival had begun. In a temporary shelter on the outskirts of the kingdom's capital, where children hiding from danger played under the supervision of women, the atmosphere was filled with anxiety. A little girl approached her mother, asking with anxiety in her voice if it was true that an impending monster intended to destroy their home. Her mother, smiling, tried to reassure her, assuring her that Rastia's soldiers, the strongest in the kingdom, would handle the monster. She kissed her daughter on the forehead, reminding her that everything would be all right. The girl only nodded quietly, but there was still an undisclosed worry in her eyes. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a fierce battle had begun. The warriors, without holding their breath, opened the maximum angle of fire on the Dream Turtle. The shells stabbed into its huge body, but did not cause any significant damage. One of the soldiers shouted to the commander in despair that the attacks were failing, and the monster was not stopping. The commander, clenching his fists, ordered it not to stop and continue fighting, but he himself was shaken. He didn't understand what was behind this incredible defense the turtle had. Suddenly, the monster opened its huge mouth, and this sight paralyzed everyone. Fear gripped the soldiers. The commander, realizing the inevitability, gave the order to retreat. The turtle did not slow down. It continued to break everything in its path, and there seemed to be no force that could stop it. As the turtle approached the second line of defense, one of the girl commanders, not hiding her alarm, shouted that the monster was almost there. She gave a command to the adventurers to be ready to engage immediately. Alexia, Noah, and Fafnir finally had a chance to demonstrate their strength. They stood back, watching the rest of the soldiers desperately fighting a monster that was twice the size of any monster they had ever encountered. The turtle, oblivious to their attacks, was still advancing, and the defenses that had seemed so powerful were beginning to crack at the seams. The shells were running out, and the barrier that was holding back the monster was being damaged. The commander of the soldiers, noticing that the situation was becoming catastrophic, said with concern in his voice that this might be the end. Suddenly, one of the soldiers, despairing, said that they wouldn't be able to hold the line. The soldier behind the commander called out quietly, but his words were barely audible over the rumble of the battle and the sounds of collapsing walls. The commander nodded silently, realizing that the situation was critical. But the commander, clenched his teeth, gave the command for one last desperate attack. He believed that the soldiers, fighting for their homes, families, and homeland, would be able to hold back the turtle for even a moment. The soldiers, ready to fight to the end, rushed forward. And despite their desperation, their hearts were full of courage. They attacked without thinking of their own lives, only to protect those who were left behind, those they loved. The turtle, whose gaze was full of menace and ruthlessness, continued to advance, destroying everything in its path. At this point, Alexia, unable to bear the sight, whispered words of thanks to the soldiers. Their courage was great, and she felt that they should be grateful to these brave warriors. Then, gathering her strength, she flew into the air, channeling her magic. She shouted that they would not die, and all the soldiers, adventurers, and mages who had been watching her surreptitiously looked on in amazement. Alexia used her powerful magical barrier that surrounded all the soldiers, protecting them from the oncoming death. The turtle tried to destroy it, but the barrier held, holding back the monster. Fafnir didn't hesitate, soaring into the air, shouting to the soldiers to move away, and then raised his weapon to help Alexia hold back the monster's onslaught. He warned that the turtle was already too close. Alexia, wasting no time, turned to the adventurers, loudly ordering them to flee. The soldiers stood terrified, unsure of what to do, until they realized that they really needed to retreat. Noah, who was standing to the side, carefully watched what was happening, his gaze never taking his eyes off the dream turtle. Rage and pain flared in his heart. He remembered the destruction of Kirkshish and the loss of many lives. He finally realized that it was this dream turtle that had brought death to the family, including Alexia's father. He raised his hand, and a tornado began to erupt from it. The wind swirled around him, intensifying as if nature itself was responding to his anger. Noah felt that everything that had happened was her fault. The tornado was rushing straight for Turtle. Alexia and Fafnir looked at Noah with surprise and perhaps a little fear. Noah kept moving forward, feeling the power of the element fill him. He cried out that this turtle was the reason Alexia was all alone. In his hands was the storm blade, his master skill that turned the whirlwind into a deadly weapon. He slammed into the monster's body, trying to do damage. Noah stood there, watching as the tornado he created gradually swirled around the dream turtle. There was silence all around, interrupted only by the sounds of the raging magic. Suddenly, when all this whirlwind subsided, Noah froze, surprised. The turtle stood still as if nothing had happened, and showed not the slightest sign of damage. Noah couldn't believe his eyes. Even after such a powerful blow, her shell remained unharmed. Fafnir, standing next to him, could not hide his amazement. Alexia, who was watching closely, noticed that the monster had hidden in its shell, completely protecting itself from external influences. The dream turtle, as if it felt neither pain nor fear, extended its giant head out of its shell again. Soon, magical projectiles began to fly out of its shell like a powerful gun, piercing the air with bright flashes. These projectiles struck the barrier Alexia had created with a whoosh and rumble, but despite the force of their impact, the protective wall remained undefeated. Noah gritted his teeth and realized that the dream turtle's shell had one of the most devastating abilities. Not only did it absorb magic, but it could also reflect it with staggering force. Noah's gaze settled on Alexia, his thought sharpened. He turned to her, feeling heavy, and said that while her firepower could be defended against, the turtle herself had become too difficult and dangerous an opponent. He realized that he could not continue as he had with the mithril golem, for the turtle was not just a magical creature, she was nearly invincible in that form. Thinking about what he needed to do now, Noah remembered the Book of Peace, an ancient source of magic that could possibly change the rules of this battle. Noah looked back sharply at his comrades. He looked at Alexia and Fafnir, realizing that their help was needed. He wondered if they could distract the turtle, even if only briefly, for he had a plan to defeat it. However, in order to realize this plan, Noah knew that he would be helpless for a while, as his body would not be able to withstand such a strain. Alexia and Fafnir, without hesitation, met his gaze with confidence. Determination burned in their eyes, and they promised in one voice that he could rely on them. Noah nodded and thanked them, but then everything seemed to go wrong. Suddenly, a strong wave of magical energy shook his body, and before he knew it, he felt himself being attacked from behind. Noah and Fafnir turned around dumbfounded, not expecting such a blow. The magic attack from behind was so unexpected that they didn't have time to react. A blast of magic went off right behind Noah's back and his body was thrown forward. He felt his strength begin to slip away, but quickly held back. He heard Fafnir and Alexia screaming, but Noah, not letting himself be confused, soon shouted to them that he was alright. Noah, clutching at his resolve, shouted loudly to his comrades to focus and attack the dream turtle before it gained a decisive advantage. He couldn't understand what had happened, but he intuitively sensed danger. Noah turned around sharply, and then his gaze settled on a dark figure standing directly behind him. It was his father. Aldheim Hildegand, with eyes full of rage and disgust, stood a few feet away from Noah. His face was contorted with anger, and in his hands he held a fire that blazed with a bright, merciless light. The father, with not an ounce of warmth in his voice, uttered his threat. Every word sounded as if Hildegand had already decided that his son must disappear. Hildegand, who had been watching his magic do no damage to Noah, suddenly noticed a cloak of protective magic on his body. It was something strange, for as he realized, this magic was an ancient artifact, a relic of a bygone time that had nothing to do with modern magic. Hildegand's gaze became more somber. He decided to waste no time in thinking and used his fire magic to full effect again. He ordered the flames to wrap themselves into a whip and encircle his enemy. This was the third level of fire magic, the fire whip, which instantly began to curl its flaming tentacles around Noah. The fire was searing and fierce, but Noah didn't hesitate. Water, as his salvation, rushed from his hands in the form of a mighty wave, repelling the flames and turning them to vapor before they could reach him. Noah, clenching his teeth, tried in desperation to reach his father, begging him to stop. He said that this was not the time for fighting, that they both had a far more important purpose. But Hildegand was inexorable. He curled his lips into a grin and said with a deafening shout that he didn't care at all about what was happening in the capital or how things were going with the dream turtle. All that mattered to him now was Noah, his son, whom he intended to get back at any costs. He had no regrets, nor did he fear the consequences. Noah tried to attack him with absolute flame again. Hildegand responded by using the fourth level of magic, the ice wall. A powerful ice barricade instantly came between them, blocking Noah's attack. Noah saw his father using magic power to easily block absolute flames that defied the combination of attributes. But Noah wouldn't be himself if he gave up. He used a magic shot, aiming it towards his father. His father, seeing Noah's actions, furiously ordered his flames to explode with anger, activating level 6 magic. At this moment, the air around them seemed to overheat and the magic overflowed into the space. A moment later, he used his destructive lava meteor skill. A huge ball of lava erupted from his hand, and like a meteorite, it rushed towards Noah. Their gazes met, and despite the power in front of him, Noah remained calm. Following that, the incredible magic exploded, leaving behind a huge crater gaping in the ground. Noah continued to stare at his father, who at that moment, laughing, appeared out of the clouds of smoke. Hildegard, smiling, said that no one would have thought that such a worthless talent could equal him, the greatest magician of his time. He expressed regret that this power would not go to the Aldheim family, considering it extremely unfortunate. There was a hidden threat in his voice when he added that if the secret of Noah's exile became known, their family's reputation would be ruined, and perhaps even his title would be lost. That was why he was willing to do anything to accomplish his goal. Then, with fury, he took off his robe, as if symbolizing the beginning of the final battle. He let out a shout that he would not allow Noah to continue to resist, and if he refused to return home, he would leave him no choice but to erase his very existence, Noah Aldheim. Noah, meanwhile, remained silent, as he whispered that he had no intention of returning to his family. He made it clear that he would not let his father kill himself. With that determination, the next second he threw off his robe. His eyes sparkled with determination as he declared that he had already made up his mind. He would definitely defeat the Dream Turtle. That was his promise to Alexia, and nothing could change it. He admitted that he didn't want to fight his father, but nothing could be done anymore. Looking directly into his eyes, he realized that since the situation had come to this point, he was left with no choice. His father was dumbfounded by this look of determination and certainty. He couldn't believe what was happening, couldn't realize that his own son was opposing him. Hildegard's voice became fierce, and he exclaimed that it was too insolent and impudent to look at him that way. Noah answered him by saying that it was too late to be a father now. The next second, Noah disappeared from sight right in front of Hildegard. The father, stunned, realized that transference magic was happening in front of him. His rage turned to madness, and he roared that he would not let him escape. But Noah, unbidden, whispered that he wasn't going to run or hide. Hildegard tried to turn around, but it was too late. Noah was right behind him, ready for the decisive blow. He quickly ran up and delivered a crushing blow with his fist to his father's face. Hildegard collapsed to the ground with a loud cough. Noah stood over him while his father, lying on the ground, tried to grin again despite the pain. Noah then asked him how much longer he would cling to him, for if he didn't stop right here and now, all the blame would fall on him alone. His father, still on the ground, rose to his knees and, barely containing his trembling, asked if Noah really intended to kill him, for he was his own father. Noah put his hand forward, and his gaze was hard and determined. Hildegard, looking into his eyes, began to feel a fear that could not be hidden. At that moment, Noah used his magic, and emptiness appeared in Hildegard's eyes. His father's body collapsed to the ground. Noah stood over it silently, not showing any emotion. He then began to walk away, tilting his head slightly, whispering a farewell. At this moment, Alexia continued her fight with the Dream Turtle. Fafnir flew around, unleashing streams of fire at the giant creature. He flew up to Alexia and, noticing that she was tired, offered to rest for a while. However, Alexia assured him that she was fine and continued the fight. At this point, as the tension reached its peak, someone approached them. Both, as if on cue, looked around, and their gazes met his. It was Noah. Bowing his head, he quietly apologized for his delay, as if it mattered at a moment like this. His eyes quickly glanced around the others, and as if encouraging them, he suggested that they act together and finally defeat the Dream Turtle. Alexia looked back at him with a slight shudder of surprise, and without hiding her concern, asked about his father. The question seemed to hang in the air, but Noah remained silent, his face impenetrable. He didn't know how to find the right words. Smiling slightly, he said quietly that he no longer had a father. That simple admission sounded like a sentence. Tears suddenly appeared in Alexia's eyes, which had been full of determination until then. Suddenly Fafnir, without taking his eyes off the turtle, proclaimed that the monster was beginning to attack again. Noah, wasting no time, thrust his arms forward. His magic strengthened a shield that, like a massive wall, took the turtle's blow. That shield did not waver, holding back the destructive force of the attack, and there was silence in the air. But Noah knew it wouldn't be enough. He couldn't afford just a defense. He looked at Fafnir and Alexia, and without losing his resolve, he asked them to distract the turtle for a while, giving him time to sort out his defenses and find a way to break through this monster. The response was immediate. Fafnir and Alexia nodded, their shoulders tense. They were ready to take the full onslaught to allow Noah to focus on the next step. Thick smoke rose from the turtle's mouth again, and her eyes glittered with malice. At that moment, Noah flew straight towards her gigantic body without slowing down, shouting loudly to his companions that he was counting on them. His voice was confident, but there was also a sense of underlying anxiety in it. Alexia, clearly not expecting such a maneuver, shouted at him. Noah realized that in order to make changes to Turtle, he had to be as close as possible. Noah, knowing he was risking his life, repeated that he needed to stand on her shell. He flew closer and closer, oblivious to the danger. Alexia, horrified to realize that Noah really intended to take the risk, exclaimed at him anxiously that he was mad. But in spite of the danger, she resolutely declared that since he was so determined, she too would follow him. Determination sparkled in her eyes, and she could not let Noah face danger alone. She followed him, soaring into the sky. Fafnir, watching this, realized that it was now up to him to hold Turtle's attention alone. He was well aware that his friends were in danger, but he himself could not back down. Determination flared in his heart, and he grinned, thinking that monsters had always been convenient tools in the hands of evil men. Then, with a menacing look, he looked at Turtle and declared that it was now time for him to act. He was ready to divert her attention and help his allies until they could deal with this monster. Meanwhile, Noah lowered himself onto the turtle's shell and felt his body interact with her magical shell. Alexia, following him, remained behind, but her presence was a support to him. Noah turned to her and told her that he had to do this on his own, not relying on others. Alexia, however, shook her head negatively. She confidently stated that she would protect him. Noah nodded, and his face became focused again. He said, starting then. Noah fell silent, closed his eyes and focused on his powers, absorbing all the energy that was in this place. Alexia stood behind him, but her thoughts were wandering. She couldn't shake what she saw in his eyes. Alexia couldn't believe that Noah had killed his father. Noah, for his part, turned to the Book of Peace. He set about making changes, realizing that their victory depended on it, and in that moment, all the forces of the world were focused on one goal: victory. At this time, in the headquarters where they were preparing to subdue the Dream Turtle, Yun was tensely watching the situation. Her face was focused, and she couldn't take her eyes off the map on the table. She asked the question that had been plaguing her. What was happening at the front line? The girl in military uniform, nervously flipping through papers, explained that the second line of defense was already breaking through, and that the situation was very serious. The problem was that adventurers with extraordinary strength had appeared on the battlefield. Due to their interference, the Dream Turtle's movement speed was greatly reduced. At that moment, Yun realized that it was about Noah and his team. She immediately ordered the girl to command all parts of the army to support the adventurers. The girl nodded and hurriedly carried out the order. Yun was confident that they would not allow the final frontier to be breached. She herself quickly got into motion. She gave the command to gather all the adventurers who had come for reinforcements and ordered the S ranks to take up battle positions. At the same time, she reminded them to use their magical tools. She knew that every step would decide the outcome of the battle, and every warrior must be prepared for the decisive moment. At this moment, Noah was floating in the void and carefully leafed through the Book of Peace. Page after page revealed unusual symbols he had not seen before. He wondered if perhaps these symbols were encrypted. It was a strong, perfect defense, and he began to wonder if this situation was any different from the one he had encountered with the Sentinel Golem. But his talent for deciphering could make it easier. He quickly continued his research, thinking that cracking this cipher would be much easier than he had originally thought. In just a few seconds, he had successfully unlocked the encoded information. The book page became available to him. Noah found the information about the Dream Turtle's shell and decided to transfer it immediately. With his fingers touching the pages of the book, he attempted to accomplish the transfer. But as soon as his actions were completed, there was no response. He thought for a moment and concluded that he had probably made a mistake in his change. However, at that moment, before he could react, the book slammed shut. Several more books appeared in the air in front of him, seemingly floating in weightlessness. There were so many of them that they overshadowed everything around them. Noah immediately realized that he would have to change not just one book, but all these books. But he was not afraid. He grabbed one of them, more confidently continuing his work. Ever since he was a child, Noah had spent endless hours in the library, absorbing knowledge from the ancient volumes. Today, in his moment of greatest challenge, he opened the pages again, one by one, devouring each line. He picked up another book, moving on to the next line. As a child, Noah had spent hours deciphering ancient grimoires, wasting energy and time to understand the magic hidden in those mystical signs. Now, however, it had become nothing to him, a routine task that he handled almost with ease. He finished one book and picked up the next, advancing confidently, not realizing how much time had passed. He knew he could decipher them all. With each page he turned, he felt himself getting closer to his goal. Meanwhile, Fafnir stood at the front of the line, his gaze fixed on the Turtle of Dreams, which drew closer with each step. The huge creature extended its paw forward as if it wanted to capture him in its claws. The next moment the paw was upon Fafnir, and despite his attempts to dodge, he found himself caught in its grip. The turtle clenched the paw into a fist, leaving Fafnir captive. He couldn't understand what exactly made this monster so strong. Why, despite his own power, this opponent was so dangerous. He tried to break free, but in vain. Suddenly, from below, there was a loud sound. The cannon struck the dream turtle directly, and the vibrations from the impact were transmitted even to Fafnir's body. The adventurers below loaded the next cannon without delay. One of the warriors commanded to aim at the areas that were not protected by the shell, and to concentrate all attacks into one point to pierce the defenses. Fafnir couldn't believe his ears. He marveled at how these people who were once his enemies were now coming to his aid. Suddenly, Fafnir felt the magic begin to flow through his body. It was the mages stationed on the ground. One of the girl mages, in full view of everyone, said that she didn't know who the girl was, but at the moment all their hope was her with the horns. The mages realized that magic didn't work on the dream turtle, but her power could be channeled in another direction. She offered to channel all of her magical power to support the girl fighting the monster. The other mages nodded and began to focus their magic, sending it straight into the Turtle of Dreams' fist. Fafnir, once inside this power, couldn't believe his eyes. The very people he had once fought were now his allies. It was help he had never expected, and it was so powerful that it allowed him to gather his strength and continue the fight. Fafnir could not allow the turtle to underestimate him. In the next moment, he realized that he had wasted too much time doubting, that perhaps he had become too soft during the entire period he had been sealed away. He realized that he couldn't hesitate because of his appearance, and at that moment, his energy began to change. His power increased once again. The dream turtle's fist that was clutching him began to burst from within. Everything that was happening seemed almost unbelievable. Everyone looked at Fafnir without taking their eyes off of him. The dragon silently apologized to Noah, realizing that his strength was vital in this moment. With a rending of his powerful roar, he broke free from the turtle's clutches and shouted, now regaining his sinister appearance. The adventurers on the ground were dumbfounded to see that this was no mere dragon, but the same vicious dragon, Fafnir, that they had encountered before. Fafnir roared at Turtle, threatening her that she would be sorry if she didn't stop her attempts to resist. In the next second, his paws grabbed the turtle's giant body, and he pelted it with unbearable fire. He screamed with rage that he would tear to shreds the huge carcass of the dream turtle, the stupid hulk that was so much in the way of him and his friends. Down below, one of the warriors, amazed at what was happening, noticed that the girl who had been fighting beside them now seemed transformed, becoming something else entirely. He couldn't believe his eyes, but it was obvious that she had taken the form of Fafnir. The commander, however, quickly realized that now was not the time to get into such details. He demanded that they focus on what was important. Fafnir confronting the dream turtle needed support, and if necessary, they were to watch his back without wasting a second. The entire squad agreed, and without wasting any time, they continued their actions. Fafnir continued to restrain the turtle, his fiery breath encompassing the monster, causing it to roar in rage. At this time, standing on the turtle's huge shell, Noah and Alexia watched silently as this brutal fight took place. Inwardly, Noah found it hard to accept that Fafnir was once again at the center of this battle. He prayed in his heart, asking for his friend's forgiveness. He hoped that Fafnir would endure a little longer, that his strength would not run out, and together they could defeat the turtle. Alexia, standing next to Noah, could feel his magical power, feel it flowing through his body, penetrating every cell. She realized that Noah was doing the impossible, trying to rewrite the book of the world itself. This book, the supreme creation of the king of the people of Rune, had the power to change the laws of this world, to transform reality into something entirely new. This was the power that Noah had inherited, and Alexia could not believe that a man who did not belong to the people of Rune was now the owner of such power. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by something strange. An unimaginable silhouette of the spirit of darkness appeared in the air in front of them. Its shadow loomed over them like an inescapable evil. The spirit, seeing Alexia, instantly recognized her, and in his gaze he read the same inevitability that was in himself. He had always thought that he had gotten rid of all members of the Rune people, that he had done away with them once and for all in the last war. Alexia realized that this spirit was involved in everything that was going on around him, that he was the one behind these events. When the spirit of darkness began to approach, clearly preparing to attack, Alexia didn't hesitate for a moment. The spirit of darkness, with a furious roar, roared towards them. It was about to attack. However, Alexia did not hesitate and took a decisive step forward. Stretching out her leg, she fended off the blow that was coming towards them. Alexia lunged forward with fury in her eyes, her body filled with energy, ready to defend Noah from this sinister threat. The spirit of darkness soared above them once more. He was ready to attack. His intentions were clear. He would not allow them to use the power of the Book of the People of Runes. Like a blob of hatred and evil, he did not hold back his anger, declaring that on this place, on this earth, Noah must die. But Alexia, standing between Noah and this ancient evil, did not waver. She stood like an impregnable wall, with the full realization that there was no other way for her. She swore to herself that Noah would not be destroyed, that she would not allow him to be lost now or in the future. The spirit of darkness, noticing her determination, did not stop. He reminded Alexia that the people of Rune do not learn from their mistakes. Once again, he saw their attempts to resist as nothing more than foolish stubbornness that he would easily destroy. He declared that if Alexia did not back down, she too would go to the place from which there was no return. After these words, he swiftly headed towards them, his tentacles unfurling in the air, ready to tear the space around him. Alexia, in response to his attack, once again repelled his attack with such force that it seemed that even the air around them shook from the power of that strike. But at that moment, as the spirit of darkness rose into the air again, its dark tentacles headed straight for Noah. Alexia didn't hesitate and pulled her arm out to the side, hoping that she would be able to save him in time, that she would be able to intercept it before it even touched his body. A moment, and her hand touched the tentacle. It was only a few centimeters from Noah's face. The spirit of darkness, as if mocking her bravery, whispered that it was absolutely unsafe for humans to touch his darkness. And with each word, his dark power took more and more hold of her body. The hands she grabbed the tentacle with began to turn black. The darkness spirit's tentacles began to entangle them, surrounding them on all sides. Those black, writhing outgrowths crawled towards them like living creatures, ready to devour them. She prayed, not knowing for whom, for herself, for Noah, for their entire fate. There was one single request in her heart, that Noah would have time to finish what he had started before the darkness consumed everything. At this time, disregarding his fatigue, Fafnir continued to fight the dream turtle. Its huge maw opened, and each exhalation was a powerful stream of fire that rained down on the giant creature. The warriors on the ground could not believe their eyes. Meanwhile, Noah continued his work, standing among the many books that floated in the air around him. Noah knew that in his hands was centered the power to change the whole world. He felt his body fill with energy as each line he rewrote brought him closer to victory. A bustling crowd of adventurers gathered around. Each individual among them had their own legend, their own story. Among them was Siegfried, the famous dragon slayer whose gaze could make the mightiest monster tremble. Nearby stood Lawrence, the legendary archmage whose name was synonymous with power and wisdom in the magical community. But amidst all these mighty figures, another caught his attention. It was Missy, an elven woman who held herself aloof and reserved. Despite the status of her guild and the power she wielded, she calmly stated that she, as an elf, was not interested in the events going on around the capital. But her words sounded too loud for someone who was around a powerful wolf like Fenrir. He had warned her not to say such things so openly, for those around her might take it the wrong way. Nissa wasn't just an adventurer, she was an S-rank specialist who had achieved everything through her own efforts and with the help of only her familiar. She was a tamer, an elf not used to relying on others, and had reached the pinnacle of her skill without outside help, which was the basis for her high status in the Familiars Guild located in the neighboring Duchy of Ildo. Siren, standing among the adventurers, watching the scene, could not help but marvel at the number of notable and legendary figures gathered here. Serena, being an orang adventurer, felt the need not to fail, not to snap at this moment and show her best self. At this time, standing in the shadows, the adventurers were discussing that it was indeed her, the same Siren, the orang adventurer whose exploits were on the lips of every self-respecting adventurer. In her mind, Siren envisioned Noah and the others, who were probably already fighting on the front lines. She looked restlessly toward the operations headquarters where Yun, confidently in charge, commanded the entire process. It was clear in her eyes that she was giving her all to protect the kingdom, realizing that not just victory was at stake, but the very future of this world. Yun meanwhile noticed Claudia and walked over to her. She couldn't help but feel the weight of the responsibility she carried. Thanking her for her support, Claudia expressed her appreciation for her command, but Yun was modest and didn't accept those words. She felt heavy within herself because she was sure she didn't deserve such praise. Remembering her duty, she shared her anxiety that the dream turtle was about to reach the last line of defense. Yun realized that time was limited and they should prepare for the worst-case scenario despite their best efforts. She suggested that Claudia evacuate in case the situation worsened. However, the princess looked at her calmly and said she would stay. She couldn't leave, knowing that the people on the front lines were fighting for the kingdom, and her place was here among them. Claudia, standing with a straight back, confidently stated that she represented the king, and that to leave now would mean weakening the morale of the soldiers. Yun, sensing the tension, wept. Claudia comforted her, promising that they would not lose, that the dream turtle would definitely be defeated. One of the guards standing beside Claudia quietly remarked that the princess's heart would not waver even if she had to stand against the dragon's roar itself. He vowed to stay with the adventurers until the very end. Claudia thanked him, but her gaze was still clouded with anxiety. She worried about Hildegard-san, who had gone to the front lines. She hoped that he was all right. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the adventurers continued to fight, and the smoke hanging in the air almost eclipsed the sun. The cannons continued to fire, and the atmosphere was filled with a constant rumbling, echoing destruction. Hildegard was lying on the ground, his clothes torn and his body covered with dust. Two guards came running up, loudly announcing that they had found him. A medic ran up to him and began shaking Hildegard to bring him to consciousness. He checked his condition and soon sent one of the guards to fetch a winged dragon to bring the necessary aid. No sooner had he given the poke than Hildegard suddenly made a strange sound. His eyes opened and he asked in bewilderment why he was here. The medic, seeing that Hildegard was alive, exhaled with relief and thanked God for saving him. He pulled some medicine from his bag and proceeded to treat him. He explained that he had been injured during the operation to subdue the dream turtle. Hildegard nodded, remembering the moments of the battle, and the medic assured him that his wound wasn't that serious, and he seemed to have only briefly lost consciousness. His body, thankfully, was not seriously injured. As soon as Hildegard was able to stand up, he apologized to the medic for causing so much trouble. But the medic only replied that it was nothing compared to what an important role Hildegard had played in their efforts. Hildegard, still confused, remained silent, and something in his soul told him uneasily that he was forgetting something important. Suddenly his gaze fell on Noah's robe left on the ground. His hands involuntarily reached for it, and as he took it, his eyes fixed on the ancient lettering that was on the cloth. There was a painful sensation in his head, as if memories had suddenly come rushing out, but he couldn't make sense of them. His head hurt, not a lot, but it was enough to cause discomfort. He knew it was something important, but he couldn't remember how he could know the owner of this robe. He tried to figure it out, but when he heard the doctor ask what was wrong with him, he only replied that he had a headache. It annoyed him, but he decided that now was not the time to think about trivialities. He had to get back into the fight, telling the doctor that he would take the winged dragon at his disposal. Hildegard quickly sat on the dragon, despite the protests of the guards and the doctor, who tried to stop him by pointing out the danger, but his resolve was unwavering. He demanded that the dragon go to the front lines immediately. The guards below tried to stop Hildegard. Despite their attempts, however, he was already in the air, on dragon wings, heading swiftly for the Turtle of Dreams. His gaze was focused on the majestic, almost sinister shell of the monster. He noticed the powerful magical emissions on its surface that shook the very ground. At this moment, Alexia, already almost at the limit of her strength, continued her fight. However, each blow of the darkness spirit was more powerful than the previous one, and her defenses were gradually weakening. One blow after another, Alexia fought without giving herself a moment's rest. She used all her magic abilities, creating a shield around Noah and fighting the spirit of darkness that was not giving her any rest. With each new wave of magic, the shield Alexia had created lost more and more of its resistance. Finally, the last powerful blow shattered it, and Alexia cried out. She was already at her last breath. The spirit of darkness, seeing her weakness, grinned predatorily and, enjoying her suffering, said that this time he would definitely exterminate the remnants of the people of Rum. Hildegard, who was watching this from the air, couldn't leave all of this unnoticed. There was only one thing on his mind, and that was to destroy the evil. In the next instant, with rage boiling in his eyes, he used a 7th level light ability. In his hands, a bow created from the light itself materialized as if out of thin air, shining with a bright brilliance. The arrow formed by the light was not just a weapon, but an embodiment of purity and power ready to tear apart the darkness. He took aim and fired the holy arrow straight at the tortoise, and it pierced the monster's shell like a blob of light, dispelling its defenses. The moment the arrow pierced the monster, the spirit of darkness vaporized, disappearing like smoke dissolved into light. Flying up to Alexia, Hildegard gently asked her if she was all right. Alexia looked over and was surprised to see that it was Noah's father himself, the one who seemed to be gone forever. She couldn't believe her eyes. Everything she had thought about Noah, all her assumptions had come true, and he had not killed his father. Hildegard muttered, as if trying to awaken some forgotten memory, that they had met before in the royal capital. Not realizing what was going on, he still wondered if she had lost her mind, deciding to intervene in such a dangerous situation. He stated that he would leave the rest to himself, as if he didn't want her to continue fighting in such a state. Alexia, however, upon hearing his words, was stunned. A completely different person stood before her, someone who seemed to be nothing like the father Noah she had known before. Hildegard no longer looked like a cruel and ruthless father. It was as if he had become different, soft, full of doubt and inner conflict. It was as if his experiences had changed him, that he had become something completely different. It made her wonder if something had changed in his attitude toward Noah. Alexia realized that only a united force could prevail. She suggested that Hildegard join forces and fight this evil together. She realized that only by working together could they deal with this threat, and that their main goal was to protect Noah. But Hildegard's reaction was unexpected. Upon hearing Noah's name, his eyes widened as if he had just heard something incredible. He pointed to Noah standing behind Alexia and asked if that was the guy she was talking about. Alexia, stunned by his question, stood in utter bewilderment. She couldn't believe her ears. She asked him in shock if he really didn't remember Noah, since it was his own son. Hildegard's answer stunned her even more. He declared that it was impossible, and then clutched his head as if the headache, unbearable and throbbing, had taken possession of him again. Alexia stood there, unable to comprehend what was happening. She suddenly remembered Noah's words about no longer having a father. In that moment, it hit her. Noah, her faithful friend, had used memory-erasing magic on Hildegard. He had destroyed all memories of himself, thus deciding that his father would be safe. It was at that moment that the spirit of darkness reappeared. His dark form began to condense in the air in front of them. He mockingly asked what this pathetic parody of resistance was. Hildegard was shocked. Everything that was happening seemed unbelievable to him. His mind was literally exploding at the ridiculousness of it. How could this spirit still be alive despite the direct hit of his 7th level spell? Alexia, noticing his confusion, quickly explained. It was the one who summoned the dream turtle, who was behind all these horrors. It was the spirit of darkness himself, the personification of the dark forces, the main villain in their story. She felt so sorry for Noah, who had to endure all of this. At that moment, Alexia looked at Hildegard once more and, gathering all her strength, asked him to join forces and fight the spirit of darkness. Hildegard didn't understand anything. He nodded silently and stated that if she so desired, he would lend her his power. Alexia thanked him, but her soul was tormented by bitterness. She realized that all the memories removed by the memory wipe would never come back. Noah and she had become loners in this world. They had lost everything they had, and now they had to fight despite the loss. The spirit of darkness stood before them and whispered in ominous words that there were now 2 of them, but their number made no difference. He was as majestic and powerful as the darkness itself. But Hildegard, gathering the last of his strength, stood in a fighting stance. The fire reappeared in his hands, glittering with bright tongues of flame. He thought of Noah, his son, who now stood behind him, and felt doubt creep back into his heart. In the midst of this struggle, in the midst of fire and magic, one name kept coming back to his thoughts. That name, Noah, seemed so familiar to him, as if he had heard it in the past, but couldn't remember where exactly. Hildegard could not understand why the name Noah seemed so familiar, why his face made him feel as if he had known him all his life, though there was nothing in his mind to confirm it. When Alexia shouted to him to protect Noah, he finally brought himself to his senses, focusing all his will on the battle. He channeled his magic to create another barrier defense, a pillar of flame that was meant to be not only a shield, but a weapon against the spirit of darkness. His 7th level magic exploded. A fiery hurricane spread out right in front of him, creating a shield of flame that repelled the dark creature's attack. But the moment he protected Noah and Alexia, his inner world continued to fluctuate. He could feel the magic of Noah's body pouring into the dream turtle, its powerful defenses trying to suppress his efforts, Noah trying to break through invisible barriers. All of this indicated that Noah may have been in danger not only from a physical attack, but also from his own magical power. Hildegard knew that such attempts without protective magic could be deadly. However, another thought suddenly caught his attention. Why the people around him had not taught him at least the basics of how to use magic safely. Meanwhile, Hildegard continued to protect Noah, but suddenly the spirit of darkness approached from behind, heading straight for Noah. In the next instant, Hildegard felt a dark hand manifest out of the shadows, and felt a pain in his heart as the spirit stabbed Noah with its dark blade. Alexia turned and cried out, but what she saw horrified her. But at that moment there was an unexpected change. Noah began to burn. His body was engulfed in flames, and in the same second he disappeared, as if dissolved in the fire. The spirit of darkness was stunned. He couldn't understand what had happened, for he was sure that it was the real Noah. But it was actually just an illusory phantom created by Hildegard using third-level fire magic, using a fire illusion. Hildegard had used his magic powers to create a semblance, deceive the enemy, and temporarily buy time. He mockingly whispered to the spirit of darkness that he had turned out to be a complete fool, and fell for his deception. The darkness spirit broke out into curses, realizing that he had been outsmarted. However, despite this, it went on the attack once again, and in the next second, it once again pierced the air to try and attack them. But once again, everything turned out to be nothing but an illusion. The moment the spirit of darkness tried to destroy them, they disappeared again, and the real Noah with Hildegard and Alexia were in another place. Hildegard laughed as he looked at the frustrated spirit of darkness and asked him again if he would try to hit past the target once more. He was sure that this spirit wasn't that hard to fool, and with each new step, his confidence only grew. The darkness spirit was enraged, his anger overwhelming him. He shouted that Hildegard would regret daring to fool him. In the next instant, his magic broke through the fire barrier, and he impaled Hildegard and Noah one by one, as if trying to destroy all their defensive efforts in an instant. However, while the spirit was penetrating their defenses, the real magic worked, and elsewhere, beyond the illusions, Alexia, Hildegard, and Noah stood on another section of the battlefield, protected from its attacks. Hildegard turned around and said quietly that they had managed to buy some time. He was pleased that the darkness spirit had been so obtuse as to not be able to recognize the trap. However, when he looked at Noah again, his face grew serious. Something was not right. Noah was exhausted, and Hildegard knew that his magic was not designed for such strains. Noah was using too much power too fast. Alexia, noticing this, immediately shouted that if Noah was so exhausted, she was willing to give him her magical power. But Hildegard, quickly stopping her, realized that wasn't an option. He saw how she herself was barely holding on, and realized that she was almost at her limit. At that moment, he made an important decision. He had to transfer his power to Noah, despite all his doubts. With that decision, he closed his eyes and put his hand to Noah's chest, feeling the energy transfer from him, but was surprised that Noah still believed he was capable of breaking through the Dream Turtle's defenses. Hildegard wondered if perhaps there was something wrong with him. Something was wrong with his assessment of the situation. But there was no time for reflection now. He was determined. Placing a hand on Noah's chest, he ordered Alexia to keep an eye on the spirit of darkness so that she would be ready for any situation. She nodded, but her face expressed worry. Hildegard looked at Noah, and suddenly his eyes rounded with shock. Something clicked in him as he contemplated Noah's face, his manner of movement, his magic. In his features, in his magical flow, he sensed something familiar. Noah was something like Rena, his mother. This boy, his son, was too much like her. And at that moment, Hildegard felt a sharp pain in his head, so strong that his consciousness was swallowed by darkness for a moment. He turned away, unable to look at Noah any longer to keep his feelings from taking over. These thoughts, these memories, were not supposed to cloud his mind right now. However, despite his efforts, he felt the memories of Renu burst into his mind once more. He carefully pulled out the photo chain hanging around his neck from under his armor and looked closely at the picture. In the picture was Rena, his wife, standing with a smile. And in that moment, a memory flashed before his eyes as Rena stood beside him, trying to wake him up. That day, he had fallen asleep at his desk again, absorbed in his research on magic. Thinking back to that moment, Hildegard felt her words come back into his memory. She had said she understood that he was absorbed in reading grimoires, but he had to make time for himself. She had said that the child about to be born could take over his habits, and that he needed to learn to at least sleep in bed to be near her. Hildegard, grinning, apologized and promised to be more careful. He met her at the Royal Academy of Mages. Hildegard was born into a family of mages, in the aristocratic family of Aldheim, with outstanding talent, but she, Being a commoner, through extreme diligence and enthusiasm, was able to surpass him, ranking first among those entering the Royal Academy of Mages. Their relationship was always complicated, full of quarrels and arguments. He, as an aristocrat, could not afford to lose. She, strong and independent, always accepted his challenges, guided by her own desire to defeat the high-ranking aristocrat. Every clash, every argument between them only strengthened the bond, and what is surprising is that these clashes became the basis for the harmony of their relationship. Reyna and Hildegand, despite their differences, quickly found a common language, and at some point feelings arose between them that they could no longer ignore. Before they knew it, their relationship had moved to the next level, and he proposed to her. But this love, like their meeting itself, was not without its difficulties. Their origins remained stumbling blocks, not only for them, but for their families, for their entire environment. Everything seemed to be against their union, but they, young and confident in their feelings, insisted on their own and got married. One day, when Reyna, standing next to his desk with a pile of books, asked what the volumes were, Hildegand explained to her that they were grimoires, magical books full of knowledge that he was studying and was about to master. He was consumed with magic, and Reyna, realizing this, picked up one of the books and began to read. She noticed that there was talk of fire and ice magic, and Hildegand explained to her that as a descendant of the Aldheim family, it was his duty to master at least these basic magics, though it would not be enough for him. At this point, Reyna, chuckling softly, asked him what he thought about a name for their child, and if he had already thought about the options. Hildegand, usually serious and focused on his research, embarrassedly replied that he hadn't thought about it yet, but that he would start pondering soon. He soon began his search for a name, going through the options suitable for both a boy and a girl, and found one name that seemed to suit him. With his characteristic focus, he went to Reyna's room to discuss his discovery, but before he could even cross the threshold, his world came crashing down. When he walked in, his heart sank. Reyna lay on the floor, her body powerless. He rushed to her, but the doctor who had just examined her reported without any encouragement that her condition was critical. Without immediate help, the situation would only worsen. Hildegand felt the blood drain from his face. He couldn't believe what was happening. He knew her health had always been fragile, but he never thought she could be so vulnerable. He struggled to realize that everything they had experienced, all the moments they had shared, could be cut short here and now. But despite his despair, he kept talking to her, not letting fear take over. Reyna tried to say something, but her voice was weak, barely audible. Hildegand gritted his teeth to keep the tears from showing. He tried to comfort her, begging her not to say more, not to waste her last strength. He told her that everything would be fine, that they were surrounded by the best doctors and midwives, that he would be by her side until the very end. Reyna, barely moving her lips, barely audibly agreed with him. And then, gathering his thoughts, Hildegand remembered that he had come not only to be by her side. He had come with joy, he had come up with a name for their child. He had suggested the name Noah to her. Reyna smiled. That smile, despite her weakness, was so warm that Hildegand felt the cold despair recede. It was a beautiful name, she said. Just when Hildegand felt his heart gain light, Reyna spoke words that tore at his soul. Her voice was barely audible, but every word she spoke sounded as if she already had a premonition that she would not be able to see their son's face. She didn't believe she would live to see Noah open his eyes to meet hers. Those words were a blow to Hildegand that he could not prevent. He screamed her name, his voice full of pain tearing outward and his heart filled with bitterness and fear. But Reyna only quietly apologized. She apologized for always giving him trouble. Hildegand gritted his teeth and grabbed her hand. He whispered words to her that he loved her, though those words sounded powerless, like something that could not bring back the one he loved so much. In her eyes, he noticed the same gentle but tired lights. Tears began to roll from her eyes. Reyna looked up at him, trying to hold back the last of her strength, and in a barely audible voice, something like quiet comfort, told him that she loved him too. Hildegand felt his heart break, and unable to hold back, he leaned over and kissed her hand, pressing it against his chest, burrowing into her warmth, trying to retain something of her presence. Soon, with only the infant left on the bed, crying loudly, Hildegand felt the world collapse around him. His dream of the future, his hopes that he had built with Reyna, now seemed nothing more than an illusion. Reyna was dead, but she had left him his most precious possession, their son, Noah. He knelt bent over Reyna's body, his tears falling onto her lullingly calm face. He begged her not to leave him, not to leave them. Reyna's death would not let go of Hildegand. He couldn't accept it. He should have loved Noah the way he loved her. He should have been a better father to that boy, for Reyna had left him her son. Looking back at Noah, Hildegand froze. He was shocked. That little lump crying in his arms was a source of incredible magical power. He felt it immediately when he looked at it. The waves of magical energy that this child was emitting were so strong and pure that they seemed almost physically tangible. Hildegard couldn't look away from him no matter how much he wanted to. He had seen magical meridians so perfect, so perfectly aligned, that no mage in his life could compare to this marvel of nature. Yet despite his admiration, a heaviness lived in his soul. He knew that Reina had sacrificed herself for the birth of this child. And now, looking at Noah, he felt pain because he realized that he hadn't been the father he should have been. He hadn't been there for Reina when she was suffering, hadn't been there in time to prevent her passing. He had shifted the blame for her death onto Noah, and the thought tormented him. 5 years later, Hildegard stood before Noah again. His son, despite his youth, was already displaying unique abilities. When he was announced Noah's talent for deciphering ancient magical texts, Hildegard felt his dream shattered. The battle continued, but it was no longer as important to Hildegard. He was transferring his magical power to Noah, feeling their energies intertwine. And his son grew stronger than he could have imagined. But in that moment, with the magic still raging around him as Noah received his power, Hildegard suddenly remembered everything. He remembered not only how Reina had left, but what he himself had done. He suddenly realized how he had tried to hurt Noah, not fully realizing that he had been the cause of his own suffering. Alexia, standing nearby, looked at him in surprise, not realizing the gravity of what was really behind those words. Hildegard felt his heart breaking. He sat next to Noah, feeling like his own life was in shambles. He had been a father, but he had never become the man he was supposed to be. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he finally realized that he had been the worst father to Noah. Hildegard stood horror-stricken, with impotent tears flowing involuntarily down his face. Those moments when he himself had poisoned Noah's life, when he had harmed his son and could not see how badly he had hurt him, came back to his mind. He couldn't live with that guilt any longer, but it was too late. Alexia stood beside him, dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that erased memories could be restored. Such a thing was impossible. But here stood Hildegard before her, remembering all his mistakes, his cruelty, and the pain he had brought to his loved ones. His eyes filled with bitterness, and he turned to Noah again. But he could not utter a word. Suddenly, the spirit of darkness appeared above them, exclaiming loudly that he had finally found them. The spirit of darkness approached at an alarming rate, taunting them and asking if they enjoyed fooling him. Alexia reacted quickly, shouting to Hildegard to be careful and dodge. However, he didn't move. She sprang toward him, grabbed him, and dropped him to the ground to protect him from the approaching blow. But Alexia realized that she had no power to stop the spirit of darkness. Her magical power was insufficient to fight back against this evil. She ordered Hildegard to flee with Noah, but his eyes filled with doubt. He asked her what would happen to her, but Alexia only shouted to him to carry Noah away, to save him without looking back. Hildegard grabbed his son and dragged him on his back with eagerness. The spirit of darkness looked at Alexia and mockingly declared that he would not let her go, that her fate was already sealed, as was the fate of the people of Rune. But at that moment Alexia soared into the air, blocking the path of the spirit of darkness as Hildegard and Noah moved away. The spirit of darkness said something about the people of Rune being about to disappear, and added that none of this mattered. Alexia was not afraid and declared that he would not have Noah, that she would not give up. She attacked him first as the last obstacle in the way. Hildegard, moving away with Noah, suddenly stopped. He realized that he had left Alexia to fight while he himself was running away. The sensation sneakily threw him into confusion. He carried Noah to safety, sat him down farther away, but he himself didn't know how to move forward. His thoughts were racing, trying to figure out how this situation had managed to come to such an extreme. There was a sense of despair within him. He felt like his own life had been ruined, and he didn't know how to look his son in the eye. He remembered every moment he and Noah had met, every moment when he had been wrong, when he had tried to control him, not realizing that by doing so he was destroying the child himself. And now that the situation had reached a critical point, he realized that his actions, all those cruel and incomprehensible actions, could not be redeemed by words or apologies. But he still thought there might be a better way out. He could simply disappear so as not to bring any more pain. The spirit of darkness, consumed by his own rage, grabbed Alexia's arm and, with a mocking laugh, lifted her into the air, feeling his power spill over his entire being. His words sounded like mockery as he announced that if she gave him Noah, he might spare her, for she no longer needed to fight. Alexia, however, did not give up her position. The fire of determination burned in her eyes, and she firmly declared that he would not have Noah. The spirit of darkness only grinned, realizing that words meant nothing to this girl. He was certain that despite the best efforts of the people of Runes, it was impossible to change the dream turtle. There was no mercy in his eyes, and he was already ready to end this futile conflict. His darkness began to slowly rise, pulling it towards Alexia's neck. However, at that moment, a familiar voice sounded, interrupting the whole process. Hildegand had returned. Hildegand was already almost out of breath, but his will wouldn't let him stop. When he appeared, Alexia turned around in surprise, not believing her eyes. He seemed to be on the verge of destruction, his face and body covered in ash and fire, but determination burned in his eyes. She couldn't understand what had brought him here, how he dared to return at this moment when death hovered so close. The spirit of darkness, seeing his return, laughed scornfully. He mockingly said that Hildegand must really be completely empty in his head since he had returned here, re-entering the battle. Hildegand told Alexia not to worry, Noah was safe. He'd put up a barrier, protecting him from possible danger. But Alexia couldn't just believe his words. She knew that every moment on the battlefield could be his last. She wanted to say something, but Hildegand interrupted her. He grabbed his head and tears streamed from his eyes. He, full of remorse, said that he had ruined his son's life. The spirit of darkness, realizing that this man was Noah's father, restrained his mocking laughter and met him with a look full of contempt. Hildegand reiterated that his life had no value. He continued that if he ran away again, it would all happen again. He couldn't forgive himself for not being able to accept the loss of Rina, and placed all the blame for her death on Noah, as if that little child was responsible for her passing. But in that moment, with eyes full of bitterness, he realized he couldn't go on living with this any longer. He looked at Alexia one last time and said that he finally realized he had a duty to live and to love Noah, and this time he would fight for his son to the end. The spirit of darkness, unable to bear such words, noticed that Hildegand had gone completely soft. He shouted that Hildegand was nothing and that he shouldn't waste his time on someone like him. But Hildegand, raising his head, did not relent. He declared with confidence that he was still the strongest fire mage in this world. His eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke the words of a spell that could destroy even the spirit of darkness itself. The darkness spirit laughed, confident that nothing could defeat him, and exclaimed that this magic was only a pathetic joke. Hildegand, however, disregarding his laughter, continued his proclamation. He begged pardon of Noah and Reyna. He raised his hand, and his magic began to flare up, permeating the space around him. His words were filled with genuine regret. He realized that the reputation of his aristocratic Aldheim family, his magical talent and authority had no value at this moment. He called out to the spirits of fire, to those powers that had lived in his blood for centuries, to those fiery souls hidden in the darkest corners of the universe. Suddenly the spirit of darkness, unable to bear it, let go of Alexia's hand, and she fell to the ground. He laughed at Hildegand, asking if he thought himself foolish enough to wait for him to cast the spell. The spirit of darkness, clenching its claws in the air, swiftly approached Hildegand and, like a deadly shadow, thrust its darkness right into his chest. Hildegand noticed how the darkness spirit had fallen for the same trick twice, breaking all of its strategies again and again. This realization filled him with determination, for in his carelessness and confidence in his power, the spirit of darkness had become even more vulnerable. The moment the darkness spirit's magic consumed his body, Hildegand disappeared. He disappeared, only to instantly reappear behind his enemy's back. Hildegand summoned a fire that had been blazing since ancient times, a fire that could destroy everything. A huge ball of magical energy materialized in his hands, his eyes filled with determination. It was the limit of meteoric flame, the most powerful form of fire magic, the 10th level of flame. Hildegand, he knew that at this moment, his magic was insurmountable, invulnerable to the Dream Turtle's magic, which meant everything had to go to the spirit of darkness. With this ball of magical energy, Hildegand aimed it directly at the spirit of darkness, tearing apart space and eliminating all resistance. At that moment, the magic, freed from its shackles, destroyed everything around it, including the darkness itself that personified it. Hildegand, covered in a flood of magical energy, struggled to move, feeling his strength leaving him. He didn't know how much strength he had left, but he had one thought in his heart. He asked Noah's forgiveness for everything he had done. He realized that everything now depended on his son. Suddenly, his steps slowed. He almost fell when Alexia, without thinking, stood with her back to his back and supported him. Hildegand, feeling his strength draining away, closed his eyes. In that moment, as his body was scarred and his soul overflowing with regret, Alexia called his magic magnificent, and, more importantly, called him father. He felt his body, weary from magic and fatigue, lose its remaining strength, and finally fell to the ground. But at that moment, out of the smoke in which all the magic had almost disappeared, a voice sounded. It was the voice of the spirit of darkness, filled with contempt and acrimony. The spirit claimed that Hildegand, even as a human, was able to succeed in what seemed impossible. The spirit of darkness came out of the fire and his appearance changed. He became even more terrifying and powerful than before. He stated that in all his existence, he had never before been forced to reveal his true form. But it was Hildegand who had forced him to do so. His words were filled with menace, and the power emanating from him made the ground beneath Alexia's feet tremble. As he approached, the spirit of darkness announced, with grim majesty, that for the first time in 100 years, he had to assume this form. The spirit of darkness, realizing its invincibility, flew straight at Alexia, opening its giant maw. He offered them no fear, claiming that he would put them out of their misery in just one moment. Alexia's eyes widened in horror as she realized that it was about to end. Suddenly, as if out of the darkness itself, someone emerged and turned to Alexia with an apologetic gesture, apologizing for her delay. It was at this moment, when the spirit of darkness, consumed with rage, had already opened its terrifying maw over Hildegand and Alexia, that a piercing ray of light, like lightning, shot straight into his heart. It stabbed into the dark entity, tearing it apart, destroying its power with incredible speed and precision. The beam had been sent by Noah, and as the light dissipated, he approached them, glaring at their haggard figures. Noah asked, with obvious surprise, if this was the very spirit of darkness. When Alexia noticed him, Noah couldn't help but explain that his success was made possible by the removal of the Dream Turtle's perfect defense, which now allowed them to finally damage this powerful enemy with magic. Alexia felt a wave of relief surge through her, and she was genuinely happy to see him again. At that moment, however, Noah's gaze had already turned to his father. He saw Hildegand, who was in deep exhaustion. Immediately there was a desire to find out what was really going on around them, how many things were unclear and dangerous around them. But noticing how important every second was, Noah held back his question, realizing that all of this could be discussed later. The moment Alexia turned her attention to the turtle's shell, she noticed a crack appearing on its surface. Noah said in a confident tone that it was probably the result of Hildegand's higher magic, and, noticing how dangerous it was to be here, offered to retreat from the shell to a safe distance. With agility and determination, Noah picked up his father and carried him on his back as if carrying him to the very epicenter of the battle. He was ready for the next stage, ready to launch a counterattack. The Dream Turtle let out a terrible, heartbreaking roar, and its huge shell began to crack, crumbling under the weight of the growing magical attack. Yun was shocked by this sight, unable to believe that such a powerful and ancient entity like the Dream Turtle had finally begun to collapse. Silently, the warrior standing beside her, one hand cradling his sword, leaned over and reported that although the destruction process was partial, he said with certainty that it could be considered the result of the efforts made during the battle. Yun realized that only Noah was capable of accomplishing the impossible. At this time, Claudia approached Yun. Claudia, with a brief look that didn't bode well, stated that if they were to win at all, it would be now. Yun nodded, her heart beating faster than ever. Lawrence, the court archmage, appeared in the air, moving faintly on his broomstick. Inspired by the moment, he launched the third level of lightning, filling it with all the magic power into Turtle's center. The lightning cut through her body, and Lawrence, dumbfounded, realized that the magic had begun to work differently. The Turtle of Dreams, amazingly, not only began to absorb magical blows, but it was returning them with double the force, doing more damage to itself. This moment was historic. Lawrence, as an experienced mage, knew that such phenomena were extremely rare. Grinning aside, he couldn't help but admit that even his best efforts couldn't compare to what Noah had done with this colossal force of nature. At that moment, a magical flash appeared in the sky, a signal for help. Noah was standing next to Alexia, and his father seemed to be lying unconscious. Noah, confident in his resolve, said that someone would soon receive the signal for help and be ready to come to the rescue. Despite the gravity of the situation, he realized that he needed to get rid of everything that connected him to this man, to sever all connection with him. The memory wipe, though it was his defense, was no longer working, and he was ready to finally set things straight. The problem was that even now, standing in this hell of a battle, Noah still couldn't completely rid himself of the painful memories of his father, and the thought wouldn't let him go. Suddenly, interrupting his musings, Alexia turned to Noah. She told him that his father was truly sorry for his actions and even asked for forgiveness, realizing how much he had hurt him. Although Alexia didn't quite understand everything that was said, she could sense that he was truly remorseful. Those words had touched Noah's soul, and despite his determination, he couldn't just let it go and forgive him. Noah continued, sharing with Alexia what was happening in the process of erasing his father's memory. He told her how in those scraps of memories he saw something completely unexpected. His father truly loved his mother, and that was a revelation to Noah. He had always thought of his father as insensitive, but now, in light of this new information, Noah realized that he had been wrong in his perception. Noah, as the conversation continued, recognized that despite all the pain, the moment his magical power waned, his father had transferred his power to him. Without that help, Noah would have been in mortal danger. He also knew that when this battle was over, perhaps he should try to talk to his father, to try to understand him and at least try to mend the relationship. Those thoughts warmed his soul, and Alexia was relieved to hear them. When he noticed her injuries, however, he insisted that she rest and allow herself to calm down a bit. Alexia, despite her stoicism, tried to brush it off, claiming that everything was fine, but Noah insisted, forcing her to sit up. She sighed, realizing that it made sense. Meanwhile, the battle with the Dream Turtle had reached its climax. Fafnir, who was tirelessly fighting the Dream Turtle, kept blasting it with his powerful fire. Even the dragon, who possessed incredible strength, could not fully comprehend how Noah and his allies were able to pierce through the impenetrable defense of this monster. Suddenly, the tortoise, as if sensing that the dragon was too weak, struck it suddenly and with tremendous force. Fafnir collapsed to the ground, causing the adventurers below to gasp in horror. The commander was about to rush to his aid with determination, but he was stopped by one of the soldiers, exclaiming that on no account should he. All that would do at this point would be to bring more destruction. Nevertheless, Fafnir rose from the ground, closed his eyes, regaining his strength, and attacked the turtle again. He soared through the air, overcoming his pain and fatigue. His attacks were deadly, and his dragon body was as strong as the turtle itself. With each of his blows, the turtle's shell cracked, and even the strong defenses began to weaken. But the adventurers watching from the ground were shocked by this sight. Nisse, who had been watching the whole time, soon rode up on her faithful beast Fenrir. She watched the fight closely, keeping her eyes on the giant creature. Inspired by what was happening, she approached Fenrir and invited him to take a look. Suddenly her gaze stopped on the collar Fafnir was wearing. Astonishment swept over her as she realized that this wild dragon, full of strength and fury, was someone's pet. It was impossible to believe that such a powerful monster could be under the control of a human. Nissa looked at Fenrir with interest and showed him the collar, at the same time wondering if they knew each other. Fenrir, with slight excitement in his voice, told Nissa that he and this dragon had often fought side by side in the good old days. Those words only increased her admiration. Fenrir stepped closer, moving closer to Fafnir with each movement, his eyes glittering with a fiery gleam as they met his gaze. Fafnir spread his wings and couldn't resist a rude remark, calling Fenrir an icy mutt. This offense did not go unanswered. Fenrir, unable to hold back a wicked grin, called him a fried lizard in response, adding that after all these years he might freeze him for fun. Nissa shouted, urging them to focus on the main task at hand. A moment later, the cannons continued their work, their shots ringing the air, but nothing could hide what was happening to the Dream Turtle. One of the adventurers, tensely watching the monster move, noticed that the turtle's protective barrier began to weaken, an unexpected turn of events. This was a chance, and now it was time to make the most of it. At the same moment, the mages who had prepared for this activated the magical chains. These magical shackles, like gleaming iron snakes, instantly rushed towards the giant monster, encasing her legs in force shackles. The turtle found itself immobilized, but this effect was temporary. The seconds dragged on, and with each passing moment the mages noticed the chains beginning to loosen. First one ring of the chain broke off, then another. This magic, so powerful and encased in chains of fire, could not hold the beast in place. Siren, flying swiftly toward the turtle, wasted no time. She struck blow after blow, though their strength was not yet great enough to break this great defense. There was a sense of fierce determination in her actions, but even her efforts could not complete the deterrence process. At that moment, the other adventurers joined her. They began to strike the turtle with power like water sharpening a stone, slowly but surely breaking down her resistance. Everyone around them continued to attack, ignoring the fatigue. The blows to the turtle's legs were fierce, and her roar of pain and rage grew louder and louder, as if the very ground itself was shaking with this anger. Fafnir and Fenrir, draining their strength, continued to blast the turtle with fire and ice, trying to slow its movements and restrain it in this suffering. The turtle roared, and its fierce screams echoed in the air, but even in such a storm, it was increasingly vulnerable. Jan and Claudia, who were watching the battle from a safe distance, still couldn't help but feel the world around them changing. At this moment, Jan was once again reminded of the antiquity of these places. Long before the founding of the Rasti Kingdom, there had been a city-state in this part of the world, something that was now considered only an echo of the past. Kirkshisha was the name of this great city that had once been a center of power and culture. She had told Claudia how the ancient people, the tribe of Run, who inhabited these lands, had created and ruled this powerful state. They left behind many ruined buildings, preserving the memory of their builders, but still consumed by time and destruction. Yun continued her story, not noticing her voice trembling slightly with the foreboding of the impending storm. She told Claudia how in ancient times, when the city was at its height, there had been a sky tower at the very center of Kirkshish that reached heavenly heights. Meanwhile, the button device remained in Yun's hands, her fingers fumbling with the mechanism almost instinctively, feeling the weight of responsibility seeping inside her. Around her, squad leaders began to issue commands. The troops began to retreat, hurriedly and anxiously, their tired footsteps carrying them further from the epicenter of the battle. The Turtle of Dreams, inexorably and with force, was pushing through the last line of defense. The operation, which had not suffered the slightest error, would soon move into its final stage. Fafnir, fighting Turtle, could not understand why the humans were beginning to retreat. Fenrir, standing nearby, joined in the musings, adding with a chuckle that someone was probably just reading the strategy manual inattentively and didn't realize the importance of the moment. Alexia, standing at the other end of the battlefield, was watching everything that was going on, her gaze focused. Yun was grateful to her for allowing her to take this step, for trusting her, and allowing her to be a part of this plan. At this time, Yun, feeling the world around them changing faster and faster, pressed the button of the device in her hand. Yun turned around to Claudia, saying with determination on her face that it was time for them to leave as well. Claudia nodded in response, her eyes also full of determination. At this moment, Yun thought about what might have happened if they had made a different decision that day. If she and Noah hadn't gone to the ancient ruins, if they hadn't met Alexia, if that path had led them to a very different fate. Mentally, she drew parallels between then and now, realizing that their fates were in fact intertwined. And actions done in the past affected the future more than ever. The kingdom of Raste would have been in ruin if not for their decisive steps. A deafening explosion erupted beneath the tower, shaking the air and ground around them. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet shook, as if the very foundation of the world itself was beginning to crumble. A moment later, the huge structure collapsed, and its colossal mass collapsed directly onto the Dream Turtle. It was a powerful completion, and the moment the tower fell completely, it seemed as if it was all inevitable, that they could no longer escape their fate. When the tower, this monstrous mass of stone and steel, crashed down on the Dream Turtle, the air was filled with the sound of destruction. Stone blocks and debris crashed down on her gigantic body, and the ground shook with a vibration that made the walls of the fortress itself tremble. Yun stood tall, watching with Claudia, and her heart beat in her chest with a rapid rhythm. She hoped that it would be enough to end the fight. However, the Dream Turtle, curled up under the weight of the collapsed tower, did not stay lying on the ground. Suddenly, a mighty roar sounded at the heart of the destruction, and the monster spread its giant scaly paws with force, throwing the debris off as if they were nothing more than light pebbles. Yun, upon seeing this, felt the ground go from under her feet. It was at this point that Fafnir turned to her. Without wasting any time, he declared that he would take matters into his own hands. He took off towards the turtle, with his giant wings flickering in the air. As he approached the monster, Fafnir released a stream of fire that split the air. The fire rained down in a bright beam straight into the turtle's mouth, and everything around it was filled with light, as if the earth itself began to burn. The wind generated from this monstrous power blew everyone nearby off their feet. At this point, as all the fury of the fire subsided, Fafnir began to cough and shrink in size. His body began to shrink, and he turned into a smaller version of himself. He could barely utter that this was the limit of his strength, and then he began to fall down. Yun, seeing this, was not confused. She rushed to his aid, managing to catch him on the fly. At this moment, one of the adventurers standing on the tower was watching through binoculars and was astonished to report that the Dream Turtle was no longer moving. The news that the monster had been defeated quickly spread among everyone, and joy filled the hearts of the people. The adventurers began to congratulate each other, rejoicing that they were able to triumph. But this joyous moment was not enough for the Spirit of Darkness. He was furious and couldn't believe that the humans had won such a victory, that the turtle he had resurrected with such difficulty had been defeated so easily. Nor could he forget the wound he had received from Noah. Despair was growing in his mind, and he was willing to do anything to bring the situation back under his control. That's when he ordered the Dream Turtle to give him his body, and he began to inhabit it himself. When Noah, Alexia, Yun, Claudia, and the others saw the turtle stand on all four legs again, and start moving towards the capital, their faces were full of amazement and horror. The turtle was even more intimidating now. It stood at full height and moved with tremendous power, destroying everything in its path, stopping at nothing. Yun couldn't believe what was happening. This situation was so impossible that her mind refused to accept it as reality. The adventurers, seeing the turtle start to move again, started running away with screams and panic, saving their lives. Everyone around them was panicking. Claudia, without wasting any time, ordered all the troops to retreat. It was the only right decision. But even as they retreated, they couldn't help but see the destruction mounting. Claudia intervened, interrupting the commanders, and declared that continuing the battle would only increase the destruction. She ordered to tell the evacuated residents to leave the capital immediately, as the consequences could be even worse than they imagined. Nisei, with a look full of anxiety, sat on Fenrir watching what was happening. She could feel the situation spiraling out of control, and realized that if the Tortoise of Dreams continued on its path of destruction, the entire elven village would be in the path of its destructive power. Fenrir asked if they would defend the village, but Nisei, not believing her eyes, asked if he was joking. After all, the turtle, having regained its power and absorbed by dark magic, was not just a giant creature, it was something out of the category of a god or demon lord. And so, when the darkness emitted by the turtle was consuming everything around it, it opened its maw and powerful rays of darkness burst out, violently falling to the ground and destroying everything in its path. The spirit of darkness that dwelt within the turtle gleefully welcomed its victory. Everything it had been striving for had come true. The world was swallowed up by the darkness that now filled everything it could reach. Human fear and despair became his source of strength. It was his great goal to fill the world with shadow until the light disappeared. Meanwhile, Noah and Alexia wasted no time. They ran through the forest, feeling the ground beneath their feet shuddering from the blows created by the turtle. Suddenly Noah asked Alexia if the spirit of darkness had merged with the turtle. Alexia looked at him and regretfully replied that apparently that was the case. Noah instantly realized his mistake. He should have attacked the turtle long ago when it was vulnerable, attacked it with a powerful blow to its shell. But now it was too late. Suddenly Noah stopped abruptly, as if taming his fear. He was determined that this was not the end, that they could win, for he had a way to weaken his enemy, the power of the Book of Peace, and he intended to use it to find the turtle's weakness again. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself, focusing all his magic, but to his surprise, a few seconds later when he opened his eyes, the book still hadn't appeared in front of him. He couldn't figure out what the reason was. Anxiety grew, and Noah felt something important slipping away from him, slipping right into the darkness that enveloped his mind. Alexia, noticing his confusion, spoke his name softly, interrupting his musings. She didn't immediately realize what was happening, but she sensed that the power he was trying to use didn't belong to him, but to the king of the Rune tribe. Noah turned to her with a look that read not only confusion, but also immense surprise. Alexia continued, explaining that Noah, despite his connection to the book, was not a full member of the tribe, and thus his powers were limited. In desperation, he asked what they should do if there was any way to increase his powers, but Alexia shook her head. She didn't know the answer herself, but she said that at least the mere fact that Noah had inherited the power of the book was already a miracle. Noah thought for a moment. His mind was racing, trying to find a solution, but his intuition told him that the way out was somewhere near. And at that moment, without saying a word, he turned and began to walk away. He ordered Alexia to stay where she was so she wouldn't take any chances, and he was going to fight the enemy without the book's help. Alexia, startled, called out to him, not understanding his decision. She obviously had no faith in his ability to deal with such a powerful threat without any help. Noah, however, could not otherwise. He explained that there was no choice in their situation, and if he didn't go now, the entire capital of the kingdom would be destroyed. He firmly stated that he was not going to die, that he had promised her that he would return alive, and she must not forget that promise. Alexia nodded, but there was worry and misunderstanding in her eyes. She felt everything turn over in her soul, and she couldn't hold back the tears. At that moment, when Noah was ready to leave, she remembered her father. That moment when she was alone, when she lost him forever, was like that. He was also leaving, and she couldn't get over the loss anymore. She didn't want to lose anyone dear to her anymore, and she couldn't just let Noah go. At that moment, Noah, as if reading her thoughts, activated his skill and soared into the sky. But Alexia, who realized in a flash that she no longer had a choice, used her skill and jumped into the air, and was next to him. She felt the magic fill her body, and at that moment Noah turned around and looked at her. Alexia, with determination in her voice, said that she now realized how they could increase his powers. With her father's death, the seat of King of Kirkshish had been vacant, and she, as princess of the Rune tribe, could take the necessary steps. She placed her hand on Noah's chest, determined that they should marry. Then the throne would pass to Noah, and he could take his place as king, and thus use the power of the Book of Peace without any restrictions. Alexia, without hesitation, gave him a quick kiss. At that moment, memories from her childhood filled her soul. She remembered a conversation with her father, who had told her that a kiss was an incredibly precious and personal act for the people of the Rune tribe, that it could only be bestowed upon someone who was truly precious. She whispered that now, after she kissed him, she was asking for Aldeheim Noah, the eternal protection of the runes. Alexia smiled, and Noah, stunned, looked at her in embarrassment. Alexia then apologized for everything happening so suddenly, and explained that it had been their joint choice to get married. Noah was dumbfounded, his mind unable to immediately grasp the depth of what was happening. The moment Noah felt a powerful magical aura suddenly explode around him, his body was filled with unknown power. Alexia, noticing the change in him, explained that Noah was now king of the tribe of Run, even though it didn't happen in the most traditional and understandable way. It wasn't just a title, it was a sign that he could now exercise all the powers of a king, and thus the power of the Book of Peace without restriction. Noah, standing in the center of this magical vortex, felt his thoughts, his feelings, and even his soul connect with this ancient flow of energy. The next instant, as if responding to his inner changes, the Book of Peace appeared before them. Alexia confidently declared that this time they would surely win with its help. Noah looked at the Book of Peace with an inexpressible confidence he had never felt before. The Tortoise of Dreams, with a dark and sinister aura, moved confidently through the capital. The spirit of darkness lurking within it watched the surrounding people with cold indifference, seeing the townspeople panicking as they realized that they were on the verge of annihilation. In the next second, its dark powers burst forth again, showering everything around it with a thick, icy stream of darkness that enveloped everyone who entered its area. At that moment, Noah, standing on one of the towers, opened the Book of Peace. His fingers ran across the pages, and he began to transfer one line after another. Suddenly, as if nature itself yielded to his will, the stream of darkness coming from the turtle's mouth changed its vector, as if an invisible hand had turned it the other way. The adventurers below watched in amazement as this terrible darkness, which threatened the life of the entire city, suddenly went sideways. Noah, without wasting any time, applied full healing. All the adventurers who were around felt their bodies recovering, healing from their wounds and fatigue. Noah then used an indirect spatial transition. He transported the adventurers to a safe place, away from the threat. At this point, the dream turtle, still nonchalantly watching the scene, smiled enigmatically. Her gaze was full of contempt and realization. Noah had blocked her path. This moment was fateful, because the turtle knew that only he, Noah, stood in the way of her power. The spirit of darkness inside the turtle said thoughtfully that he did not think that someone from the tribe of runes would call upon the Book of Peace again. However, no matter how it sounded, he was prepared to meet this challenge. He knew that once he killed Noah, he would gain the power of the book that he needed so badly. Noah did not hesitate and replied with firmness in his voice that he would definitely defeat the spirit of darkness and rid the world of his evil intentions. The spirit of darkness only grinned in response, suggesting that Noah give it a try. He was sure it was all just a childish prank that could easily be pushed aside. But Noah didn't hesitate and snatched up a sword of light as bright as a star and pointed it towards the spirit of darkness. Noah did not stop at one blow. Opening the Book of Peace, he changed the number of these glowing swords. The swords of light had multiplied and were now flying towards the darkness spirit as an army of light, ready to crush everything in its path. The darkness spirit only laughed when it saw this and disdainfully said that it was just a child's prank that couldn't defeat him. As expected, the swords of light, despite their immense power, were repulsed by the power of darkness. The darkness spirit, with its ability to control magic, easily handled their attack. Meanwhile, the adventurers and mages below watched this battle with admiration and horror. In their eyes, Noah, surrounded by light, was fighting the dream turtle, and in the center of that light was himself like an unknown miracle. Yen, who was standing to the side, looked at this glowing ball of light with wonder. Suddenly, she realized who was inside. The light around Noah became transparent, and at that moment, blood started dripping from his nose. He felt the magic power rapidly drying up, and his body weakened. The spirit of darkness laughed again, sensing victory, and declared that the power of the Book of Peace was now irrelevant to Noah, for without mana, he was unable to do anything. But Noah, not giving up, pronounced that changing the principles of the world with the book required a much greater amount of power than he had thought. He opened the Book of Peace again, and his gaze stopped on one word on his own name. His fingers touched the line, and using the power of the book, Noah moved new lines, restoring the magical flow and breaking the upper limit of possible power. And so, in that moment, Noah felt his magic increase to unimaginable proportions. He had become omnipotent. A magical aura emanated from him, and his power was now beyond measure. The darkness spirit, dumbfounded, felt its darkness begin to lose influence, and as it watched, Yun below noticed how Noah was now completely dominating the dream turtle. At this moment, Noah flew swiftly towards the turtle, and the spirit of darkness, startled, asked what he was. Noah, without answering this question, firmly declared that the spirit of darkness must surrender. As long as the Book of Peace was in his hands, he had not the slightest chance of victory. The spirit of darkness, however, smiled, confident in his strength. He asked Noah if he was sure of his victory. Noah only shrugged, ready for the decisive moment. The spirit of darkness released his darkness with great force, telling Noah not to underestimate him. He recalled that he had already massacred the King of Runes, who also possessed the Book of Peace. Black clouds began to cover the capital city. Noah felt the pages of the book begin to blacken, consuming the light as night consumes day. Noah looked at the book in panic, his heart clenched with horror. It had gone completely black. The spirit of darkness grinned and declared that it had infused the core of this world with its darkness. With that, the Book of Peace would no longer be available to Noah. The darkness continued to cover everything around him, consuming the city. At that moment, the spirit of darkness pushed Noah away, and he flew straight into one of the towers with a deafening thud, crashing into the stone. The spirit of darkness, seeing this, continued his attack. His loud, cruel voice echoed throughout the capital as he screamed that he wanted everyone to perish, consumed by his darkness. The adventurers, huddled together, realized that their end was near. But Noah, despite his blow, pulled himself up. He could feel his strength waning, and the Book of Peace was now beyond his reach. He looked again at its black pages. At first glance they were bleak and lifeless, but something inside compelled him to gaze intently into those pages. Noah quickly realized that the pages weren't completely black, they were covered in tiny symbols. The symbols were so tiny and intricate that Noah had never seen anything like them before. They were symbols, and if so, that meant he could decipher them. Thinking back on the days he had spent alone, Noah realized that they had not been in vain. His talent for deciphering wasn't just a fluke. Those skills had been honed for just such a moment. At this time, the spirit of darkness, already confident of his victory, exclaimed that he had won, and this world was now his. When he looked up, however, he saw the darkness begin to dissipate, and light began to break through its thickness once more. Noah stood on one of the towers, and his magic, his determination, did not allow the darkness to win. He told the spirit of darkness that he had used the absolute defense of the Turtle of Dreams. He explained that the world they were in was woven of symbols, and the power of the Book of Peace allowed him to create anything. The adventurers below watched in utter amazement. The spirit of darkness couldn't believe that Noah, despite everything, was able to harness the power of the book. He was confused. Noah explained to him that Turtle Shell absorbed all the magic power, but did not destroy it. At this time, the dream turtle shell continued to absorb all the darkness that came from the spirit, seeking to absorb its power and infuse its aura. Its surface began to gradually shine, reflecting all the darkness it had absorbed. Noah, seeing this, couldn't help but smile. He knew that the shell didn't just absorb darkness, but was also able to channel that magical power back into his enemy. Before Noah could finish his thought, the turtle shell abruptly jumped up, releasing a powerful stream of magical energy directly into the spirit of darkness that was inside. Noah, watching this, exclaimed with rage in his voice that the spirit of darkness had chosen the wrong opponent to fight. He added that if it had been anyone else, the world would have been under his control long ago. The spirit of darkness groaned in pain. His body gave a crack, and it was obvious that even his powerful essence was not ready for such an attack. Doubt, almost surprise, flashed in his eyes. He couldn't believe that a human being could do such a thing. Noah looked at the spirit of darkness and noticed that, despite his power, he had not changed. He was still the same as he had been years ago, with the same dark powers and ambitions. But what had changed was the people. The people around him had become stronger, and their strength lay not only in magic, but in knowledge, in experience passed down through the generations. Noah thought, and his thoughts returned to Claudia, who at this moment stood outside the walls of the capital, absorbed in prayer. In those very moments, the peace and strength accumulated by the people over the centuries reached its climax. Noah loudly declared that they were living at the pinnacle of all accumulated experience, at the peak of ancestral achievement, that everything that had been had led up to this moment. At that moment, the book of peace that Noah held in his hands suddenly slammed shut and disappeared into thin air, as if it had completed its task and no longer needed to be present. Noah thanked her silently, realizing her importance in this battle. Then, as if sensing that the moment had arrived, Noah flew into the air, heading straight for the spirit of darkness, who was still trying to resist. His body was shrouded in magic, and he was more determined than ever. Noah's gaze was full of determination, and confidence resounded in his voice as he, with complete calmness, shouted that his end had come. In the same second, Noah focused and used his most powerful technique, Absolute Flame. The spirit of darkness, consumed by these hellish flames, let out a loud, painful scream. Noah, on the other hand, standing in the center of this vortex of fire, knew he had won, but his face remained calm. Noah, with fierce determination, shouted that this was the end for the dark spirit. Instantly, the darkness around him began to ripple, and the dark spirit itself, feeling the full impact of the absolute flame, began to burn. He staggered shockingly, and his body, devoid of stability, began to lose control. The darkness spirit couldn't stay on its feet, succumbing to the destructive power more and more with each passing moment. Jan and Claudia, who were standing nearby, watched in horror. Their hearts clenched as they saw the dark spirit collapsing under the impact. All of the adventurers' eyes were fixed on this battle. They couldn't take their gaze away from this epic clash. At this moment, as the dark spirit was beginning to disappear, the dream turtle collapsed to the ground with a terrifying rumble, shaking the entire capital city. The ominous shadow that had threatened the city for so long had fallen. The adventurers stood stunned, unable to believe what was happening. They had won, and the Turtle of Dreams had been defeated. A wave of relief swept through the crowd. And so, in a moment of jubilation, Noah continued to float in the air. His gaze was focused, and he whispered quietly that he had kept his promise to Alexia. No sooner had he finished speaking, however, than his eyes began to close. Noah began to slump down as if all his energy had left his body. Jan and Claudia, horrified, watched him lose consciousness. Serena, noticing this, rushed forward anxiously. She realized she was running out of time, but she couldn't afford to lose Noah. She desperately pleaded for him to wake up. As Noah continued to fall, suddenly, like a whirlwind, Alexia appeared. Noah had already almost reached the ground. His body was exhausted, his strength was failing him, and it seemed that the fall was inevitable. However, in the next second, when he was just a short distance away from hitting the ground, Alexia swiftly flew toward him. Without hesitation, she seized him in her arms, embraced him, and together they fell to the ground with a clatter. Alexia, having taken the full brunt of the impact, remained lying on the ground, and Noah was on top of her. There were tears in her eyes as she hugged him, thanking him for all he had done. Meanwhile, the spirit of darkness, having broken free of the turtle, began to slip away, with his hoarse laughter echoing through the ruined city. He stated that it had been fun, despite the defeat. He admitted that he had lost that battle, but he was still alive, and would wait 100, or even 1,000 years, to take revenge on the descendants of Noah. Suddenly, from the void that was left after the turtle disappeared, something pierced the darkness spirit. His body bent in pain, and he couldn't even realize what was happening. It was the holy arrow that had escaped from Hildegand's hands. He couldn't help but notice that at this moment, the darkness spirit looked much weaker and more vulnerable than ever before. He noticed that now even he, Hildegand, could kill him. The spirit of darkness, realizing his distress, recognized him as Noah's father. Hildegand used another holy arrow, which pierced the spirit of darkness through and through, and then another one. The spirit of darkness, weakened, begged him to stop, offering him a deal. He declared that despite his defeat, he was willing to offer Hildegand unimaginable power, to join forces with him and become indestructible. He promised to give him anything he desired. Hildegand hesitated for a moment. He saw the darkness spirit trying to manipulate him, but it wasn't enough. Hildegand, with a cold stare, released another arrow that penetrated the spirit of darkness. He uttered that if the latter had approached him years ago, perhaps he would have agreed. But now, in this moment, things were different. The spirit of darkness coughed and, unable to believe how such a thing could happen, began to disappear into a dark cloud. Hildegand waved his hand, completing the use of his magic. He looked down at his hand, feeling the magic fading away, and whispered, addressing Reyna, that it was over. Her son had saved the world, he said. Before, he had judged him for his weakness, but now he realized how wrong he had been. He was standing in front of Noah, who could now be called the strongest in the whole world. Hildegard couldn't help but realize that the title of the strongest in the whole world now rightfully belonged to Noah. Noah could hear his name resounding through space as he was asked to wake up. Slowly coming back to reality, he opened his eyes. At first it was unclear, as if he was in a deep sleep. When his gaze cleared, however, he looked around, recognizing Yun Mansion. The atmosphere was calm, and even in his exhausted state, Noah felt a kind of peacefulness. Alexia was sitting on the floor with her head resting on the bed, immersed in sleep. Noah lifted himself off the bed and looked at her, not realizing what had even happened during the time he had been unconscious. At that moment, the door creaked quietly and Fafnir entered the room in the guise of a girl, his gaze filled with curiosity. He noticed that Noah had finally opened his eyes. Then, in a nonchalant tone, he reported that the battle had indeed been spectacular. Noah, still a little confused, asked how much time had passed. Fafnir replied that not much, only a day and a half. Noah was dumbfounded. It seemed as if a whole century had passed, for so much had happened in that short time. Fafnir calmly continued, explaining that when he lost consciousness, he began to fall towards his death. However, Alexia had saved him, so Noah, in his opinion, should be grateful. Noah turned his attention back to the peacefully sleeping Alexia. Glancing calmly out the window, he asked what had become of the city. Fafnir smiled and replied that thanks to Noah, the city was almost intact. The rebuilding was in full swing, and he could boast of the result. Suddenly a fairy flew through the window, and Fafnir explained that the fairies were actively helping with the healing of the wounded. The survivors were very grateful. At this time, Noah asked, thoughtfully, why Fafnir was now in human form. He replied that he didn't want to scare people with his appearance while he was helping. That answer made Noah think, and he looked at Alexia, who finally opened her eyes. Noah said hello to her, apologizing for waking her up. Alexia sleepily looked up at him. Her eyes reflected surprise when she realized that Noah was standing in front of her. At that moment, Serena entered the room, and upon seeing Noah, she declared happily that she was glad he was awake. Behind her, Yun appeared. Noah was overjoyed to see her, and exclaimed that he did not know that she too had been in the battle. Serena walked over to him and soon they were engaged in light conversation, happy that it was all behind them. Alexia sat on the bed, quietly watching them. Her gaze was thoughtful, and suddenly it was as if something inside her became alarmed. She looked back at Serena, and a look of jealousy flashed across her face. Noah and Alexia then went to see the king, and when they entered the throne room, the king met their gaze as if with a withering glance. He explained that Yun had told him everything. The king expressed his admiration for their exploits. Then, he announced that Alexia would be honored as a second-class wizard and Noah would be honored as a first-class wizard, the highest rank among magicians. He thanked them sincerely for saving the kingdom. Noah thanked the king and, noticing the look in Alexia's eyes, explained that this was one of the greatest accomplishments she could have received and that it should be accepted with honor. The king, in turn, expressed special thanks for saving his daughter, Claudia. Noah, a little embarrassed, explained that he hadn't realized at the time that she was the king's daughter. The king, stroking his beard, looked at Noah, and his voice became serious when he said that he wished to discuss a matter concerning his father. Noah looked up in surprise. He had a premonition that he was about to have a difficult conversation. The king, as if thinking about it, continued that he had recently learned the whole story about Noah and his family. He was told that his father had never treated him as his own son, but rather had even kicked him out of the house, leaving him lonely and lost. The king went on to say that if this was true, his father would suffer the punishment he deserved for his actions, and Noah felt the unpleasant heaviness on his soul ease a little at his words. He lowered his head, recognizing the truth, for it was all as the king had said. Alexia, standing behind him, remained silent, watching carefully to see what would happen next. But Noah didn't stop there. He raised his head, his eyes filled with determination, and he stated firmly that he believed his father had changed. He looked back at Alexia and asked her to confirm his words. Alexia, after a short pause, nodded, agreeing with him. Noah continued, telling how his mother had died in childbirth, and how that event had made his father hate him from the first seconds of his life. He explained that it was because of this that he could not blame his father for his cruelty, for he was broken by his loss and pain. For this reason, Noah would appreciate it if the king would show mercy and forgive his father. The king listened carefully to Noah, his face softening as he asked if Noah would be satisfied with his father's forgiveness. Noah nodded, and there was a clear understanding in his gaze that this step was the right one. At that moment, Claudia, standing nearby, reminded him of the next meeting, and the king, shaking his head slightly, remembered his duty. He turned to Noah and respectfully stated that it was a pleasure to meet him in person and thanked him for all that Noah had done for the kingdom. Noah, slightly embarrassed by this recognition, thanked the king for such kind words. The king then rose from his throne, and after wishing them well, made a gesture to let them go. A guard standing nearby approached Noah and Alexia and asked them to follow him. They looked at each other in surprise, but followed the guard down the hallway. He led them to one door, and when they opened it, an incredible view opened before them. Outside the door was a huge crowd of people cheering them on. People were cheering. The sounds of applause and cheers of appreciation filled the air. Noah and Alexia stood erect, looking out at the people. Their hearts were filled with pride and their faces lit up with the warmth of gratitude. The people thanked them for saving the kingdom, for defeating the dream turtle. Noah and Alexia looked at each other joyfully, feeling that their efforts were not in vain. Yun and Serena were also standing nearby watching this, their faces glowing with pride at being a part of this great victory. Nisei, sitting on Fenrir, was looking at the whole picture with a smile, and Noah realized that this was the end of their long journey. The emergency quest elimination of the dream turtle was complete, and all the efforts, all the sacrifices, all the battles had led up to this great moment. A loud voice echoed in the mansion, causing everyone in the room to freeze. It was Yun's voice, who shouted impatiently, asking Noah if he was leaving already today. Noah, standing at the door and already preparing to leave the place, only nodded in response. Yun, however, unable to contain her emotions, cried out again, not understanding why he was doing this. She stated that they still had a parade to throw in his honor, a huge amount of festivities to celebrate. After all, there was so much to celebrate. Noah smiled and said that they had already done so much for him, and as an adventurer, he couldn't just sit in one place. He dreams of exploring the world, not being stuck in one place. Yun, although expressing her bewilderment, still understood his aspiration. Yun, though understanding, still couldn't hide her surprise when Noah stated that with this girl standing next to him, they were married. Alexia, embarrassed, nodded, and her face flushed slightly. Yun, at first expressing understanding, later realized what Noah had said. She was in complete shock, not expecting such news, but after a moment, she realized that the whole thing wasn't a joke. Noah and Alexia, after packing their things and saying goodbye to their friends, stood at the gate, expressing their gratitude to everyone gathered. Claudia walked up to Noah and handed him a card. Looking at it, Noah could hardly believe his eyes. He read every word carefully, trying to realize that he had been assigned an S rank. Claudia, noticing his surprise, explained that it usually took adventurers a long time to rise at least one rank. But he and Alexia were already worthy of that highly private rank, according to the kingdom. Noah continued to stare at the card in amazement, unable to believe that he and Alexia now stood at the top of this hierarchy. However, Claudia added something else. She said that among other things, to show their gratitude for their feat, the kingdom was willing to grant them a special right. At any time, they would be able to summon 10,000 soldiers to help them, ready to stand by their side if necessary. Noah chuckled as he felt a surge of gratitude and thanked her, not hiding his feelings of appreciation for such a generous offer. Claudia then walked over to Alexia and looked into her eyes and expressed her hope that everything would work out for her and Noah, that their lives would be filled with happiness and joy. Alexia thanked her with a smile for her warm words. Serena, standing next to her, couldn't believe that Noah had managed to get married in the short time she hadn't been there for them. It seemed unbelievable, and she couldn't hide her surprise. Yun, for her part, added that even she didn't have time to fully realize what had happened and almost died of shock. Standing among them was a motorcycle that belonged to Yun. Noah approached her and asked if everything was all right, if she was definitely willing to give them such a valuable artifact. Yun nodded and asked if he knew how to operate it. Noah replied confidently that he did. However, at that moment, everyone turned as they heard footsteps. It was Hildegand, who approached and called out to his son. All present were instantly silent, and their eyes were fixed on him. Noah, for his part, was stunned. His father, wrapped in his cloak, slowly approached and bowed to him. There was a sincere plea for forgiveness in his voice. He removed the chain from his neck and handed the pendant to Noah, explaining that it was his mother's pendant. It was the last gift Hildegand wanted to give to his son, even though he knew their relationship was broken. Noah opened the pendant, inside of which was a picture of his mother. He gratefully accepted the gesture, despite the weight of the words his father might have said. Hildegand noticed that Noah had assumed an even higher position than himself and asked him if he was sure of his forgiveness. Noah nodded calmly, confirming that forgiveness was not just a gesture, but his true feeling. Hildegand, standing in front of Noah, looked at his son with a deep, intense gaze. He said that Noah had turned out exactly as he had imagined him to be. These words sounded cold and clear, like a foreshadowing of something inevitable. Then, without warning, Hildegand struck Noah sharply and with all his might, and he flew into the air as if his body had been stripped of all support. At that moment, as Noah flew aside, Hildegand shouted that his son should have killed him during their battle with the dream turtle, that it was the only right thing to do. Before Noah knew it, Hildegand, revealing his cloak, was also rising into the air, his magical power tearing the space around him. Noah, despite his pain and fear, screamed that he could not kill his own father, that there was no room in his heart for such an act. But Hildegand, his face contorted with anger, declared that his weakness, his softness and spared feelings would be the cause of his destruction. Now that his son was the strongest in the world, he was not going to feel pity. Down below, watching this conflict, Fafnir sat immersed in thought. He knew that this pressure was affecting Noah greatly. Noah, shaken by this, turned to his father, demanding to understand why he was being so arrogant with him. After all, his weakness, it was his own fault. He had never cared for him, never tried to understand him. Noah asked why his father acted as if he were the only one responsible for their suffering. Hildegand, upon hearing these words, replied vehemently that that was why he had to beat the crap out of Noah, as he called it. He continued that even though Noah had become the strongest, his blood still flowed in him, and he would always be his son, no matter what path he chose. And so, the magic between them rose again, as if foreshadowing the clash of two mighty forces. They drew closer to each other, arms outstretched in front of them, and with each passing second the distance between them shrank. The next moment, a fiery explosion sounded as their magical powers collided in space. When the fire subsided, they were both on the ground, their strength drained. Hildegand, with weariness and satisfaction in his voice, said that now Noah had probably realized what he had been telling him, and now he was finally free of his weakness. Noah, feeling relieved that the battle was over, looked back at Alexia. He said they were leaving, and without a word, Alexia followed him. She looked at Hildegand, and their gazes met for a moment. Hildegand whispered something that sounded like a wish of good luck to Noah, and Alexia smiled, nodded, and began to walk away. Noah and Alexia walked over to Yun's motorcycle, and without wasting any time, jumped on it. They set off, leaving that tense moment behind them. Yun and the others waved goodbye to them, expressing their hope to see them soon, despite everything that had happened. As Noah and Alexia drove away, Alexia, unable to stand it, asked Noah if he still hated his father. Noah replied that of course he hated him. He added that that was why, when he returned home, he would show his father how much weaker he really was than he was, despite all he had been through. As they continued on their way, the sky above them was suddenly filled with bright fireworks. Yun, standing among the adventurers, commanded the launch, and these flowers of fire that lit up the night were like a symbol of gratitude for all that Noah had done. Alexia, amazed at the beauty of the sight, asked what this miracle was and if it was magic. Noah explained that they were fireworks set off to celebrate and give thanks. Alexia, with a slight smile, remarked that the fireworks reminded her of everything they had experienced together, and Noah agreed. Then, hesitating, Alexia asked where they were going. Noah replied that, to be honest, he wasn't entirely sure yet. But at that moment an arrow appeared out of the darkness in front of them. Like lightning, it struck Noah's helmet. He noticed that tied to the arrow was a scroll with a letter. He took it, unfolded it, and began to read it. The letter said that someone would be waiting for him at the finals of the Tamas tournament, which was to be held in the port city of Hecuel in the kingdom of Aledo. Noah instantly realized that the letter was from the elves, and his heart beat faster. It was one of the most famous tournaments where people fight duels, but not only by themselves, but also with the help of their pets. As they continued on their way, a shadow flashed beside them. Noah looked around and saw a huge wolf with shiny fur. It was Fenrir, and sitting on it was Miss A, a famous S-rank adventurer. Alexia remembered her, for she was the same powerful companion Noah had encountered when eliminating the dream turtle. Fafnir turned to Noah and asked if he would accept the challenge. Noah, without hesitation, answered in the affirmative. Noah and Alexia continued their journey, and after some time arrived at the port city of Hecuel. This city, like any major port, was crowded and noisy. Once outside, Noah and Alexia made their way to one of the most famous local guilds, the Taming Guild. Inside, as expected, it was full of people as well as monsters. Noah remembered Yun's words to him before they left their hometown. She had warned him that the farther they traveled, the more dangerous their paths would become. It was all true. At this point, he could feel the pressure building up. There were a lot of strange types around, people with unusual looks and faces full of hidden agendas. Noah approached the front desk and said that he would like to participate in the Tamas tournament. At these words, as if they had been waiting for this moment, whispers broke out in the room. It was said that Noah appeared to have dared to enter the tournament with some squishy brute, and that it would be interesting to see how he would fare in the trials. Some of those standing nearby started laughing and making sarcastic remarks, downgrading Noah's chances to the bare minimum. They said that every mutt knew that tournaments like Tama's were places where only the strongest could survive, and for the likes of Noah, there would only be room for failure. A few days later, as the best time of the year arrived, there was a spirit of tension and anticipation in the air. The Tama's tournament had begun, and all eyes were on the arena. The first competitor to enter the battle was the one who had saved the capital from imminent disaster. Of course, not alone, but together with his pet, the mighty Fafnir. An attractive girl in a bunny costume, standing at the microphone, addressed the audience with a smile. She asked if they could guess who would take the first place in the tournament. Without delay, she offered to find out right away, and then announced the start of the fight. There was whispering among the crowd of spectators, and some of the thugs noticed that Noah was entering the arena. It was a real luck for them, because the first opponent was this young adventurer, whom they had been watching for a long time. At that moment, the girl in the bunny suit announced the rules of the tournament. They were simple: defeat the opponent's pet. If anyone stepped outside the arena, they would be immediately disqualified. However, in the case of certain circumstances, it was possible to win in another way, and that was to straighten out the owner of the pet. This method was quite controversial, but as one of the thugs said, it could be the key to victory. With his axe raised, ready to attack, the thug headed towards Noah. He grinned as he looked at his young adversary and said that Noah was clearly unlucky, as he had fallen to such a brutal opponent. Noah, with a calm expression on his face, confirmed this understanding, though he thought the tactic was sneaky and dirty. Noah then summoned his Book of Peace and activated the transformation. In a few seconds, his body gained extraordinary strength. When the thug's axe struck his body with a whistling sound, not only did it fail to pierce his defenses, but he himself snapped like a branch under the weight. The entire arena froze at the unexpected turn of events. Fafnir, observing this, turned to Noah, noting that he was strictly forbidden to use the Book of Peace in this tournament. Otherwise, he said, Noah could defeat everyone in an instant before the fight could even really begin. Noah apologized, realizing that his power was too great for such restrictions. But the girl in the bunny suit, after a moment's pause, announced that the winner of this fight was Noah and his pet Fafnir. Misse, sitting on the podium, could not hide her satisfaction. She turned to Fenrir and said that, as expected, Noah had turned out to be strong. But she knew for sure that Tama's tournament would be much more difficult than he had imagined. The spectators, holding their breath, continued to watch the events unfold. Alexia, standing in the crowd, was all ears, watching Noah and his pet move towards the next challenge. Soon, a few fights later, it came down to the finals, and only 4 contestants entered the arena. Among them, of course, was Noah with Fafnir. But the girl in the bunny suit couldn't help but notice that along with them, Misse and her pet Fenrir had reached the finals, a duo that had won every Tama's tournament. Missa looked at Noah and noted that it was thanks to his efforts and Fafnir that the finals had come so quickly. She wished him luck, but it was obvious she was serious. Noah, smiling, expressed his hope for a worthy match. He knew that elves, with their outstanding mental abilities, usually avoided violence, preferring a peaceful life. Noah couldn't understand why Missa was so fond of getting into fights if her people always sought peace. Misse, for her part, laughed and remarked that, as she could see, she was rather odd for her people. Noah, a little surprised, asked if she could read his mind. Missa shook her head negatively, stating that she didn't need to read other people's minds, as she had been told that a long time ago. She explained that most elves preferred to live quietly in their villages, only reading books and immersing themselves in solitude. But for her, it was a deadly bore. That was why she had left her home and become an adventurer. Noah listened to her intently, wondering how much she was different from her kin. Missa sighed and stated that she didn't like holding back. She likes the blood, the fighting, the meat. In that, she is quite different from the other elves. Noah turned to Fafnir and said that they didn't need to hold back now. Fafnir, a little hesitantly, asked if he was sure about that, since there were so many spectators around. Noah firmly stated that they had no choice. If they don't perform to their full potential, they risk losing. Misse, with determination, looked at Noah and stated that she had studied him and developed about 300 different strategies, each of which would help make him realize that winning in the Tama's tournament wouldn't be that easy. The girl in the bunny suit exclaimed that the match had begun, and Missa rushed in like a storm. Her dagger gleamed in her hands, and without holding back she attacked Noah, apologizing for attacking so quickly. Noah quickly activated his shield, and a protective ball formed around him and Fafnir. However, despite all its magical power, the shield began to crack after a few seconds. Then it simply shattered into pieces. Fafnir, who was standing nearby, couldn't believe that Misa had managed to break through his defense. The onlookers watched in amazement. Misa, with pleasure, exclaimed that magic could be destroyed by pure power. Fenrir, sitting on the podium, turned to Fafnir with an ironic smile, saying that now, finally, he would show him who really had his place in this tournament. Fafnir, watching carefully, noticed that Fenrir's animosity, built up over the years, had reached its peak. Fafnir announced that he was not going to hide his anger any longer and would gladly teach the wolf a lesson. The next moment, with a roar, he transformed into his true form, a huge dragon whose wings spread like clouds obscuring the sun. Even the most desperate adventurers held their breath, amazed at the scale of power he displayed. His majestic body covered almost the entire arena. Misa and Noah continued to fight below, and the entire arena seemed to be divided into two fronts, one fighting on the ground and the other in the heavens. Everyone watched dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening in the arena. No one could believe that the real Fafnir stood before them. His size and majesty overshadowed everything around him. Meanwhile, Fenrir, watching this, grinned and said that Fafnir, who had only recently awakened from centuries of sleep, had already lost his former power. He knew that the dragon's strength had not yet recovered, and so he was sure that this was not his day. On the other hand, he had been honing his skills all this time. Fafnir, unable to contain himself, roared with rage. He shouted back that he would make Fenrir regret those words and called him a fucking mutt. Fenrir, despite the threatening words, only gave him a cold glare and ordered his opponent to shut his mouth, not intending to respond to his insults. The tension between the two of them was heating up to the limit. At this time, at the other end of the arena, Misa and Noah continued their fight. Misa, with agility and grace, attacked him again and again. When she lunged at him with her dagger again, Noah used his magic, and as he vaporized into thin air, he was right behind her back. In the next second, he released a stream of fire directly in her direction, deciding that this time he wouldn't hold back. However, Misa was not confused. She instantly swung her cloak, and the flames seemed to fly off to the sides, as if her cloak was an invisible wall capable of stopping any attack. Noah, in amazement, stood still, not realizing how Misa dispelled his flames with such ease. At that moment, her fist was already at his face. Noah had only moments before the blow to activate his defenses. The shield he had created only managed to partially absorb the blow, but still Noah felt his body shudder from the power of the blow. He couldn't believe that Misa had dared to fight him in close combat. After all, elves are known for their magical power and prefer ranged attacks. Misa, smiling, said that she had said before she was different from most elves. She added that this was the first time she was enjoying a battle so much. Unexpectedly, she noticed that she was even starting to like him. Alexia stood to the side, looking wide-eyed at everything that was happening, her heart beating faster with excitement and surprise. Misa jumped up again, preparing to strike, at which point, as if chuckling, she asked Noah if he wanted to marry her after the match. She stated that she had been looking for someone like him her whole life. Having said that, she smiled, her face glowing with the excitement of the upcoming fight. Noah, completely stunned by her words, didn't know how to react. Misa, seeing his confusion, grinned and added that she wasn't kidding. Everything she said was completely serious. She explained that someone who was capable of fighting her face to face was the ideal for her. With each fight, with each opponent, she felt more and more that she couldn't find someone who was on the same level as her. But then finally she met him, Noah, and he was the one she was looking for. Meanwhile, the fight between Fafnir and Fenrir continued with even more fury. The girl in the bunny suit looked at the girl approaching the arena in surprise, and with visible displeasure, asked who she was. She then shouted that this stranger had no right to be in the arena and must leave. Noah and Misa froze, both turning around in surprise at the direction from which this unexpected visit had come. And lo and behold, Alexia appeared in the ring. Noah instantly recognized her and, gripped by confusion and excitement, glared at her. Alexia only said through gritted teeth that Noah was the man who had saved her. She continued that Noah had awakened strength and faith in her. He had been there for her when she was lost, and it was because of him that they had defeated the Dream Turtle. Now that she was here, she wasn't going to watch someone take him away from her. Alexia's words shook Noah. He stood there, not knowing what to say in response. Misa, watching what was going on, calmly said that she thought that this was the relationship between them, and if so, why not settle the matter for real in battle? Whoever won would get the right to be by Noah's side. Noah couldn't believe what was happening, but Alexia stepped forward with determination, ready to fight for her love, for her right to be by Noah's side. Noah, unable to bear the uncertainty and tension, finally cried out, breaking the atmosphere of confusion and bewilderment. He, not believing his eyes, asked what they were doing here and if the match was in full swing. Alexia, without dignifying him with an answer, took a decisive step and entered the ring. As if oblivious to everything around her, she met Masae's gaze. In the next instant, they soared into the air, and like two bright lightning bolts, their bodies swiftly crossed in space, creating deadly swirls of magic and energy. Noah, standing on the podium and watching this scene, could not contain his admiration. The girl in the bunny costume stood hesitating, not knowing what to say, because another contestant had entered the ring, breaking all the rules. She had not expected such a turn of events, and the confusion in her eyes was obvious. Some of the spectators were discussing whether the match would have to be postponed, but others, on the contrary, were anticipating a real fight full of passion and fury. There were cheers of admiration for Fafnir and Fenrir in the crowd. The girl in the bunny costume looked around, and as she saw the audience growing more and more excited by the moment, she realized that they were enjoying the show. They were eager to continue, and in that moment she realized that she could keep going. With a slight chuckle on her lips, she stepped forward and, with renewed confidence, announced that they were getting back to business. This was the finals of the Tamers tournament, where not just the winner is decided, but where the girls fight not only for the title, but for the love behind their determination and passion. Alexia and Missa stood across from each other, their gazes ablaze with fire, each full of intent to win. The match began, and the battle continued with unprecedented fury. It was a moment when every blow, every magic, every maneuver determined not just the outcome of the tournament, but the fate of these strong girls.